Clerk, are we ready? I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors budget meeting to order.
Yes, I'll call the roll. Supervisor
Yes.
DeSerpa. Present. Cummings.
Here.
Martinez. Present. Koenig.
Here.
And Hernandez.
Present. I'd like to ask the CEO if there's any considerations for late additions to the agenda, additions or deletions to the consent or regular agendas.
Yes, we have one correction to the consent agenda. This is item number 20. There's additional materials. There's a revised memo packet page 115, which is replaced. The financial impact paragraph 2, sentence 2 should read, the department budget also includes funding from the mobile home space fee fund and deferred compensation fund, which total appropriations of $219,351 with $199,238 in revenues, resulting in an increase in sub-fund balance of $20,113. That concludes the corrections to the budget.
Thank you. Would any members of the board like to commemorate today's moment of silence? Seeing none, if you can join me in a general moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, I'd like to see if there's anyone that would like to make public comment on items not on the agenda. I ask if you're speaking on items either 8 or 9, please do so at that time. But right now it's public comment on items on the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, can I ask a point of order? If we want to pull an item from consent, is now the time, or should we wait? If we want to pull.
This should be public comment on consent as well.
But if we want to pull an item from consent, this is the time, right? All right, so I'd like to pull item number 15 so we can have a conversation about potentially including funding for the Justice and Gender Coordinator. And so since that's a deviation from the county CEO's proposed budget, I'd like to pull 15 and add it to the regular agenda.
So for the record, we'll make it item 10.1.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. I want to thank the clerk very much for stopping my time because maybe I started speaking ahead of time. You know, we have this thing called a Declaration of Independence and Constitution. Jurors' rights. A juror was more powerful than the Supreme Court or the president because you could make precedents on what was going on as a juror. You know, people may want to read our Declaration of Independence. It was written as a warning. Many of the members were kind of joking, hey, it's a republic if you can keep it. Now, the individuals that refer to this nation as a democracy, that's not in our Declaration of Independence. That's not in any of the 3 U.S. constitutions. You know, I'm really somewhat surprised about, I guess, litigation. It's not that I invite litigation, but I mean, there are such things as libel and slander. So when I refer to you supervisors as puppets, that's because you're controlled by the corporation of Santa Cruz. And here we have Jason Heath and Carlos Palacios, who are the lead puppets in this room. So we're going over an agenda of finances for this company. Why, for this company, this corporation, Santa Cruz? Why haven't the citizens got together and sued this county for their businesses that were destroyed? These gentlemen, some of them suggested, like you, Jason Heath, I was in the foxhole with you. Your methods, and he's referring to Gail Newell, saved lives. What a bunch of crap. There is so much information of how certain more individuals have been damaged by these vaccines. But hey, we're absorbing the nanotechnology in our skin. We're absorbing it in our eyes, and it's all being affected by the frequency weapons that you guys have rubber stamped, as well as the city of Santa Cruz. So I feel sorry for the individuals that think a respirator is going to do anything for them when you're absorbing the shit in your skin. So we are all in this together, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Turnbull. I'm a behavioral health program manager for the County of Santa Cruz. I oversee our suicide prevention work at the county. Suicide prevention work is very low key. It's impossible to identify who was saved because if it goes well, we never hear from the person who was saved. In April, this board adopted the Suicide Prevention Strategic Plan update. We've already started to fulfill the goals of the plan, but there's still so much to do. Strategic Aim 1 is to build infrastructure. We need to collect and review data to better understand and address the problem and impact of suicide in our county. We need to explore and coordinate sustainable funding for suicide prevention. Strategic Aim 2 is to enhance protective factors. We need to offer prevention education to the entire community. Update and disseminate a behavioral health resource guide that provides resources and information on the steps to take to get the support they need that is more inclusive of all the agencies that provide a spectrum of behavioral health services, including substance use disorder services. We need Strategic Aim 3, intervention and promoting connection to services. We need to continue to provide countywide trainings to providers and to the community. We need to create a system map for crisis resources. Strategic Aim 4 is to reduce access to lethal means. This means to partner with local firearms retailers and law enforcement agencies to increase awareness of suicide prevention efforts, warning signs, and available resources. We need to distribute means safety information and tools to providers and community members. And Strategic Aim 5 is to improve services for people who've experienced a suicide loss. This is developing a loss response team, which has just begun. And I'm just hoping that you will continue to support suicide prevention and the work that's being done here to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I am Unhei Langus. I am a former teacher and a writer turned activist from District 1. At a time when people are losing access to healthcare, food security, and housing support through massive federal cuts, we as a county need to pull together in mutual aid and fund programs centered in care, healthcare, food security, and housing rather than more incarceration. This is doable. This is moral. This is humane. This is inclusive. This is fiscally sound. This is convivial. Take, for instance, the Neighborhood Justice Program, an excellent alternative to incarceration. It holds people accountable while bringing the community together to help meet each other's basic needs. Let's be creative instead of mindlessly accepting the status quo, the expensive, soul-crushing carceral system. Let's look to the indigenous cultures which have sustained themselves for millennia without incarceration, because freedom is the mode of existence for all sentient beings, including humans. Let's organize and invest in a community of caring and mutual aid. Let's come together as an inclusive economy of well-being for all. Economy and ecology come from the same Greek root oikos, meaning household, home. Let's be inspired by our redwoods, the way they support each other in family rings. Let's make Santa Cruz County truly home for all of us, especially the most vulnerable among us, the mentally ill, the economically underprivileged, the incarcerated. Human kindness is economically and spiritually sound. Let's put political will into this communal vision. Let's do this, Santa Cruz County. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Laura Chatham here. We need to rethink our priorities. I got a couple job postings from the HR department over here. There's a posting for a deputy sheriff It requires a high school diploma, deputy sheriff trainee. It requires a high school diploma, nothing more, and except a basic English competency test, just spelling and vocabulary, reading comprehension, no math at all. The salary range is $7,900 to $11,200 per month. I also have a posting for a senior mental health clinic client specialist 1. This requires a master's or PhD and 2 years experience. The salary range for this one is $7,600 to $9,600. At the high end, that's less than 2,000. That's 2,000 less than a high school graduate that can pass a basic competency test. We need to rethink our priorities. Some people have suggested that being a sheriff's deputy is more dangerous than being a mental health care worker. But we go in without guns to situations that can be quite dangerous and de-escalate. We are first responders without weapons and for low wages that often don't even cover the cost of living here. This is shameful. You can make the difference. I am asking that we re-examine our priorities and refund our mental health care system. We don't need so much for the sheriffs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shelley Bard, and I'm on the board of directors for MHCAN. Good morning. 4 days a week, 50 people a day are provided peer support services by MHCAN. That's 200 a week, 800 people a month, and 9,600 people a year utilize our free support services. That does not include our food delivery services we provide to people who are unable to leave their homes due to mental illness. 9,600 plus people who are experiencing trauma due to homelessness and mental illness will no longer have peer support services available to them if MHCAN has to close their doors. We have a motto at MHCAN, and it's once you're a member, you have a lifetime membership. And really that's what MHCAN is all about, is enriching the lives of people who are in the thralls of homelessness and the anguish of mental illness. The statistical rate of suicide for people who suffer from traumas of homelessness and mental illness is exceptionally high. 9,600 plus members a year will lose their lifetime lifeline to support systems without the services of MHCAN. And I am very, very scared for each and every one of them. Thank you for letting me be heard.
Good morning. Well, hold on, give me a second. If we could please hold the applause so the next speaker can move on. We have a big line that goes out the door today. Do spirit fingers if you'd like to, but let's keep the public comment going. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Brian Phelps. I'm a third generation Santa Cruzan. I raised my 3 daughters here and my 3 grandsons were also born here, which is why I'm here to speak in opposition to the lithium battery storage units that are being entertained by you to be built here in Santa Cruz. I mean, imagine you've had a hard day and you've come home and you're tired and you go to bed and suddenly you're awakened by a huge explosion. And you look out your window and you see a plume of black smoke coming right towards you. You hear the sirens coming, you hear the helicopters overhead, you hear your neighbors panicking. The smoke starts seeping into through your windows, your skin begins to burn, your eyes are watering, you begin coughing. You grab your keys, you head for the door, the phone rings, and it's the authorities telling you to stay in place, and they can't tell you how long you have to stay inside. Now that's not a nightmare, that's been the reality for thousands of people around the world, in Japan, in the Netherlands, and France, who live near these BESS battery storage sites. And I'm part of a community organization, Clean Safe Energy for California, and we've invited you all to come attend our community events, and nobody's showing up. And we're growing exponentially, and we're opposed, and we want you to join us. And this is your opportunity to express your leadership and say no to these sites. Not now, not in the future, not ever. They are not safe no matter what you say.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carol, and I actually would prefer to address everyone here because the power is actually with you all in the back, and I hope you all can hear me as well. Who likes to pay their electricity bill? You do? Okay, great. What if you didn't have to pay an electricity bill? What if we didn't pay electricity bills to corporations? What if there were no corporations creating highly explosive, flammable plants near our schools, our water sources, our environment? What would that be like? Everybody, I want to encourage everybody to get this book. I'd love for you guys to get it too. Okay, there are sources of energy that are decentralized. That means you don't pay a corporation for your energy. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what this book is about. So I want you to think about.
Ma'am, this is your opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors.
I am.
If you'd like to address the Board of Supervisors, they're right here in front of you, and they would appreciate hearing your comments.
I am.
Thank you.
So can I get that time back, please? Can I get that time back?
Please direct your comments to the Board of Supervisors.
I am. I'm addressing my comments to the entire room, and you've taken up some of my time, Jason. I would like to ask for a complete moratorium on proceeding forward with these lithium battery plants, a complete moratorium. There's no need to rush. For whatever reason, Santa Cruz County has made a rush to get this done by 2030, and there's no reason for that. There's no reason. We need it to be safe. Okay, without these highly flammable, highly explosive plants in our backyard, right next to the hospital, right next to the school, right next to our water supply. We don't need that. There's more technology available. If you guys slow everything down, everything can work out. There's no need to rush. Please be transparent. Please start educating people now. Please start holding public meetings. Okay, the lawsuits have started with Moss Landing. Wait until those turn out to see all the damages and injuries that have occurred from that event. Thanks, Jason.
Hi, my name is Margaret Quinn. I've been a resident here for over 40 years. I'm here to speak with regards to the Human Services Agency proposed cuts. I have a long history of behavioral health issues. In 2020, I required hospitalization for 3 years, for over 3 weeks, and then entered a dual substance abuse mental health program. The transition to Santa Cruz was tough. Without the services and the agencies here, I would not have been able to go back to my family. I would not have had a home to go to, and I would not have successfully been able to get back to my job. I continue today to use those services 5 years later. Without those services, I wouldn't be able to maintain my job. No way. I am very fortunate to have medical insurance and a very, very good job, which allows me to see a psychiatrist once every 3 months. I see a psychologist once a week out of pocket, which is costing me $800 a month, by the way. It's very tough. Without these agencies in town, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Secondly, I'm a nurse at a local hospital. Let me tell you about the impact your cuts are going to have on a hospital that's already got shrinking services. We lost our behavioral health unit a number of years ago. Our emergency room is impacted by patients who need behavioral health support. I'm talking kids as young as 10 years old, turning up in our emergency rooms, needing a one-to-one person to watch them in the ER because they have nowhere to go. This is unacceptable. We cannot, there's no way that we can treat our people, the most vulnerable people, like this. By the way, I'm Irish. I came here 40 years ago. This kind of budget for behavioral health would never be on the table. They wouldn't treat their people like that.
Hello, my name's Andrew Williamson. I work for Encompass at Casa Pacific. The opinions I'm sharing are not representing Encompass, just my own. I'm here because my program, Casa Pacific, is facing cuts. We just lost Telos, which is an 8-bed facility. It looks like we will also be losing Casa Pacific, which is a 12-bed facility and the only dual diagnosis facility that we have in Santa Cruz County, mental health and substance use disorder. So I'm here asking, please don't let that happen. We don't have enough beds. We are suffering. People are suffering in Santa Cruz every day. To cut more beds is foolish, and cuts will end with people losing their lives. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kevin. I'm a therapist at the county health clinics, here to oppose the county's proposed budget plan. I know this is an agenda item later. Unfortunately, a lot of us have to run back to work at the clinic after this, so that's why we're speaking now. So sorry about that. This budget would cut 19 positions from health clinics, 10 from public health, and 43 from behavioral health. All while the CAO office loses no one, HSA admin loses 1, and personnel is actually adding 3 positions. The discrepancy is glaring. On May 20th, HSA Director Morales was asked for an update on alternative budget proposals. She replied that we basically have to choose between cutting lab and x-ray or cutting other essential programs like HIV/AIDS support or housing case management. Why are these the only choices? Why are these frontline positions fair game, but cutting leadership and management is off the table? In addition to eliminating lab and x-ray, this proposal would remove about 60 unfilled positions from HSA. We are severely understaffed, and we are already losing highly skilled and experienced people due to burnout. We are already having to cut back on programming. As just one example, this budget would remove 2 of our psychiatrist positions from the Watsonville Health Center. And my understanding is that that would leave us with just 1 psychiatrist there, only 1 day of the week for that entire health center, which is just incredible to think about. I firmly believe that our job as community members is to care for one another. It's the right thing to do, but it's also the practical thing to do. Removing access to healthcare will hurt our most vulnerable neighbors now, but it will hurt all of us in the long run. We owe each other better than that, and as our elected Board of Supervisors, you owe us better than that. Lastly, I'd just like to mention the idea floated on April 29th to replace our own lab department with on-site services from Quest. I can't view the replacement of public jobs with private contract services as anything other than union busting. It's anti-labor, and I think it's a shame on us for even considering it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner with the County of Santa Cruz for the past 4.5 years. I work in specialty behavioral health. I'm very frustrated with the proposed cuts to our county's essential safety net services that include layoffs of essential workers and elimination of revenue generating positions. I do not accept that these proposals are in the best interests of our county or that there is no other way to balance the budget. Eliminating laboratory and imaging services as well as benefit reps and other positions undermines the efforts of providers to meet the health needs of our county's residents. Our patients' health will suffer with increased barriers to care due to the additional time, transportation barriers, and coordination needs. Evidence suggests there will be poorer follow-through with ordered tests and decreased collaboration, leading to delays in diagnosis and treatment. Our clients face significant barriers to care as it is. Cutting services or contracting out services erodes the quality of care that we are able to provide. We need investment in the frontline essential workforce. This proposed budget is out of touch. I would like to invite its authors to come and talk to providers and our patients, visit the clinics, see the services provided, and most importantly, engage with our county residents around whether or not we would like to have more holes in our safety net or less. As behavioral health providers, we also depend on the existence of indispensable community programs such as MHCAN, which connect clients with services and create opportunities for meaningful recovery that psychiatric services alone cannot provide. Furthermore, there are cuts to unfilled positions that are not being recruited for, psychiatrists and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner positions that would generate revenue, and we have the infrastructure for. I have a lot of questions about why that's happening and why those positions are not being filled.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Jewell. I have worked for the county for 11 years as a CPS worker, a women's jail case manager, and now a therapist for our HPHP and Emmeline IBH program. 18 years ago, I was a client of Santa Cruz County Services, and I am now an honored and dedicated county employee who finds meaning and purpose giving back to the community who has given so much to me. The work we do saves lives, and I'm determined to fight for preventative and crisis services that save us money in the long run and prioritize public health. Our county X-ray, lab, psychiatric, and suicide prevention programs, along with GEMA, JAG, and MHCAN, are services that help me do my job and keep people out of the ED, county jail, and psychiatric institutions. These programs save us money and, more importantly, minimize human suffering. I do not believe that cutting county jobs is a solution to our county's mismanagement of money. According to Transparent California, in 2022, Monica Morales started as HSA director with a total pay and benefits of about $300,000. By 2023, her total compensation was over $364,000. In 2017, when Carlos Palacios started as CAO of Santa Cruz County, his total compensation was a little over $300,000 a year. By 2023, it was close to $500,000. These two people cost the county almost $1 million a year. Our X-ray department costs only $2 million. Santa Cruz County has been prioritizing the increased pay of those that make the most over hiring employees that provide the care our county needs. We have had over 30 open senior mental health client specialist positions for the last 6 to 7 years, and yet our management team has grown by over 80% in this time. Our management team needs to be held responsible for the deficit we are in. At the last board meeting, you asked Monica Morales to provide a budget sheet that didn't include layoffs. She didn't provide this and instead said, I believe this budget is the best possible option. This is not acceptable. Monica's decisions were made with no input from the union she was hired to negotiate with. Next week is her last week. Please don't allow her to make decisions with lasting consequences for our county's most vulnerable.
Thank you.
Will be left to bear.
My name is Kaylee Lantot. I live in District 2. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner as well as a family nurse practitioner. I've been a nurse practitioner for over 20 years, and I have dedicated my career to working with the underserved populations who are monolingual Spanish speakers and pick our strawberries and our grapes and our fruit that we bring to our table. So I'm very dedicated to this population. I voted for you, Supervisor DeSerpa, because I believe that you're going to stand up for the rights of the people who are underserved and vulnerable in our county. I am here to represent the one psychiatric provider left if these budget cuts go through in South County. Our clinic in South County is very busy. We work very hard, and we generate more revenue than our North County clinic in Emmeline. Yet they're proposing to cut the one other psychiatric position in South County. That's going to leave over 200 patients without psychiatric care. I am also the only Spanish-speaking psychiatric nurse practitioner and psychiatric provider in the county. I cannot absorb and take care of these people. They are going to end up in the hospital or the emergency room, God forbid, attempting suicide. It's going to be a mess, and people's lives are going to suffer because of it. In addition, removing the lab is going to really harm my ability to keep people safe on complicated medications that need constant lab monitoring, and also monitoring how they're doing with their substance use, because we work hand in hand with our substance use disorder portion of the clinic. So I beg you, please reconsider cutting the psychiatrist position in South County. I need someone to help me take care of these people down there.
Thank you, board members. I'm humbled listening to Rama Khalsa, former health director and behavioral health director for the county, and longtime citizen and fan of Santa Cruz County. I feel your pain. These are really hard times. It reminds me of 2008 and the cuts we had to do then. And I know the choices are hard before you, but behavioral health has been historically underfunded in some of its core infrastructure. The state has made a lot of our billing very complex, you need to be almost dedicated to learning like Swahili to do good billing. It's so hard, but you have good staff, you have good leadership. I would look for ways to try to shore up some of these gaps that are very real, and also look to how this next administration at the federal level is going to gut Medicaid. That will clearly land on the county's shoulders, as well as the states. And so if this was the only cut, it might be tolerable and you'd come back in time, but it's not. We're facing a real gutting of the public safety net. And any offer of help I can do to support the county in any way, I would love to do. And, support your hard decisions and work to make the system work for people on the ground in your districts of all kinds. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Blair Baracious, and I have been a part of MHCAN, both as a client and as a staff member for the last 4 years. As I stated last time, I'm still alive today because of that. They were the only place I got support after a second attempted murder I had to survive. Okay? So, when I think of MHCAN, I often call it the last stop on the road, the last one, where people like me who have suffered lifetimes of abuse and been ignored by everyone in the social safety net. And for me, that was in 2 different states. MHCAN was the only place I could go where I wasn't treated differently for having a disability, where I was supported, and I've been able to pay that forward for the last 4 years. I would like to also address the elephant in the room that I think this budget represents. All of these healthcare services, these mental health care services that are being cut, these are the things that are going to devastate people. Everybody wants to talk about mental health and supporting mental health care, and everybody needs help and suicide prevention, right? Well, these are the things that are going to drive people to commit more suicide, to die of more substance use. Places like MHCAN, like the Gemma House, like these labs, all of these things that were taking care of people, that were helping people get back on their feet. And these things that MHCAN often connects people to, these being gone will kill people, and it will cost you way more money in the long run. So I really hope that you guys reconsider your actions today.
Good. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jeffrey Smedberg. I was a proud county worker for over 2 decades, and for the last decade, I've been a citizen. And I wanted to speak to you about the budget today. I know over the course of my time at the county, the Board of Supervisors had to deal with some very difficult financial times, and you're faced with that again. And I know you can make the right choices. And I just wanted to assure you that a lot of people are concerned about public safety. And of course, public safety depends on, importantly, public health and mental health care and other healthcare services to those who need them the most in our county. This is really the basis of a civil society, to take care of the people in our community who need our help. And so I encourage you to find ways to maintain support for programs such as the laboratory and MHCAN and Gemma. So thank you. I know you'll be able to figure it out.
Good morning. Some of you I know personally. Some of you I've talked to. I got a personal thing here with me, a 3-day notice, but I'm here to speak. I want you to have found money if you defund MHCAN. And know that as a board member, when there's only 2 on the board, I've done applied research. And I believe the county needs to work on a local level with the mayors. Watch when what it is I can speak into isn't 3 minutes or 2 minutes, but it's in person. So I would like your help to see what you can do. If you could see, Friday Night Alive is more than what it is today. County, let's see what we can do on Friday to make sure our kids aren't using the drugs. So that's my invitation. And best I can, if I don't think this, yeah, you can maybe see it. I don't know how you do it. But I do a 380. And the key is bring this initiative forward. What power? Our seniors are here, youth power.
Good morning, Supervisor Martinez, supervisors. My name is Sarah Kojin, and I'm from District 5. I am a commissioner on the Justice and Gender Commission, and I'm here to advocate for the full funding of the continuation of the stipend for the Justice and Gender Commission. I know the county is planning on passing it off to people at the county to take up the position that currently is done by Dr. Susan Green. And I just have to say that for one, you know, keeping the injustice out of our justice system is one thing that our commission focuses on. And having somebody that is outside of the county, having a doctor in psychology helming that position makes all the difference. It's a meager $50,000, you know, in comparison to the big budget that we're talking about. And I really think that we owe it to our leader, Dr. Susan Green, and to all the women and children in our community that this commission helps. It has made a profound impact on my life and helping me in a very difficult place and situation I was in 3 years ago when I went through a very messy divorce. And I just hope that you guys will continue the full funding at least for the next year so that she can make other plans and so that we can transition. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Gregory Audino. I'm here to speak about the proposed BESS facility in South County. The town of Moss Landing is hurting for business. A week or so ago, a colleague received a flat of strawberries at work and decided to share with us. Yay, spring's here, fresh strawberries, yum. Another colleague almost immediately asked, hey, where do these come from? Pescadero was the answer. Okay, and proceeded to eat. Later, I asked, hey, why did you ask where they came from? Well, I don't think I want any from our area around here or from around Moss Landing. It's obvious that people remember negative impacts, negative events and locations. Business in Moss Landing hasn't recovered in the last 4 months. They are hurting. The BESS facility is roughly 10 to 12 football fields in size. If we have a BESS in South County that has a thermal runaway incident, don't you think that people will remember and won't help us, won't shop with us? How is the BESS going to fit into our over $1 billion local agricultural industry? How is it going to be safer? That word safer, the BESS industry is using to say, yes, we're making it safer, but it's not 100%. This is what they say. Safer than what? What legacy are we going to leave out on Minto Road? I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, administrators and supervisors, for the work you're doing on the budget. I'm Jeffrey Arlt. I'm the secretary for the Santa Cruz County Mental Health Advisory Board. And we strongly recommend that you reinstate the HSA budget, especially MHCAN and the GEMMA project. I know you have difficult choices. There do seem to be some choices around capital expenditures where there could be postponed. I know this is not a best practice, but the postponing of putting in a lightly used bathroom on Brommer Street or a parking lot, or possibly the staff that are going to be hired for Parks and Rec rather than staff that would be hired for social services seems potentially something you could do. MHCAN's budget was about $700,000, I believe. They cut it back 20% to $500,000. That money is actually from the MHSA budget. It is not paid by county taxpayers here. It's paid by the Millionaire Fund. There is a prudent reserve there that usually is about $2 to $3 million a year. MHCAN would only be about a quarter or an eighth of that. Also, the GEMMA project could come from that funding. So I ask you to take another look at the potential funding available and make these changes. It's a matter of social justice as well as community welfare and services. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here and have a voice. My name is Jeff Zajac, and I am directly affected by the HSA proposed budget. I am the senior lab assistant and one of the 12 workers that are going to be affected if this goes through. You have heard and probably will continue to hear that this proposal will bring barriers to accessible healthcare to our already struggling community. You will hear that the cost of this proposal will result in more financial and social economic damage in the future. What I see is a trend that has arrived here locally, and that is saving money by cutting essential needs that benefit the people, society, and the community. Where's the accountability, I ask? Hold the people who mismanage spending accountable, not the workers who are on the front lines serving our communities. I think that it is a civil liberty to have access to healthcare, and this proposal is against that and against the mission of HSA, which is to provide healthcare in an accessible manner. We are fighting right now. We are doing that with our voices. Thank you for listening. Frontline workers, as well as our patients, are traumatized by this proposal because it goes against our values. Our vote of non-confidence is mute at this point, but your vote can reverse this culture of cutting services and instead hold accountable the people whose inability to figure out their responsibility of providing a manageable budget and has caused the need to find a way to cut costs. Workers will continue to march and shout to furlough management. That's because there is a solution other than taking away accessible healthcare.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm not quite that tall. I have looked at the budget, the proposed budget, and that is not a light read. I appreciate the difficulty of what you guys have before you, and you know how you have a difficult job, a very difficult job. I live in District 1. About 2 months ago, I showed up at Emmeline Street. I wasn't on Medi-Cal yet. I should have showed up a long time ago. I kind of knew that. I hadn't been taking psychiatric meds that I need. And I was taken wonderful care of, far better care than I had been taken care of by when I had health insurance that allowed me to go to commercial facilities in the area. I highly recommend Emmeline Street. They do a wonderful job. And if it was possible, I would gladly pay my premiums to be able to go to Emmeline Street and be covered there and cared for there, than to be cared for by the commercial options that are available in town. They do a great job. As soon as I was done and doing what I could to get started with the county and getting cared for, they've done a wonderful job. I went to MHCAN, and I have been continuing to go there, and that has been extremely helpful to me. I have a letter that I'd like to turn in from a security guard who works at MHCAN. And one of the things he says is, working at MHCAN can be stressful for staff and volunteers because there are often emotional outbursts that need to be de-escalated. So, if this happens at MHCAN, it's like it's happening in a psych ward. It gets handled. It gets handled really well. And my time is up. Who may I give this letter to?
Buenos dias. Good morning. I'm Marielena de la Garza. I'm the CEO for the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County. And I'm also here representing the PV Collaborative, which is a group of 26 agencies and government partners who've come together to fight the good fight. I would like to just say that my message is simple today. You have the opportunity to put our money behind the beautiful and strong equity statement that your board approved last year. You have the opportunity to direct our money to be people-centered and choose people over pavement. Any other year, the decision might be different, but this year, we must consider people over pavement. With expected impacts on Medi-Cal, we need to create solutions that will supplement impending financial impacts for our low-income immigrant agricultural families. This is the time to protect the most vulnerable, to ensure the safety net for our low-income families, that it is minimally impacted. You have decisions to make, and they're not easy decisions. We can see the pulls and pushes of the different thoughts of this community. But we have to understand that right now, who is under attack? Our low-income families are under attack, and I get it. We had a sinkhole on the freeway just yesterday. I get it. But we have to prioritize people over pavement this year. This time is more critical than ever. Muchas gracias.
Going to just start off with a deep breath. It is always so unnerving to stand before you all, and so exciting to see such a beautiful representation on our county board. This is really an incredible time to be paying attention. I would like to first and foremost identify myself as a mom. I have my little one out here with Dr. Lisa Hernandez. Just so grateful for the women leadership that hold up people like myself that never saw themselves as political, but see parenting as radically politicized, see myself as a Latina as radically politicized. I would like to also identify myself as the Executive Director of Positive Discipline Community Resources and as a member of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative. We've been here before, and we know that when we cut Medi-Cal, we don't just deny care to a few, we weaken the whole system. Health disparities grow, clinics are stretched thinner, and entire communities lose trust. I myself was a young, struggling parent, and when I see the language around if you're over 19, then you're having to make monthly payments. And if you lose a single payment, then you're just out of luck. I myself was that struggling young mom, and I had missed payments, not because of something of my own fault, but because their own payment systems change. And then that means that you didn't realize that for 2 months you hadn't made that payment. And so I really I see the call to action. This is not a way to balance a budget. And to some of the other comments, I did just want to also say that it is easy to scapegoat a Latina brown woman who is homegrown here in Watsonville. And I would like to also express my deep appreciation for Monica Morales, who led with such grace and grit and dignity and gives voice to people like myself to think strategic and think long term. And please do so now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Olivia Martinez. I'm the Region 2 Director. Unfortunately, Monica Morales did not give you a solution to this budget or did not propose anything rather than cuts. We think that you should fire the people that led us to this day. When we had a meet and confer over the budget, we found out that the medical director knew of this problem 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they have been losing money over the clinic labs. So why was this allowed? Why are people in power, like similar to Trump? Why are people in power are not being held accountable? Right? You have a duty to hold them accountable, and you have the money. We did our research. We did our due diligence, right? The county's general fund, right, grew from 139.4 million to 182.4 million. Healthcare programs restricted fund is 7.7 million. Federally qualified assign is 51.2. You can use some of that money, but it is unfair for working class people. It is unfair for poor people in our community. It is unfair for people of color, right? It is unfair for our LGBT plus community that suffer the consequences of bad leadership. And we continue to allow this. And I have to put reference to Trump because this is happening everywhere, that we are not holding people in power accountable. Fire Amy Peeler. She's responsible for this. She led us to this decision. If you're going to cut, then hold her accountable as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leanne Luna. I'm the CEO of Monarch Services. And today I'm here on behalf of the Justice and Gender Commission, as I am one of the co-chairs along with Jesse Silva. I am here to urge you to fully, I'm going to back up. If you're here to support JAG behind me, if you can just raise your hand. I'm here to urge you to fully fund the Commission on Justice and Gender in this year's proposed budget. The JAG Commission's annual budget of $51,700 ensures 5 hours a week of staffing support and provides $1,000 for speaker stipends. Staffing the JAG Commission in this way is critical to the success of JAG and our goal to improve the lives of women in the criminal legal system, reduce recidivism and intergenerational trauma and crime, and hold accountable people and policies for reducing and preventing harm to women. Over the last few years, the JAG Commission, with the support of funded JAG designated staff, has advocated for the reopening of Blaine Street Women's Facility, providing equitable access to a medium security facility for women, developed a safe release program overseen by Monarch Services for women released from jail with no safe place to go. This program significantly reduces risk of sexual assault, gender-based violence, and decreases the chances of offending and returning to incarceration. Advocated to reinstate in-person contact visits at Blaine Street and Roundtree Men's Facility. Included people with lived experience on the commission and as guest presenters to ensure their valuable input. Tracked and reported the number of women in custody. The CEO's office provides some administrative support, but they do not attend subcommittee meetings where the bulk of our work gets done. Our commission meetings have grown to 25 to 30 members of the public, not including the 16 appointed commissioners. This exceptional engagement is largely due to the leadership of Susan Green, whose contract is at risk with this cut. We need Susan's leadership to maintain this level of engagement and organize the knowledge and relationships that make this commission effective. Cutting or reducing the JAG budget could destroy it at the very least. It will suppress its ability to respond to the needs and concerns of women and families. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Jasmine Nahera. I am born and raised in this community, born in Davenport, now living in Watsonville. I too want to acknowledge the work that Monica Morales did here, and it is very easy to scapegoat a woman of color in leadership. She did the best she could with what she had, and the work that she did was transformative for us as leaders in South County. I too have a lot of empathy for the everybody in this room and everything that is on this agenda and the proposed budget and cuts. I worked for county behavioral health for 20 plus years. It's very difficult work, and these folks do an incredible job. I'm currently the CEO of PVPSA, and at PVPSA, we proudly serve thousands of youth and families across the Pájaro Valley through school and community-based mental health counseling, crisis intervention, substance use prevention, and wraparound services. Last year alone, we reached over 5,000 individuals, providing critical services that strengthen emotional well-being, family stability, and youth development. Every day we walk alongside families facing complex and compounding challenges, trauma, fiscal insecurity, housing instability, rises in cost of food, and a rapidly decreasing landscape of care. Losing essential Medi-Cal coverage and healthcare access for adults has a ripple effect. When parents can't access treatment, manage chronic conditions, or afford preventative care, the entire family suffers, including children. Children whose caregivers are sick, stressed, and untreated are more likely to experience emotional distress, school absences, and long-term behavioral health impacts. PVPSA sees the results in real time. Youth coming to school anxious, distracted, or depressed, often because of family instability caused by unaddressed adult health and mental health needs. As a trusted, community-rooted organization, PVPSA believes that all people deserve access to care regardless of income, immigration status, or background. Cuts to Medi-Cal would not only harm individuals, but undermine the well-being of our entire communities, particularly in underserved working-class regions like the Pájaro Valley. Thank you very much.
Come on up.
Look at that, it already started me. All right, so for those who don't know, my name is DeAndre James. My real job is being the father of two great kids. My day job is being the executive director of the Community Health Trust and a part of the PV Collaborative. I, in those roles, live in District 5, work in District 2 and 4, volunteer and help in District 1 and 3. I get the opportunity to work across this county daily and in my livelihood. And so these impacts and these things, it's not a time to be apart. It's a time to come together. You've heard from great people in this room. There's great CEOs and executive directors in this room. And so I think it's an opportunity because I know it's a hard job. I don't want it, and I don't envy any of you in your job. Hell, mine is hard enough. But it's not a time to be apart, it's time to come together. And so it's a time to be creative. It's a super time to be creative. Federal cuts, all those cuts are coming down upon us in here. And it's how we do it together that makes a difference. And so I don't know all about the budgets and who and that, and there are a bunch of hard decisions to make. But if we make them together, then we understand and we walk together. And so I get a sense that this wasn't done together. This was done apart. And so I think that's the missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity for us to do this together. It's going to be hard cuts. Nobody can deny that. There's going to be hard things we got to come. But if we do it together, we can understand and move together. So I implore you to rethink just how we move together in this difficult time. Thank you.
Good morning, Donna Young, CEO of Salud para la Gente. We serve almost 30,000 patients in the Pájaro Valley and provide over 182,000 visits per year. I'll keep my comments short because my colleagues and in the Pájaro Valley Collaborative have already reinforced the importance of Medi-Cal as a lifeline for our farm workers, for our migrants, for our undocumented, and that is who Salud serves. We do not collect information on anyone's ability to pay or insurance. We are open to everyone. Medi-Cal is threatened at the federal and the state level, and I'm truly disappointed with the fact that California is no longer leading the charge to provide universal coverage in our state. And instead, the May revise provided a very disappointing cut to agencies like mine, as well as others who serve Medi-Cal patients. 73% of our patients are insured by Medi-Cal. We receive payment for every visit. So when patients lose Medi-Cal, we lose the ability for consistent reimbursement. And without reimbursement, we're still providing the care, but it becomes uncompensated care. And the care is not free. We need to pay staff, stock supplies, keep our clinics open. And without Medi-Cal or enough grant support, we will be forced to absorb the cost and the healthcare system will be destabilized. Medi-Cal is a lifeline for so many in our community. And I'm looking to this group, if we do end up absorbing these costs, to figure out how are we going to support our undocumented patients and residents in our community. I'd also would like to take a moment to express deep appreciation for Monica Morales. I am new to this community, and she has been an amazing mentor. Oh, sorry, mentor and support. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Samantha Hayes-Asai, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm a research assistant with the Justice and Gender Commission. I focus on the impacts of incarceration on women and our youth. I've had the privilege to do this critical work for the last few years, since 2023, work that uplifts some of the most marginalized and silenced members of our very own community. You should be concerned by the proposal to eliminate this budget. Cutting this budget is not just a financial decision, it's a moral one. It would effectively dismantle the commission and sever the lifeline it provides to incarcerated women and their families in our community. This role cannot simply be reassigned or replaced. It requires someone with a deep understanding of nuanced systems that many people never even see. Dr. Susan Green has cultivated this through her rich background of decades of research in this work and her connection with the Santa Cruz community. Defunding this program is not just a blow to incarcerated women. It harms their children, destabilizes families, and this is going to cost taxpayers far more in the long run with higher rates of recidivism. We are living in a time when progressive, community-centered efforts are being rolled back across the country by this current administration. And I believe that Santa Cruz has the opportunity and the responsibility to choose a different path. Protecting this work is not just about maintaining a contract. It's about standing firmly in our values of equity, dignity, and justice, especially with our women. I urge you to preserve this contract and its funding in full. Let Santa Cruz continue to be a model of care and compassion, not a story of regression. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine McCormick, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Monarch Services. We last appeared before you on November 19th to advocate for the discretionary core funding to support vital services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Today, we're here to renew our appeal. As you know, we're operating in truly unprecedented times. The uncertainty of the economic landscape combined with this loss of core funding has placed our ability to continue providing therapy for survivors at serious risk. These services are not optional, they are essential. Therapy is a lifeline for people we serve, and without additional support, we face the devastating reality of having to eliminate this crucial care. Currently, Monarch spends approximately $120,000 each year to provide therapy sessions. After losing core funding, we aggressively pursued alternative grant opportunities. Unfortunately, the most promising state grant was recently eliminated from the upcoming budget by the governor's office. At the same time, our federal and state funding sources have been unreliable, swinging unpredictably from day to day. We respectfully ask the County of Santa Cruz to also stand with survivors by investing in their safety, recovery, and long-term healing. We are here today to speak on behalf of those whose voices are often left unheard in these chambers, those who have survived unimaginable violence and who rely on us to stand up for their rights to live free from violence and abuse. We urge you to consider funding Monarch so that we can continue to meet the growing and urgent need for services in this county. Your support will make a tangible difference in the lives of survivors and help ensure that they are not left behind. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, board members. My name is Dr. Susan Green. I'm a research associate in psychology at UCSC and have been staffed to the Justice and Gender Commission for the last 5 years. At the core of our commission is the value nothing about us without us, and we center the voices of women who are often locked away in our jail. Today, I'd like to take my time to read a quote that was shared at our May 8th JAG Commission meeting that focused on the psychological effects of solitary confinement. That day, 10 of the 35 women in custody in our jail were being locked up in a cell 23 hours a day. This is not a practice unique to Santa Cruz County Jail, but I believe here in Santa Cruz, we can and must do better. The following is from a woman who was incarcerated in our local jail about her experience in isolation, and she asked me to share it with you today. And I quote, "When I was in jail in O, I was the only woman in that area, and it was all male officers. I had a window in my cell. The door basically had a window. And I would have to time when to go to the bathroom because all the men would try to peek in and watch me. There was a cell directly across from me. There was an individual who constantly, every time I'd look out just to see what was going on, he was looking at me. And when they'd come out, they would be able to walk around and be literally up to my door. One person kept trying to talk to me. I would just put my blanket over my head and they'd shove tea bags and papers under my door. And I'm like, get away. And nobody really stopped them. So I'd time when to go to the bathroom because I was surrounded by men. And there's a camera right here. And I'm just like, wow, this is crazy. They're watching me go to the bathroom. Not only the officers, which I kind of get because I'm in O and, you know, I'm in jail. So I kind of get the officers look at you in your cell in the toilet and everything, which is hard to deal with. But the neighbors would come to my door and just stare.
Hi, good morning. My name is Emma Ledvina. I'm a mother, community member, and director of the Parent Center, and I'm here today to ask you to continue to fully fund the leadership infrastructure for the Justice and Gender Commission. Thank you, Supervisor Cummings, for pulling this item. I'm sorry that myself and others are speaking now. Sadly, we have full-time jobs and can't stay for the full agenda. As you all know, the JAG Commission has grown into a highly effective body with sustained participation, not only from its 16 appointed commissioners, but from 25 to 30 members of the public at every meeting, and 3 working subcommittees of 8 to 12 members each. JAG has also proven itself as a space where work gets done, in advocating for reopening the Blaine Street Women's Facility, creating equitable access to services that men were receiving at Roundtree, and creating the Safe Release Program with Monarch Services for women leaving jail with no safe place to live, and in advocating for in-person contact visits for children and their parents. This kind of consistent engagement and advocacy cannot be taken lightly. These actions directly impact family stability, public safety, and the dignity of incarcerated women in our county. Without this funding, the JAG Commission's vital work will be gutted. Respectfully, the CEO's staff do not have the expertise, the relationships, the depth of knowledge of the research, or the sensitivity to be able to facilitate this work and to engage people with lived expertise. They also currently do not have time to even attend subcommittee meetings, let alone have the time to plan, organize, and facilitate them. I know that JAG is the only commission to have staff, which is allegedly why it is on the chopping block. But the reality is having a staffed commission is working in a way that few others are. After all the time and money the county has spent on increasing the work and engagement of commissions, why would we impede the work of the most successful one? Defunding JAG would silence marginalized voices and dismantle a commission making real change. I know that you all have some very hard decisions to make, and I also know that there are at least 74 people working for the county making over $200,000. I also know law enforcement's budget actually managed to increase. Honestly, it is a little bit painful watching us all to try to convince you to support.
Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to come and talk with you guys and lean in a little bit more to vulnerability rather than last time. It was a more intelligence and persuasive approach that I was employing. So what I really want to say is where I'm at now, and I am general manager at the East Beach Street House for Women in Watsonville. a Carrillo College student. I am projected to graduate next year with 4 associate's degrees and to move on from there in public service journalism. And none of that would be possible if it weren't for the Safe Release program, which I was one of the first recipients of the benefits of that program. They helped me 3 times. I am literally safe and alive today because of it. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here with my colleagues, and I just want to say hello. My name is Clementina Cruz. I was born and raised in Santa Cruz, and I've proudly served this community as a public servant in both Santa Cruz and Watsonville County laboratories, providing essential diagnostic services to our most at-risk patients. I'm here today with the message for the community and the Board of Supervisors. The proposal to eliminate our public lab without alternative plan is reckless and short-sighted. Eliminating the lab services means patients ranging from just a few days old to over 100 years old will be denied their critical testing for STDs, HIV, and hepatitis C, and other testing. Mental health services, patients will be denied timely lab completion in order to receive their medications. Providers will be extremely challenged to care for their patients without timely lab results. Treatment plans will stall, appointments will get canceled, patients are forced to seek care elsewhere. This doesn't just hurt our patients, it jeopardizes the funding tied to grant programs, physician services, creating a ripple effect of harm. This decision ultimately will cost the county more money in the long run, and more importantly, put the health and safety of our patients at serious risk. These decisions will delay diagnosis, disrupt proactive care, and deny residents access to current health care they are entitled to. Meanwhile, management is claiming they don't have money. Meanwhile, they have hired 13 new management positions. Management is refusing to acknowledge their poor spending choice and are trying to justify cuts by claiming the lab is the problem. This is unacceptable. My time's up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cassie. I'm a public health nurse and I work at the Homeless Persons Health Project. I'm trying to fly without notes mostly today, so bear with me. I've lived in District 2 for almost 40 years. And I've worked at the county for about 5 years. So when I came on, I remember when we were essential workers, we were celebrated, we were battling COVID. We were with the patients face to face, risking our lives. I had a patient the other day tell me, "You started during COVID? I can't believe you're still alive." So yes, patients see it too. The reason I'm speaking today is I feel very concerned about how our leadership and personnel department are mirroring the federal government in top-loading leadership positions, and who's paying the price is the people with the smallest voice, and that's happening nationally. And I think that you guys are better than that. I saw you all at Pride. I loved that. That's awesome to see you guys walking. And I feel like Santa Cruz is better than that. I don't like the idea that the little guy is paying the price for these bad decisions that were made, because people with mental health challenges, homeless people, they have the least political voice. So it's easy to cut their services. What are they going to do? But it's really unfair. I'm going to read a small thing that my coworker wrote because he couldn't be here, but here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Management is blocking hiring for revenue generating positions, the vacant nurse practitioner position in HPHP, for example. That position brings in nearly $2 million in revenue annually per HSA management's past reports to the board. That's the same amount they're claiming to save by privatizing labs and closing X-ray. Support our work and allow us to generate more revenue instead of privatizing and eliminating critical clinic services. Thank you.
Good morning, Esmeralda Torres, Program Director with Monarch Services and Direct Overseer of the Safe Release Program. I'm here to ask you today to please consider in keeping full funding for the Justice and Gender Task Commission. I have been a case manager and advocate for justice-involved women for over 10 years. I have seen and worked with these women who have experienced some of the stories that you heard today. This commission is successful because of the leadership it has had. This commission has grown year after year. Community members want to attend those meetings. The subcommittee meetings are also getting larger because of the large interest that there is in trying to find justice and alternative ways to help these women who endure different types of abuse and violence in the different judicial systems. So again, I just want to ask you to consider fully funding the program because it has worked. It is a space where survivors get to speak their truths, their experiences, and there is no other platform in our county to be able to do that. Listening to survivors' voices has really helped the community come together and think about what are we doing wrong and how can we bring justice to these women. Thank you so much.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos. I want to speak with you this morning, also following along the lines of all the concern about health and safety this morning, but relate it to the proposed battery energy storage system at Minto Road, 90 Minto Road, that is in permitting now. I urge you to please install a moratorium on our county's progression of lithium-based battery energy storage. It is a dangerous, dangerous technology, and we need to put the brakes on it until safe technology, which is on the horizon, can be implemented. I also ask that you convene a technical advisory panel to help write our county's best ordinance. Right now, New Leaf and their consultant, Dudek, is doing that for us, and that is unacceptable. The public has no input on it. I am reading minutes of the County Emergency Council, Management Council. OR3 is in on it. Where is the public? You and I both know that once it gets to you on September 9th, it is a done deal, and the public will once again be shut out. San Juan Capistrano City Council bravely stood up and unitedly said no to BESS lithium in their community because of the dangers to their community and the environment. I'm asking you to do the same. Morro Bay, the city of Morro Bay, has done the same. You can also unite with them and say no to lithium BESS in our county. I have a document from the Watsonville Wetlands Watch Planning and Conservation Committee. Questions to New Leaf. New Leaf says if there's a fire, and that's not going to happen, it would only stay within the footprint of the project. That is ludicrous. These are the
Buenos días. Me llamo Oscar Ríos. Thank you for being here for yourselves. And I am so glad to see you. You know, this is the best time. When you ran and you knock on all those doors, you said, vote for me. I will represent you. I will make the right decisions. Vote for me. Vote for me. And all your volunteers, come on. And you gave them rallies about we have to go and get people to vote for us because we will win because we know what has to be done. Well, this is your test. This is your test. And all the time that you will be in that podium and you're going to look, all of us here, we're going to remind you. We're going to remind you. And we're also going to thank you. Not only come and complain, because you hear a lot of that, but we're going to come and say thank you. Thank you so much for what you do, and especially for the most vulnerable. So when you eat a strawberry, a banana, okay, bananas, they're not cultivated here, but strawberries are. When you have a shake, when you wake up and you order breakfast, think about who is doing that job and what's going to happen to them when their services are cut. What's going to happen to them mentally we know already what happens to us, right? We know how nervous we get when we need help. We know how nervous we get when we don't have the medicine and we cannot pay for the bills. So how are people that are the lowest going to pay for it? So remember, vote for me. Come on, vote for me. See, I smile. I am yours. Okay. Prove it. Now. Gracias.
It was an honor to hear him speak. That was incredible. It's nice to be here, everyone. Thanks for all the effort that it takes to be with us and be present with us and to hear us out. It's so important what we're here to do together to do. I work at management mental health program for Encompass Community Services. I'm speaking on behalf of my own will and testament, and so I just wanted to name like the consequences of the cuts. When we look at potentially CASA P, hearing about that now, we look at Telos, we look at MHCAN, Gemma House, the labs. I understand that times are really hard right now. There's no question about it. What we're not maybe discussing so overtly right now is what the cost is going to be for our societies. It's been mentioned. So the largest mental health bed capacity is, from what I understand, the jail. So what I'm concerned about mostly is like taking a look at that. What does that mean? It means people who are coming through experiencing homelessness, experiencing mental health distress, extreme states. This is the criminalization of the, I hate to say mentally ill, but just for impact, criminalization of the mentally ill. This is a bigger picture of what's going to come down the way. We're going to have less resources for people to be able to be a part of services. I also went through the mental health system significantly when I was younger, so I have lived experience of being able to struggle with the hell on earth that mental health conditions can convey and be a part and express with people. The fallout to this is monumental. And I hate just to come up and complain about things without offering some kind of solution. And I don't know that I have one, but I think that what is so important is that we think about matching what other counties are doing with the budget. So we're looking at, are we paying the same for our mental health services that other counties are paying? Can we draw down a different categorization from a smaller rural community into a more broad, we're a pretty wealthy community. How can we maximize our drawdown of money so that we can offer support and money and services to the people who most need it? Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Tracy Kennedy, and I work for both Telecare and Encompass. I've worked for a couple of different programs within Encompass, and I am here speaking on my behalf. I've had the great fortune to serve as a social work intern with the county SEDS outpatient program. I was a social work intern with the Telecare on the PUF side, and now I do per diem work on both the CSP and the PUF. I've worked with Second Story, I've worked at CASA P, and I currently am a program manager for Return Project, which works with justice-involved individuals and is funded by AB 109 funding. With that wide net of seeing all those different pieces in our county, I really have been super aware of all the deficits in our county in mental health services. And we already do not have enough treatment beds for our need. The loss of Telos is going to be gravely felt. We have people that stay at Telecare, super expensive for one day of treatment. They stay for multiple days past when they really could be discharged because there is nowhere for them to go. They're waiting for a step-down program, they're waiting for a bed, and there's no bed. So now we've lost 6 more and potentially more with CASA P. I know that this is a horrible thing to have to balance a budget. I encourage you to look at the wider budget and see what is more appropriate and less impactful to the greater being. I've recently learned that there's like $10 million going into retrofitting the juvenile hall. I guess it's a matching thing, but there's only 8 kids in there. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy, and I am a Santa Cruz native, and I wanted to, hi, Manu, Monica, Felipe, Justin, Kimberly. I wanted to show up because you already know all the statistics. You have all the information, I believe, that you need to base your decision on. And so I'm here as a mom. My son is in the system. He's an adult and he is one of the ones waiting. He's for a bed. He's been through the system several times of rehab, substance use disorder, recovery, inpatient and outpatient, and relying on the care in Building K at Emmeline for enhanced mental care healthcare. And I come with mixed feelings because the system as it stands, as it's functioning now, is highly, highly problematic. And what I know to the core of my being is that he will not stay alive without these resources. He will not. The last time I was in the hospital with him, I held his hands as his neck wounds, self-inflicted, were stitched up. He will not survive. I am white, I'm well educated, I'm articulate, I have a flexible job schedule that I can show up today and speak on behalf of all of us moms who are doing everything we can, limited resources, to keep our children alive, whether they're children or adults. Thank you so much for listening, and I trust that the force is with you.
Good morning. I'm Carol Williamson. I lost my son Nate to suicide. He did not survive the difficulties of bipolar disorder, and he tragically left us at age 24. So I volunteered as the president for NAMI Santa Cruz from 2008 till 2021, and I worked hard with my main issue to increase the availability of treatment beds, residential beds, and all kinds of services. Unfortunately, over all these years, increase hasn't happened. In fact, decreases are on the table. Fewer beds, and what we have is really inadequate. It was bad enough losing Dominican Behavioral Health Unit, 28 beds, and then getting just a 16-bed psychiatric health facility. We have to send so many individuals over the hill for expensive out-of-county treatment. And I'm really shocked to hear that we might be losing Telos, a subacute bed treatment stay, and also possibly Casa Pacific. So the main key resource holding all of this leaking dike situation are the staff members, the dedicated humans that put their finger in the dike of this leaking situation. And those are all the humans that are at behavioral health services and at our contracting people, Front Street, Encompass, Monarch, all of these other people. So we can't lose the people in addition to the losses of and lack of growth in facilities. We would be going in the wrong direction. So I just ask you to please rethink whatever possible other solutions you can come up with. Thank you for your dedication.
Manu, just because I was here last time, I didn't think I was going to talk today, but I'm not going to say.
Speak on the mic, please. Speak on the mic, please.
244 13th Avenue. I'm Rain. They call me Rain. I don't know if you read the book, but I was going to ask you, did you read the book I gave you last time? Conversations with God? You don't have to answer me, right? But Manu, kids like the books. Now, I only have a couple minutes left. Now, look at this. You know the sheriff will come to my house? You guys know me?
Please speak on the mic.
House. I'm so nervous. Look at this piece. Look at all the sheriff cards. More are home. They've all been to my house. You know why? Because autistic people have stayed in my house. And they yell to the neighbors. The neighbors have been calling 150 times. You guys have been to my house, right? 150 times. It stopped. Now it stopped. No, it stopped. I'm on a mental health diversion plan. I'm a postpartum care provider, doula, a mother, and a reflexologist. And my husband committed suicide in our backyard 5.5 years ago. 5 years ago, I said, I got to start doing something to keep busy, right? Okay, so I went down to Food Not Bombs and met some really interesting people, but they're all on the street. One guy slept in front of my house last night. Okay, and that's fine with me. You can tell all your sheriffs. If anything, they bring by my house, okay? You know where it is, right? And because it starts, mental health care starts in the house and with the youth. And I have one guy I've been helping Justice Howard. He's basically all these places. It took 5 years for him to get in, to go to jail for a month, and he didn't. Until the judge said, "What's wrong?" So this is
Thank you.
people, and do not close facilities. So bring more people coming here.
Thank you.
That's what I do. And here's your part. If you don't call me, how many people know me up me except many? You know, I'm really different sad. Don't call me.
Thank you. We're going to move public comment to online comments. We have been over an hour and a half on public comment. I am going to move the public comment online to 1 minute.
Where did he go? Oh, and Judge Guy said, I'm so glad you contributed. And I can't.
Can we get help? Thank you. If we can move to online comment, please. 1 minute.
Andrea, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, county supervisors and county staff. My name is Andrea Carlos Willie, and I'm the Impact and Resource Development Officer at Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Today, I'm speaking as a member of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, and I reside in Supervisor DeSerpa's district. First, I would like to thank Monica Morales, Health Services Agency Director for the County of Santa Cruz, for her service as she moves on to a new career opportunity. Monica was born and raised in the Pajaro Valley and attended our schools. She has held significant leadership position in the California Department of Public Health and served with exemplary integrity, depth of community engagement, and as a leader who activated the county's equity statement daily. Secondly, I want to acknowledge you face challenges as a board during this difficult deliberation and decision budget period. We at the PV Collaborative ask that you put people over politics and people over pavement. Please work with us to find new solutions to develop strategies to protect vulnerable communities and preserve our county's healthcare system. Thank you very much.
Erica, your microphone is now available.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Erica Padilla Chavez, and I have the pleasure of serving as the CEO of your food bank, Second Harvest. First, I want to quickly just begin by thanking Health Services Agency Director Monica Morales for all the comments that my prior PVC colleagues have stated. Monica, we will miss you. Thank you for being such a strong champion for our entire county. I want to say this. I have heard everything that was said this morning. This is the year where we have to prioritize human-centered services, or as Maria Elena put it, people over pavement. And I know you have those discussions tomorrow. But I'd like to offer an opportunity for this board to work differently, to find solutions to a complicated problem. Can you please take action to form an essential services task force that brings CBO philanthropy, county leaders together so that we can find solutions to a complicated issue. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Anastasia, your microphone's now available.
Hello. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time and your hard work. I'm here as a proud Soquelite. I deeply care about our county's well-being and believe that cutting so many behavioral health services will cause unnecessary harm to everyone, not just to our county's most vulnerable populations. You are very lucky if you've never had to manage a mental health condition of your own or to take care of someone who has one. But if you haven't, then you might not know the deep relief that comes from places like MHCAN, Telos, Casa Pacific Gem House, or from having the care of a competent provider. These supports are often the only lights at the end of a very deep and dark tunnel, and I'm saddened by the idea that those who will struggle with their mental health in the future might not have these lifelines. These are places where people find practical and emotional support they may not otherwise have, and a way to give back to others in society. Cutting these services means untreated mental health services, which will lead to increased substance abuse, suicides, and homelessness.
No further speakers, Chair. Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Martinez, I think we are ready now that public comment has finished to move into the budget presentation. So I don't know if you want to go directly to that or if you want to take a 5-minute break. It's up to you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then we'll rejoin for the budget presentation at 10:41. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to bring it back and I'm going to introduce regular agenda item number 8. Consider presentation on the, are we on number 8?
Number 5.
Sorry, agenda item number 5. Thank you. County Executive Office opening remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Martinez and members of the board. I'm Carlos Palacios, County Executive Officer, and I have with me Nicole Coburn, our Assistant County Executive Officer, and Marcus Pimentel, our County Budget Manager. I wanted to start out my remarks with an overview of the entire budget situation that we are facing. During the public comment today, Rama Khalsa, who is our former Health Services Agency Director, commented that this reminds her of the 2008 budget when the county was facing the Great Recession. If you remember those days. And we aren't there yet. Thank goodness we're not at that point. But just to remind the board, 2008, what the county did during that big budget crisis, the county actually had to do major cuts, including completely eliminating the Parks and Community Services Department, eliminating countywide furloughs and countywide layoffs, eliminating all of our infrastructure and roads budget. And like I said, we're not there. That was 2008, and that happened statewide, countywide, nationwide. I was in Watsonville at the time, and we faced similar cuts at that time. But I will say that there is a lot of concern about what's happening at the federal and state level. Half of our budget, just is coming from the state and federal sources, 1/2 of our budget. So we are very dependent on what happens in Sacramento and what happens in Washington, D.C. At the federal level, there's two major pieces of legislation that we are paying very close attention to. One is the Budget Reconciliation Bill, which extends the 2017 tax cuts. That Budget Reconciliation Bill was approved by the House recently and is now in the Senate. That bill requires major cuts to Medi-Cal and other safety net programs, including imposing a work requirement, more frequent eligibility determination, and reduces the federal share of Medi-Cal costs at the state level. We anticipate that bill would be approved by the fall. The annual budget for FY 2026 at the federal level was also introduced by the president. That budget contains major cuts to the safety net. Just to give you an example, housing and urban development in the president's budget is facing a 44% cut. Health and Human Services, which funds many of the programs that we've been talking about today, is facing a 26% cut. Now, these cuts are in addition to the cuts that are being contemplated in the Budget Reconciliation Bill. So we're watching that. That'll be approved by October 1st. And then the state budget, the governor's budget includes $5 billion in cuts in Medi-Cal. That is one of the major premises of the state may revise in the state budget that he introduced. That budget is being debated in the Assembly and in the Senate, and they will have to approve that budget by June 15th. At the same time, this governor's May revised budget did not include any funding for Prop 36, which CSAC estimates will cost $250 million to counties across the state. There's no funding as another unfunded mandate. And it also includes piecemeal funding for a number of our homeless services. What the problem with that is that there's no sustainable services funding for our services that we're providing. So in addition to developing 3 navigation centers and many other permanent supportive housing,
The difficulties is that the state is providing one-time funding for those programs. It is not providing any ongoing funding for those. So just to give you an example, in the 3 navigation centers, there's funding for 2 years of operation in those. And then after that, there's no funding. We're supposed to make it up using CalAIM and Medi-Cal. But the CalAIM and Medi-Cal is at risk because of the feds. So anyway, it's a very difficult and complicated budget situation. And more than likely what's going to happen is that in Sacramento, they're basically calling this a placeholder budget that they will approve on June 15th. They will come back in October. There's likely to be a special session of the legislature to approve major budget reductions based on what happens at the federal level. The federal budget and the reconciliation bill will likely be approved also by October 1st. So more than likely, we will be returning in October to reopen our budget based on what happens at the state level and the federal level. And that's fully anticipated in Sacramento. That's what everybody's talking about. So anyway, I just want to provide that overview before we get into the more specifics of our budget proposal. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole Coburn, our Assistant County Executive Officer who oversees the budget and is going to give you a presentation and then an overview.
So good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. I'm Nicole Coburn, Assistant CEO. To my right is Marcus Pimentel, our County Budget Manager. We're going to present on, give an overview of the proposed budget for 25-26. I'm going to start it off by talking about and just reminding you of some of the federal and state funding risks, which CEO Palacios already provided somewhat of a summary of. Today, you're going to be approving a consent agenda that consists of the general government department budgets, our county financing budgets, and 2 of the health and human services budgets. Those are for child support services and core investments. And then we'll move to the regular agenda where you'll hear the Health Services Agency, the Human Services Department, and capital projects. I want to note, which you'll be hearing about later, health services is just a presentation today. The budget itself is going to continue to June 10th for action. So with that, I'm going to start out by just highlighting some of our county achievements before we get into the budget and some of the other heavy topics. We've had numerous achievements in the proposed budget. We highlighted 277 across all of our departments. We've completed 70 operational plan objectives, and the proposed budget also consists of the objectives that we're proposing for our new 2-year operational plan. Some of the key things that you're aware of, I know we're very proud of the 24/7 mobile crisis response team and also working on the Children's Crisis Center, which will be opening later this year. We completed all of our library projects, which are beautiful. And we've worked on our housing element and the rezones for that, improved numerous road improvements and intersection improvements around the county. We're continued to expand our South County Government Center operations and the services that are provided to residents in Watsonville and neighboring communities. So as CEO Palacios mentioned, we are in the middle of looking to see what happens at the federal and state levels with respect to budget impacts. Congress is currently negotiating both the 2025 reconciliation, which has some very significant impacts to county services for our safety net programs, as well as the 2026 budget request that the president issued earlier this spring. The state budget, as CEO Palacios mentioned, is working towards a deal to meet that June 15th deadline. That won't be the end. After they reach an agreement, there's going to be budget junior bills that are taken up in July and potentially August, and that will be signed by the governor or vetoed by the governor by September. So we anticipate further changes to the state budget just based on the current proposal over the summer. We are at the second budget hearing here for the county's proposed budget. As CEO Palacios mentioned, whatever happens at the federal and state levels over the summer, we anticipate potentially coming back to the board with a special session in October to revisit the budget and to propose budget reductions. We don't currently know what that looks like. And so we are thinking through steps to get there, but depending on what happens at the federal and state levels, we'll be coming back to you with some further actions. So in terms of federal and state funding, we just want to remind you and the community that it's very significant. Federal funds make up over 1/3 of the state budget. It funds over $112 billion in Medi-Cal. Much of that comes to counties to fund our safety net programs and Medi-Cal. The January proposed state budget included more than $170 billion in federal funds. And then the governor's May revised had reductions to the state budget of $2.5 billion. Some of that is going to impact what is happening here at our local level in terms of the changes in undocumented residents who receive some of our Medi-Cal benefits. The county budget itself relies heavily on federal funding. These provide essential services to protect our public health, support our vulnerable residents, maintain our infrastructure, and strengthen our local economy. The programs that are heavily funded by federal funding sources, as you know, are Medi-Cal, which is Medicaid at the federal level, CalFresh, which is food assistance, which is SNAP at the federal level, and then CalWorks, which is cash aid, or TANF at the federal level. The county budget, half of the general fund budget, over half, is funded by federal sources or state sources that are pass-throughs from the federal government. We've already seen a number of federal impacts, and we have a response team that's set up to address changes at the federal and state levels. This is overseen by Elisa Benson, who is the other assistant CEO. We are collecting data, analyzing that data, performing legal review and analysis, anticipating fiscal impacts, coming up with mitigation strategies, working and collaborating with our community partners, and advocating at federal and state levels to minimize impacts. We anticipate that 1 in 3 county Medi-Cal enrollees may be impacted by the Medi-Cal changes. That is 30,000 people who live in our county of our 274,000 residents. We could see impacts across all of those programs that I mentioned, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWorks. FEMA is an area where we are very concerned what may happen there in terms of receiving, and Marcus will talk about this further, receiving obligations in cash to both pay for current repairs that are in progress, but more importantly, pay the $80 million in debt that we issued last year. We have debt service that cost the county we paid, I believe, about $12 million in May to pay down that debt. And that is going to be picked up by both the general fund and the road fund. But if we can get those FEMA reimbursements to continue to come in, we are banking on those payments to help pay that debt service. It's very important. So I'm going to turn it over to Marcus, who is going to pick it up and talk more about the risks of federal delays.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, our financing plan that resulted in issuing nearly $90 million in debt last year, $80 million external bonds. We now expect another $27 million next year and the year after in federal reimbursements, some of it federal highway, some of it FEMA. That's part of our financing plan. If that doesn't come into place, our debt service costs are going to go up, which could add ultimately about $4 million a year of annual costs. So it's really imperative that the federal government performs on their obligations and their commitments of reimbursing us for our claims. As Carlos and Nicole mentioned, the state budget is also very concerning. As if you saw this, as the federal government goes, so does the state. As the state budget goes, so do we. We are a direct extension of a lot of times of the state and federal government. So as the state is facing potential new federal threats, so will we. As the state is conducting special study sessions in the fall, so will we. We would expect more considerable reductions from both federal and then the state cascading impacts roll down to us. The state's governors may revise was a precursor. It wasn't the plan. It did not respond to the potential threats that they'll face from federal reductions. So that already included $5 billion in reductions in Medi-Cal. That's just the beginning. So we're concerned about that. We're concerned what has already been proposed that reduces Medi-Cal funding, no Proposition 36 funding, and eliminates future funding and sustainable funding for our housing programs. All this is the backdrop for our 25-26 proposed budget that now includes some of the supplemental budget recommendations. We've done all this trying to anticipate where we can and right size where we must the current year operations and next year's operations. We don't yet include significant reductions from the federal government or the cascading impacts from the state. Again, that will come in the form of a fall conversation of an ongoing budget deliberation, possibly in September and more likely in October. The way the budget is shaped now, our $1.2 billion budget, about $800 million is in the general fund. And as compared to our adopted budget, that's $65 million less than last year's adopted budget. Across the entire county budget, we're $170 million less than our adopted budget in this current year. Many of these slides you've seen before, so I'm just setting the stage and reminding you what's to come over these next couple of days and what we'll continue to be working on. Every year as part of our budget process, we have supplemental additions that come in place. Sometimes there's new revenue sources or changes from when departments submitted their proposals. One of the changes that came forward was adding 8 new positions in the supplemental process that is now part of Community Development and Infrastructure's budget proposal that you'll hear about tomorrow. It's included in their board letter. That includes 2 positions for building permit technicians and 6 positions to bring the green waste recycling in-house to the county. So from when we last presented April 29th about the proposed budget, since then 8 new positions have been recommended to be added to the budget as part of our supplemental process. No other changes yet have been made to the proposed reductions. Those will be discussed next Tuesday, June 10th, as we continue our budget hearings about the options for reductions. Across the entire general fund, $240 million is our $45 million is our general fund financing. That's flexible. So you started with that $1.2 billion amount and you get down to $245 million. That's our flexible funding. Most of that is going to support our services and our public safety and law and health and human services. Across the entire county general fund, $544 million is revenue that we receive directly to help ourselves. And then we have tax base that becomes available to us to allocate across departments. And that will be discussed and previewed in each of the department presentations you have today. It's also discussed in each of the board letters included on consent. Within our general fund revenues, we are experiencing, as compared to last year's adopted budget, a little bit of a setback. We included last year a higher expectation of fee reimbursements that are not going to be there in this current cycle, about $14 million less this year in those reimbursements. Some of that was success. We received reimbursements faster than we expected due to advocacy in the prior presidential cabinet. Our taxes are doing okay, except for sales tax. Sales tax continues to be on a downward trend. We revised in February our 24-25 estimates of sales tax, and our budget includes a reduced projection from our forecast. So our sales taxes, we're seeing some erosion there. We're seeing consumers starting to pull back, and that's a national trend as we're seeing here locally. When we look out into our forecast, so there's a couple things that are at play here. We were presented to you today, and as you'll hear from every department, is the proposed budget. In addition to the proposed budget that sets a total amount of spending authority, we develop a forecast that's more of our credible forecast, what we think we'll actually spend, what we think we'll actually collect. So often you can think of things like salary and benefits and professional services that in the budget level are near full authority of full cost, but through vacancies or delays in professional spending or capital projects, instead of getting them all built in 1 year, might take 3 years. There are often less cash flows going out in the year. So we put a lot of effort into updating our forecast regularly. Our forecasts for 25-26 are right now to be a balanced budget, and that is in line with our proposed budget. but we're still seeing some deficit problems, $7 million, $7.4 million in 26, 27 before the impacts of federal reductions. So we still have a deficit challenge that we're trying to solve for 26, 27 in our out year of $7.4 million. We do expect, and I've talked before, as we get to the 2030s, for a lot of reasons, we've been doing a lot of resetting cost structures, and with some new revenues that come on board, we should have some more flexibility in the 2030s. But over the next several years, we're still seeing some concerns in our forecast. As compared to our general fund reserves in the chart on the right, it tracks our total reserves at just nearly $100 million, $96 million, $97 million, $98 million. Let me keep doing my math better. But a lot of that is reserves assigned for particular purposes. In particular, there's $51 million for health, for federal qualified health clinics. So that's meant to serve the Medi-Cal community. When that's taken out, our total reserves actually dropped to equivalency of 2.9 payroll cycles. So that's concerning, as it is when we look at our peer average. Our peer average reserves per capita, we'd be at 216 million, and we're at half that. So our peers across the state are better funded, have better reserves, and are better able to navigate through these economic challenges and federal policy challenges. We're not positioned there to do as, we're not as fortunate. So just pausing that, a lot of that is a recap of what we did on April 29th. We reviewed some of this on February 20th, May 20th with the May revise. In today's actions, we're asking the board to consider all the individual department budgets that are included on consent. All the general government budgets are included on consent. They're in the packet. And we're asking for action on the health and human services on consent, which includes child support and core services. The rest of the actions today will be presentations to you. Across all of our general government, we're allocating $162 million of resources to fund. The general funds portion of that is 38 million, and 123 million is other funds. So across general government, it's mostly other funded through internal service funds, such as our property and liability risk funds, and information services and general information services. As far as the general fund contribution, this entire category gets $23 million of that general fund contribution. So less than 10% of our general fund contribution goes to basically our general governmental services that often don't have sustainable revenue sources behind them. As far as staffing changes across this entire category, there's two. One is transferring 3 positions from human services into personnel, and a temporary increase in the Board of Supervisors that we expect to neutral out to net zero. Right now, the budget includes an addition of 1 position, but we expect during the year that position will be, we'll get back to an 18 staffing level by the end of the year. Also on consent is our county financing overview. These are our technical budgets that includes our general fund contingency, debt service, and county revenue. 18.9 million in total expenditures for this category. Our general contingency budget is underfunded. We typically fund at 1% of expenditures. We are short by 1.3 million at 0.8% of general fund. There are more reductions likely to come as some of our member contribution. The county is a member, has a membership in other associations such as our animal services or 911 communication center. We expect those center costs to increase, and as they do, our general fund contingency would be reduced for those increases. We've also included in our debt service fund the addition of $1.5 million. It's the contribution for the 24 disaster financing and financing package. In our general county revenues, we are adding the full year of Measure K. Last year was a partial year, so this year the full base of Measure K is on board. That added $3.2 million of sustainable revenue. And the general fund in total, through a general county resources, is providing $4 million to our roads and infrastructure and vegetation management programs through community development, and they'll talk a lot about that tomorrow, in addition to $1 million towards our aging county facilities. We've also done a transfer and recognizing an ongoing increase in our property and liability funds. Unlike some of our other cost categories, we're seeing a year-over-year double-digit % growth in property claims and liability claims and insurance for the county's assets. And that's starting to creep up, and we're to the point where we've got a $4.7 million add this year in the general county revenue to fund that. Health and Human Services, the budgets you'll see today for starting with health services as soon as we're done and human services, again, are before any federal budget threats or reductions that are coming forward. And on consent are child and core services. Across this entire category, there's 515 million of resources. The general fund is largely that amount. The exception is within HSA's environmental health. Some of theirs is a special revenue fund. This category receives $54 million of the general fund contribution. The largest amounts go to human and health services. And across their staffing, human services, the reduction of 3 is a transfer to personnel. The health and health services agency, their reduction of a net 74.4 is, as we talked about, and you'll hear more consideration about that next Tuesday, June 10th, as part of the regular agenda item. And then as part of the June 10th board budget action, that's when you'll formally consider the HSA's proposed budget. Today is just an informational presentation. And then tomorrow, or excuse me, next Tuesday will be the consideration of HSA's budget, where you'll be able to get more details about the reduction plan. Child support services was a state funding cut that resulted in 2 reductions. Again, like human and health, we expect child support might get another hit as the state budget gets their own hit from the federal impacts. As far as capital projects, you'll hear that at the tail end of today's presentation. We'll have an overview of our new capital improvement program that includes the funding this year of a little over $7 million of capital projects. And you'll get a lot more detail about that. In our new expanded 5-year CIP plan, we've identified $396 million in total active projects across the county that have 45 different funding sources. Again, you get a lot more details about that a little later today. And then as far as this is near the end of our overview warm-up act presentation, as we get to today's actions, following this presentation, you'll have the consent agenda that includes all of those regular items that we talked about. You'll be asked to approve the consent agenda except for the item that was pulled. And then here you'll have the presentations and consider the budget for human services and the capital projects. And you'll hear the presentation from health services, but there'll be no action on the health services budget. Within that, at the end of today's hearings will continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, June 4th. That ends our presentation, and we're available for questions, but I think most of your questions might be related to departments who are presenting next.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up to the public for any public comments on item number 6, sorry.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Cusiolets. I'm SEIU 521 chapter president. I've spoken to you many times before. I've tried to always bring data. I've almost always brought urgency, and unfortunately, I've usually brought demands. This time is no different because I'm here to speak up against the unjust and financially unsustainable proposal being brought forward by the CAO and Personnel's office. I sent you all an independent analysis of Santa Cruz County's financial positions yesterday, and we just had an in-depth one now. HSA and HSD are struggling, with upper management having failed to proactively adapt to CalAIM, not hiring a vast cohort of licensed providers who would be able to bill and bring in revenue to help us sustain and endure all of the things that you've just witnessed. Instead, we're left with a skeleton crew working themselves to death. You heard a lot of personal stories today, but mostly you heard people asking you to make a choice. What do you envision for Santa Cruz County? Do you want the CEO's vision, a continually bloated management class supervising an unstable and constantly fluctuating bevy of contracts with for-profit providers, outside providers whose employees can't generally afford to live in the state, let alone the county, contractors beholden to their board of directors, not the board of supervisors? Or do you want the stability of a strong and vibrant public health workforce, ready and able to serve as the backbone of this county? Because those public service jobs, those union jobs, we fought for decades to be a pillar of the community, because that's what it takes to afford to live here, to raise a family here, and to be able to afford to serve the people here. That's what we are, public servants. And right now, we're facing union busting. Our jobs, our livelihoods, and our families are under threat. Please stand with us. Stand with SEIU 521. Protect us, protect Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good morning, Becky Steinbrunner. Thank you for the summary report here this morning. And I look forward to hearing more detailed information later today and tomorrow. What is clear is that there will be other actions before your board coming based on delayed information of federal and state budget. So I want to ask you to take to heart what many of the people who came to you this morning asked for is a place at the table to work collaboratively with you to come up with alternative solutions to this problem. I was especially moved by the man who said, we need to do this together. And that involves us all. So please take delayed action. Continue this until you have better information. Don't rush to the door and approve massive cuts at a time when you are not sure of what's coming down the pike and you have now time, it appears, and an opportunity to work collaboratively with those who are affected and the families that they serve. Thank you.
Any public comment online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, see if any of the board members have any questions, comments. I'll just go in order, starting from my left.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assistant CEO Coburn and Budget Manager Pimentel for the presentation. One question is, what additional bonding capacity do we have at this time, if any? I mean, if we did experience another winter like 2023, would we be able to issue another similar bond, or what size could we even consider?
That's a great question. We are currently exploring more creative options to expand our bonding capacity. We were near our limit last year, and we were looking at some new alternatives that might give us some flexibility, but we're getting to the point. Effectively, it's not necessarily a one for one, but effectively we kind of operate like a home, a person might. If they have an asset, a car or a house, they can lean on that, they can leverage debt on that. We've used our county facilities in a way that feels like that. And as we start, as we've attached most of our debt to many of our new county facilities and our older county facilities, we have less available. So that's part of our challenge. We actually have enough debt capacity legally to go way high, but our problem is we don't have enough quality county facilities that are free to be used. So that's part of our problem. So we're coming up with some options for that. So I guess the short story is we're working on some contingencies just in case, because as you see, our cash is very limited. So, 20 million, 30 million, that might be a number we can figure out. But anything bigger than that, if we're talking about another 60, 70, 80 million dollar, we're going to have some challenges.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, as if we needed more bad news to consider. One thing I didn't hear mentioned in the presentation, although you did talk about FEMA, is some of the discussions by the federal administration to actually raise the limit of what even qualifies for a federally declared disaster, and even potentially putting that limit beyond the reach of most of the disasters we've experienced, so that basically we wouldn't qualify anymore with the kinds of events we're seeing. I mean, that's, as you heard, we in 2008, when dealing with a budget shortfall, did so by eliminating our county roads budget. We've consistently have prioritized people over pavement over the last decades. And so our road system is now in a pretty critical situation. I mean, I think we have over 500 failed culverts today. And I don't say that to make, I mean, in this discussion of people versus pavement, with the reason we have pavement is for people. It's for people to go to work, to go to school, for the ambulance to get to people's homes. I mean, every one of you here today got so thanks to the pavement. And so really what we're talking about with making sure that the pavement is maintained is that the very thing that underpins our entire economic structure here is there, that when we get back to the revenues we can count on, our property taxes and our sales taxes, that those sources continue to flow. So I'm glad to see the commitment of $4 million in this budget to some road infrastructure maintenance. I mean, by way of example, one of the investments we're talking about making is investing in the culvert under Leona Creek. That's under Capitola Road, which moves 15,000 people a day. And while there are a few alternative routes here and there, I mean, right now with the Murray Street Bridge closed, that route is carrying more people, probably even than that. So I do think it's something we need to consider. And then, of course, the other $2 million that we are making in investment in road operations is, while new from the general fund, is actually offsetting reductions we're seeing in other areas. And so we're really actually falling behind in terms of regular maintenance. So, I mean, I see this investment that we are making for roads is sort of a absolute minimum. And I think that we should think about, I mean, there's so many unknowns, right? I mean, we could be coming back to talk about Medicaid cuts. We could be coming back to talk about the increase of the FEMA and what qualifies as a federally declared disaster. And I think it is important to maintain as much flexibility in our budget as possible. And unfortunately, that means discussing the cuts that are on the table today. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you. I really appreciate the budget presentation. Thank you for all of your good work on this. This is my first budget hearing as a county supervisor, but I come to this process with really over a decade of experience managing millions of dollars in public funds and delivering essential services through difficult times, through times of recession and budget cuts, during disasters like the COVID pandemic or the CZU fire. And so I feel comfortable in the position of making difficult decisions about limited resources, really balancing urgent needs with long-term priorities, and really understanding the long-term human impact behind the budget line items. So as a supervisor, I'm very guided by the values that I've led with my entire career, which are values of equity, of compassion, and also of accountability. And I believe it's the government's job to both be responsive to the changes, but also very responsible with the unknowns and, making decisions in difficult times like these when there's a lot of volatility in the financial landscape ahead, and really heightened needs across our community. The reality is that we are in a time of transition and change. We have propped up a number of public safety or public health services through COVID era funding that were going away even before the federal threats that are before us. We are now in a landscape where the state and the federal budget are really going to tell us a lot more in the coming months about the gaps and the holes of our safety net. And I'm super concerned about those who are currently relying on Medi-Cal, who may not be covered in the coming months, in the coming year. I heard you say up to a 30% reduction, which will not only devastate our clinics, but also our behavioral health programs, our entire safety net of community-based providers, and of course, the families and the people who are relying on this healthcare access, because they're going to keep coming and there's going to be holes. So for me, as we go into the next couple days of budget hearings, every decision is going to be guided and impacted by the context that we're going to see future cuts to Medicaid, and we don't know what those are yet. We don't have all the information, and it sounds like it's being proposed to come back in October with a revised approach based on the new state and federal budget. I think that's really important, but I will be thinking about how to maintain flexibility today and kind of making some tough decisions around the wants versus the needs, right? The nice to have versus the really essential services as we discuss some of the tough decisions that are being proposed. Because for me, I'm really committed to prioritizing what's most essential and what's really that base safety net for those who are most vulnerable among us. You know, we can't control what's happening in Washington or in Sacramento, but we can control really, you know, how we prepare, how we protect those who are most at risk, and you know, how we think about this as a, you know, longer term plan, recognizing that we have perhaps a few years of this really difficult scenario of a dismantling of the safety net. In that regard, I do have one question for you related to what we're approving during the June budget hearings versus the October when you come back for a final adoption. So for example, if we are allocating an additional $4 million, for example, for roads, could projects and funding be basically obligated and in contract between now and October before we hear about the true impact of the federal and state budget? Or do we pause on obligating those funds until that final budget is adopted?
For the 4 million that's going to CDI for roads, and Director Machado can probably speak to this in more detail tomorrow, but some of that is for particular projects, for matches, for grants, and particular contracts that would be encumbered. But half of that, 2 million of that, is supporting road operations, which there are staff that perform those functions. And so some of it, it's a mixture of both staffing and contracts that get encumbered. So some of that, you know, whether it's in that department or other departments, this will be the same, you know, that we'll have to look at what flexibility we have in potentially reducing expenditures and what that means for our contractual obligations.
That's helpful. And I think, you know, it's helpful to even widen it beyond just that $4 million, but really, I'll be asking more questions about how to maintain some flexibility until October, because it sounds like, you know, that's what the state's doing. They're going to pause on some things until they know what's happening at the federal level. And I feel like it'd be responsible for us to do the same thing. And rather than, you know, obligate or encumber certain funds that we may need to hold back, you know, where there's flexibility, it might be helpful to pause on some of that until we know more in October. So with that, I'm eager to jump into the rest of the budgets. I really want to thank the departments and the county budget team for the work you did on the budget. For those who are watching it, it's a really incredible tool that's available online where you can see the whole county budget broken down by department, costs and revenues, how things have changed year over year, where the biggest changes are. It's really fascinating. So it's an incredible tool. Thank you for your hard work on that. And I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Well, first, thanks for the presentation. And I want to thank everyone for their hard work on bringing this budget forward. It's obviously not going to be an easy year and probably not an easy few years. And we're going to have to make a lot of really hard decisions as we move into this budget. And I hope that, you know, as we move through this process, we continue to try to do the best to sustain the services that we can provide to the greatest extent that we can, but knowing that that there are going to be some hits to our budget. And I guess we'll see in the fall what the feds end up doing, but, you know, hopefully we can advocate to our friends in red states that they reach out to their federal representatives and tell them to push back. With that, I had a similar question related to Supervisor Martinez, so I think I'll save that. And then I just want to register a no vote on item number 25. This is approve the proposed 2025-26 budget for collective results, evidence-based core investments, and what's that? No, it's on consent.
We're just on item six
Oh, so
right
we have
now.
consent,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
we'll take
All right,
up
well
item
then-
7 momentarily.
Yeah. So, well, with that, then I'll just conclude my comments. And it's gonna be tough, but we're all gonna have to work to get through this together. And so, look forward to further discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, the order was a little off on this agenda, I thought, but thank you for that. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Thank you. This sitting on this board today is reminiscent for me of when I took my seat on Pajaro Valley Unified in 2010. The district had made so many cuts, there was literally nothing left to cut, and I had to cut more. We're not at that spot yet, but unfortunately, because of the federal administration, it feels like we're heading that direction. So I don't look forward to October because I know we're going to have to likely make even deeper cuts. So I guess I know we're making cuts today. We've heard from the public, but are the cuts today deep enough now? I feel in part that we're sort of kicking the can down the road. Should we have even done more at this point to prepare for what's coming in the fall? I don't know who wants to answer that. Do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Supervisor DeSerpa. No, I actually absolutely think we've done enough with this budget. We have a balanced budget. We made some very hard decisions to make some cuts to get a balanced budget throughout the county. And absent the federal administration, we would be fine, actually. We would be making some difficult cuts, but overall we would be fine. So we've done our job, I think, right now. And I think it's now just going to be getting this budget passed and then waiting to see what happens at the federal level.
Okay, great. I heard, I think, Nicole, maybe you said that we're working with a stakeholder group, like maybe Elisa Benson is doing that. I'd like to know who's on that stakeholder group and maybe give some direction to expand that to many of our community providers, many of whom spoke today, and in particular in South County, so that they can be included in solutions and trying to come together as a county, understanding that we may have to make these cuts down the road. So I don't know if we're including those people, but I got some communication that they have not been included in some of these stakeholder communications.
Yeah, we have an internal group that Elisa oversees that is our federal policy response team with staff. But one component of that, as I mentioned, is the community engagement arm, which was led by Monica Morales. But now that she's leaving, Elisa and I are picking up that to some extent, as well as Jen Herrera. She has been coordinating with the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, and we've also presented to the South County Triage Group, but it's really the collaborative and the Pajaro Valley leaders who we see as the way to work with and collaborate and think through our problems that we might be faced with in the fall.
Okay, thank you. I think there's potentially funders out there that could help fill some of the gaps. Like I reached out to the Community Foundation earlier this week on some of the cuts we were making to see if anybody had contacted them yet about, trying to patch some of those holes. And it didn't sound like it to me, honestly. So I just think that a broader response and including many both philanthropists, funders, and community-based organizations in some of this planning would be helpful, and hopefully to soften some of the blows. I do have a question on a couple of things. The 4.7 add in liability claims, is that money that I heard you say that we've seen increased liability claims. Does the 4.7 like a contingency of it, is it in case, or is that actually what we're paying out now on claims that have already come?
Yeah, we have a complicated, but it's process for our property and liability claims. We're self-insured up to a certain limit, and then we have insurance that kicks in. The cost of our self-insurance claims, the size of those claims, typically you look at risk things as frequency and severity. Our frequency is going up, we're getting some more claims, and the severity, the size of those claims have been growing. That's a trend across the state. So we're seeing our claims liability for our self-insured go up that we have to pay out, and our insurance go up. So that 4.7 represents the cost required to maintain our current cost structure. And that cost structure has been increasing double-digit percent increases year after year after year for the last 5 years. We haven't seen the plateau yet, and we're expecting more increases in the out years. So that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. And then I heard Supervisor Koenig's question on bonding, and I think we're already have a bond, $90 million. The first payment comes due right in 2027, which is going to eat into what very little discretionary funding we have in our general fund. Can you just, if somebody here knows about how much that is going to be, that particular payment, that first payment?
Well, we do have 1.5 million. It was a complicated financing, some internal financing, some short-term financing, some long-term financing. We do have a $1.5 million payment in this year's debt related to the exact disaster funding component of last year's bonds. And then the next amount, I think in the out year, gets closer to 4 million, maybe 3 million in total in the out year.
Okay.
We are, I'll just add to that though, we are planning to pay down that debt this next year as we get reimbursements from FHWA and FEMA. So we do have, why don't you talk about them?
Yeah, see, the risk is if we don't get the $12.1 million we built into our financing plan in next year's budget, that $3 million payment will go up. It could go up to 4 million or 5 million. So we need to get at least $12 million of federal reimbursements on our 2023 disasters, in addition to all the other reimbursements that are outstanding for CZU in 2017. So it's
that, but that to me, I mean, just from everything that I've learned since taking my seat, that doesn't seem very secure, right? Because FEMA hasn't paid us to date for things in 2017. Why do we think that they'll pay us now?
We have multiple funding sources. Okay. Federal Highways is another funding source. Okay. A lot of our projects.
So we have other areas that, yeah, okay. Well, that's good news.
Yeah. If you look like next year, I think of the 12 million we need, there's about 9 million is Federal Highways, 3 million is FEMA. So we recognize that 3 million dependence on FEMA might be a risk, but maybe Federal Highway instead of 9 comes in at 15.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I would caution us, and I'm sure you feel this way too. I don't want to speak for you, but any money that we have, we need to probably save and push towards this reduction in our debt, because it looks like we're also are running a deficit budget right now, 7.4 million for the next fiscal year, right?
No, we're balanced.
Oh,
the general fund is balanced.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I saw a slide and I thought it said negative 7.4. Oh, that's great.
I think you're thinking of next year.
Okay,
yeah.
26,
our out year forecast,
okay.
our out year forecast, not budget, but the out year forecast for 26-27 has a $7.4 million projected gap.
Okay. And then because I've governed a big budget in the past, I'm very concerned about our contingency fund, because that's important in case of for federal disaster, so we don't have to look, to finance more money. Or how concerned are we that our contingency fund is only half of what our peer counties might have in reserve?
I would say it's a very significant concern in my space. And it was demonstrated last year. We had to quickly pull together in 4 months financing of $80 million, largely because we didn't have the cash to pay for the projects and the disasters as the size of those disasters and the size of those damages grew. In my experience in other times in other places, you've been able to do some of it PAYGO. You've been able to allocate cash resources to help triage that. We weren't, both the severity and the frequency. We had a lot of claims and some big claims that we just didn't have the cash resources. So we had to go to the bond market and internal financing to cobble together what total of $90 million in financing, about $50 million in $50 to $60 million in disaster financing. So it continues to be a challenge for us. Were we at our peers level? For a lot of reasons, we could talk about our property tax. compared to peers or sales tax compared to peers. There's a lot of systematic inequities, and there's just what comes about of those decades of systematic inequities is we have lower funding levels. And so our cash reserves, surprisingly, are not as strong as our peers.
Okay, thank you. And then, I mean, I know we work on this every single day in every department, but to figure out ways that we could bring more money in sales tax, the general fund, TOT, for visitor accommodations, grants. I just got something today from the Department of Healthcare Services about bond BHCP round 2 funding opportunities now open. I know this county didn't get anything in round 1. I'd like to apply. I mean, we need to just bring as much money as humanly possible into our county so that we can serve our community better.
I'll just mention that we did get a BHCIP, not this round, but from prior funding sources. That's how we're funding the children's crisis stabilization. So we were one of the first counties actually to get that grant. And the dilemma though is that, so we have the children's crisis stabilization. It's a great project. I was touring it last week. It's going to be a wonderful addition for our community, but we're going to really struggle to make it pay for itself. And so we have to be really,
Is that built into this budget, by the way? That we're going to be hearing? It is. So the $5.3 million.
Yeah,
Good.
it is. But it's just long. Yeah. So we have to be careful how much we get these grants because we have 3 navigation centers too that we don't know how we're going to pay for in the future. So we definitely, want to take advantage of grants and so forth. But the problem is that the state has not provided long-term stable funding for any of these new programs. That's really the heart of the dilemma that we're facing in the state. The governor likes to say how many billions of dollars he's put out there, but it's all one-time funding for projects. And then there's nothing sustainable. And that's what we're advocating with the League of Cities and CSAC at the state level.
Thank you. CEO Palacios. Okay, and then I guess I'll just end my comments in saying that, I just came off the campaign trail. One of the number one needs that I heard from the community is our roads and infrastructure. There's a basic expectation from our community members that are paying their property taxes and their sales tax and that have lived here for years, that their roads are properly maintained, et cetera. So I would not be in favor of pulling any money from the already meager roads budget. We need to improve those roads for public safety reasons. And it's less than, I think, 50% of potentially what the program used to. I mean, today's proposal in front of us is less than 50% of what had happened in the past in our roads program. I mean, I have people in my area that haven't had their road repaved in more than 50 or 60 years. That's just unacceptable. So thank you to Supervisor Koenig for advocating also in that way. And then that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. We're definitely in some falling on some dark times, and it's very concerning when we have to rely on an unstable federal government because that ripple effect comes down to the state in terms of funding, and then it comes down to us on the county level. And, that's where we're at right now. But, I'll keep my comments short. I would like to echo some of the comments from Supervisor Martinez and Supervisor Koenig. But I am glad the question was asked about coming back and revising maybe like a budget 2.0 in October to take that pause. And I say to take that pause to really look at sort of triaging what we have in front of us, right? And of course, we want to make sure that we keep staff. We want to make sure that we look at this through the lens of people lens. All that's very important. And it's going to take some tough decisions, right? But I think that's what we have before us in the next few months. there's with roads, it really is important within at least District 4. It was, it probably still is, not just on the Cambian Trail, but it still is probably one of the most things I get calls about. And so I think that's of utmost importance as well, that we keep the funding for roads. I have the least amount of funding for roads out of the county, especially after 2013's Measure D created that formula system that they have. But I echo also Supervisor DeSerpa's comments about that. Roads are very important, especially in District 4. But that's what we have before us, and so it's gonna take all of us. And I suggest maybe next time we have a public hearing, a budget hearing in South County as well too. So that's it for my comments. We need to pass this, accept the file, accept the report.
No, you don't. You can move on to action.
Okay.
Number 7.
Perfect.
Consent agenda.
Next, I'll move to item 7, action on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm gonna register no vote on item number 25, which is the core investments. Similar to the concerns I had back in November, December, when we made our decision on this, I have even more concerns now because the decisions that were made on those programs to invest in was before we saw what was going to happen with the new administration. It was under a previous president, and now we're going to see major cuts to a lot of our safety net programs. And personally, I think that there are programs in there that are great. They're very nice for us to have. But given that we're going to have safety net programs getting cut, there are other safety net programs in there that did not get funding that I think would be more appropriate to fund. And so I'm just going to register a no vote on that one.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings to accept the consent agenda minus item number 25.
I think the other supervisors may have comments on the consent agenda.
Any comments from the board?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start off by recognizing that we're adopting a lot in this consent agenda. There's many departmental budgets, represents a lot of good work, and can't really use the time to call out every single project that was accomplished. And so, but I am going to mention just a couple that are really, I think, unsung heroes in our county that really are working to move our county's goals forward as it relates to our resiliency and our preparedness for what's coming. Because, we just spent the last 30 minutes talking about the challenges with FEMA. And we recognize that we have a lot, we've been the victim of many natural disasters, and there's no reason to believe that those are going to that's going to change in the future. And so as I'm reviewing all of these budgets, I'm also kind of carrying the lens of, what's helping us to shore up and feel more resilient and prepared for the future. One department that I think is really doing that well is our General Services Department. Not only do they work to make sure that all of our county buildings are operating smoothly. But, they've done things like installing backup generators. So when the power does go out, our county operations can continue to operate. They have been working to convert our public buildings into safe spaces with, so they could be like a shelter in the cold or a place that has cooling in the heat, a place to charge a phone, right? And so this is just part of our ability, our county's goals to kind of shore up safe spaces. If we do have another fire, for example, there's been a lot of work to install HVAC systems that are capable of filtering out smoke. So it's a place for people who are vulnerable to bad air to come in and be safe. So I want to thank them for that work, for their work also to make sure that our infrastructure is more green and cost efficient. So I know there's a lot of work happening related to solar panels and our EV charging stations, transitioning our county vehicles to electric, right? All of this is, again, part of our climate action goals. And there's not really an opportunity to highlight a lot of that over the next couple of days, but it's important and in line and in alignment with the goals the county is trying to accomplish. Similarly, our information services department, we're here to approve that budget as well. And I just want to thank them for their active role, not only ensuring that our county's IT infrastructure is strong and, we can all get on our devices and whatnot, but they also play a big role in our region-wide broadband infrastructure. So I think that's an area that's very important to those of us who represent rural communities, that the lack of communication infrastructure, broadband, and basically critical public safety communication support is available. And they've been at the table with our federal or our state partners and everybody from PG&E to AT&T to ensure that we have access. They are also implementing a uniform radio system that will allow all local firefighters and law enforcement to communicate on one system instead of kind of the hodgepodge that's been around for a really long time. And I just want to give you a thank you for your good work in stabilizing our infrastructure. And finally, within this budget is the county's contingencies budget. This is just, I want to recognize such an important carve out for the unknown, right? We've relied on it when there's been a disaster. I know last year we were able to carve out a little bit for the alternative emergency evacuation route in Lompico Canyon. And given the uncertainty and volatility of what's happening, I'm really happy to support a contingency budget, and I know it had a little decrease this year. I'd love to see us just continuing to ensure that we're investing in that contingency, because we're talking about a safety net for people, but that's a safety net for the county when things surprise us. And so I appreciate that. So with that, I think I will second the motion to approve the consent agenda and see if there's any other comments from my colleagues.
I do want to mention, we do have a second, and we do have a motion in a second, and Supervisors Cummings is voting no on item 25. Any further comments from the board? Supervisor DeKoning.
Yeah, thanks. I'm also going to register a no vote on item 25, just because, this is really our core budget is some of the only flex we have in our system, and it's pretty clear that as we sit here today, there are other more urgent things than some of the programs selected. Like as Supervisor Cummings said, some are great and some are like really fulfilling basic needs, and others are also great, but not basic needs. And this is a time where it would be great to have $5 million just to spend on basic food services or mental health services. And so I had a lot of issues with the way the process went. We didn't even know how many people each one of these programs were serving, and we didn't have any sense of like the cost benefit of each. And, while I respect that we did run a process, I think there could have been a better process. And so I'm going to vote no on item 25, and we'll support the rest.
Also registering a no vote on item 25. I do think these times call for austerity, and there are multiple agencies, like you said, that are serving the greater good, and very happy to continue those services, but there are others also that are not, that are sort of fun, but not urgent or critical. So for that reason, I will be also registering a no vote on item 25.
So follow up, we have Supervisor DeKoning and Supervisor Sip also registering a no vote on item 25. We can take a roll call vote.
Just if I could comment on that, if the board is not going to approve the core budget, then you need to give us direction about what to do with that budget. If you want us to bring back all the items and then you want to approve them, we can do that, and we can have a very interesting public hearing about that. But this has been a long process. We have a budget that's approved. We have people that are approved for those contracts. In fact, we have contracts that are signed. already. They've been negotiated and signed. And so it seems like it would be pretty disruptive to come back and now try and reallocate those funds. So right now with the vote, nobody's going to get any money. And so we'd have to bring that back. We need direction about what do you want us to do?
And it's also a huge disruption on staff time for them to undo everything, redo everything right now when we have a critical time of need to be doing all this. So I just, want to make sure that we do things right and that it also creates some sort of legal obligations, legal issues that we have because these are contracts. So, I just want to put that out there for the board to consider.
And I might just share that one reason I would support moving the core funding forward is because we've already communicated to our CBO partners that they're going to receive these funds. So they have staffed up, or are staffing up, right? They are operating, they've signed leases. I think that it is it's more harmful than helpful to pull the rug out of our community partners last minute, because it will leave 35 agencies scrambling to figure out if they need to lay off staff effective July 1st.
Okay, so with extra input, I would reconsider my no vote. I would like to say that I do think we should revisit, and Supervisor Cummings and I have a plan to revisit the core. So I will reconsider my no vote and vote yes. And I'd like to take a look at this closely in this next year and be very planful about where the money's going and where it should go and where we can pull back.
Yeah, one thing really briefly too is my vote is consistent with just how I've been voting on this across the past 2 years. So I do think it's, I still have concerns, and I think it makes sense for the board to move forward. But I think Supervisor Koenig and I have been expressing our concerns about this since we took our initial vote on this back in the fall. And so I do think that we should really be thinking about whether these contracts in the coming year need to be renewed for a second or third year, because of the fact that we're going to be in really dire straits. And for example, should, K through 5th grade cooking classes take priority over mental health care? It's great to have those kind of classes. We want to support after school programs, but we also are in a position where we're going to need to be supporting public health and food security for people who are vulnerable. And so I think throughout the course of this year, we really need to be having conversations about, in the coming year, what are the contracts we want to sign? What are the services we want to provide? And so I'm going to stick with my no vote because I've just been consistent over time, but I think it's important for the board to move forward.
So Supervisor De Silva noted we changed the vote to a yes vote. And also I'm going to make it noted that for Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor Sip to continue to have the committee to look at the core funding as well. Correct? Okay. Now we can take roll call.
And just for the state of the record, the clerk records that the motion was made by Supervisor Cummings, seconded by Supervisor Martinez, with Supervisors Cummings and Koenig voting no on item 25 from the consent agenda.
Correct.
Supervisor De Serpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with 2 no votes. Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor Koenig. It's 2 minutes to 12. We do have closed session today. We
don't have closed session today, but you may want to take a lunch break before you start with the regular agenda.
Okay.
So we don't have closed session.
Yes. Because that next time it'll take over an hour.
So I don't know if you want a half hour or an hour. It's up to the board, but
45 or an hour.
30.
We'll take a 30-minute break and come back at 12:30. All right.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, you are, Chair.
We'll now continue today's Board of Supervisors budget hearings with item number 8, Health and Human Services. Consider presentation of the proposed 2025-26 budget for the Health Services Agency, including any supplemental materials and take all related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the county CEO.
Good afternoon. I know we've had a very busy morning, so we'll try to get through this. We've had the luxury and opportunity to meet with all of you individually in terms of our proposed budget that we have here before you today. I do want to start off with a couple of comments. One is just really thankful for all of our team that came together to put this budget proposal in front of you. As you can imagine, it does take a lot of brains coming together to develop a balanced budget for you. And it's definitely a very tough time for us. And I think because of that, I know our staff have been looking at every possible penny that we have, every possible grant and opportunity to ensure that we do our job and present to you a balanced budget. Although a little bit painful, at least we were able to bring to you something that we think is probably the best in terms of the opportunities and options that we have. A couple of just reminders. Right now, it's just an overview of our proposed budget. On June 10th, you will have a comprehensive presentation on lab and x-ray specifically, where we will dive into the details of the implications, the opportunities, and the cons as well. And at that meeting, towards the end of, after that presentation, you will then take the needed, hopefully, step to approve the budget at that point. So for us right now, it's just providing you with some information, obviously having a dialogue with you about some of the details that you might be wondering about. I also want to just kind of give you a high-level overview. Jen Herrera is the assistant director. As you know, I will be transitioning. So she will be your interim director and to you and to our community as of tomorrow. But her and I will be reviewing this. What you have in front of you is just a high level overview of what we've had to put together, considering the changes that have been looming, honestly, probably for the past 12 months. Now, prior to the administration, at the federal level, we have sensed that there is going to be policy and funding changes. And you guys have seen that because of COVID. We've seen a reduction in grants. And that's what you'll see reflected in this proposal. What you also see is just, structural deficits that some of our divisions like clinics have been struggling with. And we've been lucky enough in the past to be able to offset it with intergovernmental, what we call grants. And because of the policy changes and the funding changes, we now are at an impasse with some of the key funding decisions that we have to really look into. But I think for now, what I want to do is hand it to Jen so she can really dive into the details, and then we'll be here to answer your questions.
Okay, thanks, Monica. So good afternoon. We are grateful to be here today to present our proposed budget for Health Services Agency. Our presentation will cover who we are, what we do, the current drivers that inform our financial situation, our proposed budget, and emerging issues, which includes the anticipated impacts from state and federal policy, which, as you're aware, is not actually counted in this proposal at this time. So our mission. HSA's mission is to promote and ensure a healthy community and environment by providing education, outreach, and comprehensive health services in an inclusive and accessible manner. This is our org chart. We are the largest county department and have a decentralized structure with 5 division directors, an assistant director, and the county health officer. Our divisions include health centers, behavioral health, environmental health, public health, and administration. Each division supports a variety of programs summarized here. As you can see, we provide a full spectrum of health services from public and environmental health prevention efforts to patient care and crisis emergency services. Our programming consists of direct patient level services to system level services, all of which supports our vision of a healthy, safe, and thriving community for all in Santa Cruz County. And this is us by the numbers. Last fiscal year, in environmental health, our consumer protection and hazmat programs provided regulatory oversight and support for thousands of facilities and practitioners. We managed 74 environmental cleanup cases, supported 103 water systems, regulated over 36,000 parcels through our land use program. In public health, we processed over 2,000 birth certificates and 10,000 death certificates. We served over 13,000 patients through our health centers. And in behavioral health, we provided specialty mental health care to 3,500 adults and over 1,000 youth, and provided substance use disorder services for 1,700 adults and 167 youth. Though we have a wide variety of programming with various goals and objectives, we have prioritized these 3 health goals based on the public health needs in our community: mental health, opioid overdose, and homelessness. Over the next few slides, I'll dive into our work in these specific areas. First, with opioid overdose. This graph shows the rate of opioid-related overdoses since 2017. The blue line indicates fatal overdoses, the orange line non-fatal overdoses. In recent years, our community has experienced a rise in opioid-related overdoses driven by fentanyl. We have one of the highest rates in the state. Though preliminary, we are seeing a drop in overdose rates last year. HSA is involved in many community opioid initiatives. We provide medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, through our health centers, serving over 8,600 patients since 2016. Public Health has been leading an internal county initiative involving 7 departments to work towards preventing opioid misuse. Behavioral Health has managed our community's opioid settlement funds, or OSF program, recently awarding over $800,000 to 7 community-based organizations. And HSA participates in the annual Safe RX Drug Trends Community Meeting hosted by the Health Improvement Partnership of Santa Cruz County. Another program we implement is the Safe Use and Overdose Prevention Program, or SWAP, formerly known as the County Syringe Services Program. This program provides harm reduction services for people currently using drugs, including the exchange of clean syringes and supplies, which decreases the community's risk of bloodborne disease transmission such as HIV and hepatitis C. The provision of clean supplies based on the participants' needs, or needs-based, aligns with evidence-based best practices. This strategy supports engagement with people most likely to experience an overdose, connecting them with education, resources like Narcan, and non-judgmental support. Through this intervention, we also anticipate increased safe disposal of syringes and less syringe litter. This chart shows the amount of syringe litter, the blue line, compared to syringes safely disposed, the dotted green line. Over the past 4 years, there has been an increase in syringes safely disposed, which includes those disposed at public kiosks and exchanged in person via swap. Our local data and the evidence base show that syringe litter decreases when there's an increase in safe disposal opportunities. Moving on to mental health, some of the work that we're doing in mental health from this past year. In this current year, we have implemented the 24/7 Mobile Crisis Response Program. This graph shows the number of calls and encounters we've had since October. In recent months, we've seen an increase in utilization of the service as it becomes more known in the community. And with each encounter, we do another follow-up within 24 to 72 hours. Building this program has been a key investment this past year, and sustaining and refining it will carry over to next year. Other projects that will continue to next year include the capital projects supporting mental health. The Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program will provide a low-barrier housing navigation center for 32 individuals. And the Children Youth Crisis Center will have 8 chairs for crisis services and 16 residential beds. These projects expand our mental health system capacity and will allow our community to heal within their home county. And an ongoing program that we've maintained is our Homeless Person Health Project, or HPHP, which provides primary health care for people who are unhoused. Over the past few years, we have seen an increase in the number of visits and unique patients in this program. indicating the continued need for this type of healthcare service for this unique population. We will continue to focus on ways to sustain this program to ensure that people who are unhoused still have access to high quality healthcare. So all of the activities we just reviewed are a mix of funded and unfunded services. Some are mandated, some are not mandated. All of them are meaningful for the community. As this chart indicates, which shows our revenues over the past 10 years, our budget has grown significantly to meet the needs of our community. Our steady increase in revenues primarily due to non-county revenue sources, such as grants and reimbursable services, including, and during this time frame, this also includes the one-time pandemic funding that we received. However, this upcoming fiscal year reflects a break in this upward trend, noting a realistic anticipation of revenue decreases due to a variety of drivers. This includes an increase in operational costs outpacing our revenue generation, most notably in our healthcare delivery systems. This chart shows the increase in salaries for our health centers division. Over the past 5 years, staffing levels in this division grew by over 50%, and costs have almost doubled. However, our reimbursement rate has not increased, and the growth in health centers has outpaced our revenues, leading to a structural deficit. Services and supplies have also greatly increased, again outpacing our revenues. These costs increased greatly during the pandemic and haven't gone down. The decrease in the current year in the adopted budget reflects the proposed changes to lab and radiology. Excuse me. And in behavioral health, our largest division, we've had rising expenses over the past few years. The orange line indicates services and supplies, which includes the increased reimbursement in the current fiscal year to our behavioral health and SUDS contracted providers. This increased expense is related to our CalAIM, the CalAIM behavioral health payment reform. And these charts kind of show the comparison of the impact of these behavioral health payment reform. So our rates are far below adjacent Bay Area counties. The dotted red line shows how our county's rates compare to the higher rates throughout our region, making it difficult for us to remain financially viable or compete for our workforce. The impact of this new reimbursement model has caused a structural deficit for our behavioral health system, which is inclusive of our community-based providers. Another financial driver for our budget has been the real impacts of recent federal policy shifts. Due to our reliance on federal funding and policy, we developed an internal response structure to track federal and state impacts. Earlier this year, we received early termination of federal funding affecting over $400,000 and 5.7 staff positions. We were able to pivot and maintain our operations and staffing through other funding sources. However, due to our other structural deficits mentioned earlier, we will not have the ability to pivot resources if we have another unanticipated budget shift. So in summary, the factors driving our budget deficit include loss of grant funding, lower clinical revenue, low reimbursement rates for behavioral health due to the payment reform, rising expenditures outpacing our revenues. We've implemented new mandated services such as the 24/7 mobile crisis response program, while maintaining many non-mandated services. And the federal policy shifts from health equity creates further risk for our financial sustainability. With all of these factors in mind, we are proposing a budget that prioritizes resources for our mandated services. And I'll turn it back to Director Morales.
Thank you, Jen. On this screen, this slide just really highlights the changes in our budget. As you can tell, both revenue and expenditures have decreased. Specifically, when we look at revenues, we've seen a change about $6.6 million. That reflects about a 2% reduction for us in our overall revenue compared to the previous year. Our expenses, as you can see, they're still, trickling up. And we see also shifts there about 1.4%. Lucky for us, we did get an addition of $400,000 from Measure K, and that's to support our behavioral health program. And we saw an increase of about $2 million from general fund, and that just takes into account the increase in for salaries and benefits that the CEO has contributed to our staffing levels. What you'll also see towards the bottom is the changes in staffing. This is pretty dramatic for us. We're basically seeing a reduction of 74.4 staff. Now, granted, the majority of them were vacant positions, but even not having that flexibility of having vacant positions, if we were to leverage a new grant, we would have to come to you and go through an entire process that takes anywhere between like 6 to 8 months to just get the staffing in place for that grant. So it does definitely, I think, put us in a corner just losing those vacant positions as well. And as you're aware, we do have about 12 positions that are currently filled that we will be discussing with you in more detail. This is a visual that we really like to share with you and our community, because if you just look at the highlighted areas that are, for example, in the deep blue, you'll see that that represents behavioral health and all the revenue that they've generated over the past couple of years, which is the largest. And then that is followed by our health centers, which is the lighter gray. For us, this just basically shows you that they are the largest divisions in our department. And so what happens to them has an impact across our entire department as well. Similar here, the behavioral health and clinics, they bring in the highest revenue, but they're also the ones that are they're the highest, the most expensive for us as well as a department. So what you'll see in the proposed budget is really decreases, as you can see here, about $2.3 million, in our health centers fees. There's about a 4.7 decrease due to some, grant changes on our Mental Health Services Act and other federal revenues that come in. And you'll see increases as well, right, in terms of fines and assessments that we generate revenue for. A lot of it also in environmental health licenses and permits and property tax. But obviously they're really small, right? These amounts are small compared to the losses that we're seeing in our budget. Similar here in this slide, we see just a reduction about $10.9 million in our intra-fund transfers that happens between some of our departments and our facilities. We also see the decrease of the salaries and benefits reflected because of the positions that we're having to, unfortunately, also cut from the budget. All in summary, we're losing about $6.6 million of revenue. When you kind of look at the money coming in and the money that we've lost, it's a net reduction about $4.5 million. It might not seem a lot, but for a department that's primarily, self-sustained, we only lean about 6% of general fund. The rest of our money is through grants and mainly Medicare reimbursement of some shape or form. So the reduction, as I mentioned, is 74.4 positions, with 11.6 of them being filled positions, primarily in behavioral health and our health centers as well in public health. Some of the pain points for us as we're having the discussion with you is reductions in our closure of lab and x-ray being proposed, as well as key community programs such as MHCAN, GEMA, and the Suicide Prevention Program. And keep in mind, I'll talk a little bit more about the impacts to what we see at the state and federal level. So right now, the budget in front of you is discussing reductions based on what we know now. I also wanted to share some of the impacts that we're already starting to kind of plan around based on the governor's May revise. On the behavioral health, we do have some preliminary information that we serve about 200 undocumented individuals in our system. That's about 3% of our clients. Now, keep in mind, we're still mandated to provide services, right? So what this means for us is that we will no longer be able to bill for these 191 individuals. What that means is that we would have to now consider them indigent, and we will have to find a way, if they come to seek services, to pay for these services outside of Medicare reimbursement. On the right side, you'll see the preliminary impacts that we're also documenting for our health centers. About 30% of our clinic clients identify, or we've been able to kind of track as undocumented. That's about 5,500. So that's a lot of folks in our community. I think you heard Donna Young from Salud para la Gente also talk about the impact to her. So when you look at the basically system of care of the federally qualified health centers, you're going to see about the majority of the Medi-Cal population being impacted with the FQs in our community. There are 3 additional line items that we're tracking that was based on the May revise. One is acupuncture. So the May revise is proposing eliminating reimbursement for acupuncture under the Medi-Cal plan. That would be across all clients, regardless of whether you're undocumented or documented. Right now, we're estimating about almost $1 million impact for the health centers. Now, that's basically what we're able right now to generate in billable services for acupuncture. The second one is dental. As you probably saw, the May revise also calls for the elimination of dental care for the undocumented community. We're estimating about a $770,000 impact right now for us. And then finally, elimination of the prospective payment is just a method of payment that the clinic has utilized. And that's, we're estimating about $2.7 million impact. Now, you will know this very soon, as of next month, whether or not this is going to move forward. In addition to what, unfortunately, we have in terms of the cuts in front of you. So it is going to be, for me, something that I just have to remind you, these are not easy times. We're trying our best to bring proposals to you that we know will have an impact, but at least stay focused on providing primary care and behavioral health services per the mandates or per the need in the community. At the federal level, you've heard Jennifer discuss, we had about a $500,000 impact already in the spring. We're anticipating that we will see additional impacts to Medi-Cal. So in addition to approximately, I would say $4 million that will land in June, at the federal level, we're anticipating an additional reduction based on modifications to CalAIM. We know that it's still currently in the budget, but what we heard is that they're going to modify the criteria for what qualifies under CalAIM. If they're going to be able to cover all current 14 identified kind of social determinants, it sounds like they're going to be modifying those. So we will see some changes to that. In addition, you've heard us talk a lot about provisions to gender affirming healthcare and reproductive health, also impacting services. We need to see how the state's going to react to that, because in California, we have other mandates to ensure that gender affirming care and reproductive care is in place. We just don't know who's going to actually pay for that care if the federal government is no longer going to reimburse us for that. So hopefully that's not going to come to the county as well. Those are just a few of additional risks that we're noticing and kind of tracking at the federal level. You did ask for us to come back and maybe potentially consider what opportunities do we have to prepare for these changes specifically to the Medi-Cal population. I wanted to remind the board that you do have MediCruise. It's been a program that has been in place for many years in the county. It does primarily support specialty care, but we did have it prior to the ACA. It is based on a criteria. So currently, anyone making less than 160 of the federal poverty level, which is about $25,000 a year or $2,000 a month, can qualify. You do have to get referred by your provider to get this care. Currently, the program is, we have about a $3 million budget for the program. It goes quickly. I think we've been able to serve about 350 or 25 clients. I do anticipate, with just the numbers that I've shared with you about thousands of folks losing coverage, that this might be a potential option for you guys to consider and grow. Obviously, in order for the fund to grow, and it requires additional funding for this. We have met with the different FQs in the county to start the discussion because it also impacts them. They refer into this program and other entities refer into this program. But I advise the board to really take a look at this as an option as you move forward and consider leveraging additional dollars for this very important program that you already have. Jennifer will be working with our team internally and with the other health centers to try to understand, what would it look like? What did it look like before? And a potential proposal for you moving forward. As you move forward, I've said this during our one-on-ones and just repeating it again, that unfortunately we're in a state where in order for us to remain flexible, it does mean you have to tighten down. In order for us to be prepared, it means that you have to start planning now and taking, action now. We have tried our hardest. These are very difficult times. No director wants to come to you with cuts. I will tell you that. It's not something that we, take the role and are very, very cautious when we bring these proposals to you. But I do know that we have to do our job and bring you a balanced budget. And so that's what you see here. We are prioritizing mandates. We're also looking at programs that prevent morbidity and mortality. And we have to prioritize those because we know we are the safety net as well in this community. As we continue on our journey, we continue to look for innovation, efficiencies, and quality. As I mentioned to you before, both behavioral health and the clinics have been working on productivity standards, on quality improvement standards, on different ways to really ensure that we don't come back to you with additional proposals to reduce staff or programs. We do remain equity and client centered. That's very important for us because if you see the proposals, they hurt mainly folks that are already on the margins. They're not hurting those that, we know have the means to actually get the care that they need. And you will be faced with making tough choices of those that are already on the margins. With the little bit that you do have, who will you be prioritizing? And so I've asked the team to lean on data, to lean on the burden of health in our county, and to present that to you as it comes with additional recommendations. And finally, I can't leave without pitching. I've talked with some of you, and especially the CEO's office about this. We do need alternative sources specifically for behavioral health and obviously for all of the programs, but we always seem to get cut when there's new policy, when there's new changes at the federal and state level. This is not just happening to us, this is happening statewide and nationally. And it's just so unfortunate how your safety net has to kind of ride along whatever policy decision is being made. We know we are in many ways a key factor to the economic viability to this community. We just don't get treated like that. And so I'm urging you to really consider as our leaders to think about alternative ways. And one of it is a potential ballot measure to try to sustain health services. With that, that concludes our presentation. On June 10th, you will be officially approving our proposal. But for now, this is, what we have for you. And we're here to kind of take your questions as well.
Thank you for the thorough presentation, and we'll have one even more thorough in the 10th. I'm going to open it up for the public for any public comment.
Hello again. I would just, Laura Chatham, I just want to address the elephant in the room is the increase in the sheriff's budget at the expense of healthcare. It seems everything gets cut except the sheriff's budget, and that goes up every year. So we ask for care, not cages. The chief at the jail tells us that it is routinely about 70% capacity, and juvenile hall has 8 inmates, but runs at capacity for 40. It seems to me that there's room, and I appreciate the presentation quite a bit, and I especially appreciate what you said at the end, that we need to look at, instead of paying the sheriff deputy trainees $11,000 a month, we could probably pay a few more of the people that we need for the healthcare. We do need roads, especially I want my road fixed too. We don't need more jails, and we don't need more overpaid deputy trainee sheriffs getting, as I said, $11,000 a month with only a high school diploma. Please consider finding the funds for healthcare and cuts to the sheriff. I'm sorry, we're seeing it on two different days because I think that it would be really clear if you took a look. We don't need more sheriffs, more people to stand around and make problems for people. Thank you. And thank you for all your hard work, everybody in the room.
Thank you. Come up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tyler Starkman. I'm the executive director of MHCAN, and I urge you guys to continue funding us. We're the only peer-run mental health facility in the county, so we do need the funding desperately. These are not just programs, they're lifelines. MHCAN, we provide something that other services often can't: community understanding and support from people with lived experience. And that peer connection saves lives. Let me share you my story. I was diagnosed bipolar type 1 and living on the streets about 15 years ago, caught in a cycle of repeated hospitalizations and crises. The support that I found and stability of our peer-run services at MHCAN helped me get to where I am today. Today, I'm no longer homeless and fully employed. That transformation didn't come from an emergency room, and it didn't come anywhere else from the jail system. It came from community such as MHCAN. Despite the success of another facility, such as the peer respite facility at Second Story, we were deemed unnecessary when they somehow are deemed necessary. We provide very similar services that are now considered discretionary when there's no real given reason as to why ours are discretionary and others aren't, because those other services have been considered mandated. Please don't treat people with mental illness unfairly. When you single out MHCAN, you're creating more stigma and you strip people from the support that they need to recover on their own. In response to certain things that I heard today, MHCAN also recognizes that there are fiscal constraints that the county is facing. In the spirit of collaboration and sustainability, I was willing to reduce our expenses by 22% while continuing to provide the same contracted mandated services that we provide, but I was never received any response. We're actively trying to apply for Grant 2 funding through the DHCS round 2, and we will continue doing that as necessary. Additionally, we're prepared to shift and align our resources towards housing. Thank you.
Can you help her bring the mic down?
Hello again, Board of Supervisors. My name is Blair Voracious once again, and though I've spoken earlier, I would actually like to leave you guys with a question. With the proposed cuts to the budget and the devastation and holes that will be left in the social safety net, I would like to ask, what will we replace these things with? Because my concern is rooted in history. I don't like bringing up the Nazis. I don't want to talk about Hitler every time something horrible happens, but when you remove community or other long established things, inevitably that creates a vacuum of power, which brings in something Hannah Arendt calls parallel institutions. These institutions are not rooted in the community, and they often end up usurping power from those community resources, which do not, and those parallel institutions do not have any connection to the community or any care for its well-being. And I understand that you guys are in a tough position because it is not you that is creating this vacuum of power, not on purpose. You're dealing with a federal budget that is slashing our ability to have services. But I ask you to consider, at the very least, collaborating more with the people that are providing these services before you make any serious decisions. Because what is going to happen is there's going to be a lot of destruction and death on the back of this. So I will do whatever I can to help bridge the gap, personally between what we have now and what we still need to maintain in the future, but I'm asking you to be transparent with the public and give us a bit more input. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Beebe. I'm the president of the board for NAMI. And I've had some communications, I think, with most of the people up here around the choices we're faced with. The points I'd like to make is first, the HSA department is being held to a different standard. They need to cover their own budget when no other department does. They have most of their expenses covered by revenue, yet for the whole county, they're the only department getting cut. So out of 2,700 people, there's no cuts in any other part of the county, and I don't think that's equitable. What we've heard this morning is the needs from the community, which are really still not covered today. When we look at our treatment beds, the treatment beds we have are the most expensive. We have the acute center at the Puff. We send half to 2/3 of our people out of county, which is at twice the cost. We have no step-down facilities, and we just lost Telos. So we don't have a cost-effective range of treatment services. We can save the money if we get those services in town by just not sending the people out of county. So I would ask you to think about the need that's not being covered, how these cuts are going to further diminish those needs, and how, if we're going to manage the budget, we should do it on an equitable basis where everybody takes a cut across the county. Why should they be the only standard that has to manage their budget when everyone else is supported by the general funds? And so, you know, there's a lot of need in the community, and I think we need to be creative in terms of how we address that and not take it all on the shoulders of the one team that's really supporting our community. Not that the others are, but this is really a critically needed service. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Holly Forcier. I'm here again. One thing that I really think is important to emphasize about community organizations, peer support, is cost effective. It prevents expensive mental health crises. And I know you're struggling with, you know, urgent situations in terms of the budget. It's really tight. But in the long run, thinking of the cost of mental health patients not having a place to go where they feel that they belong. They know each other, they support each other. It reduces expensive behavioral health crises. Thank you.
Is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Linda, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to share my public comment about the county's proposed Human Services Agency budget. My name is Linda Alves. I am the COO at Encompass Community Services and a member of the Pajaro Valley Collaborative. Encompass is the only provider of step-down mental health residential services for people with Medi-Cal in Santa Cruz County. Encompass has already been forced to close one of our 3 mental health residential facilities, Telos, and I'm here to urge the board to reconsider the county's proposed rate cut, which will force us to close yet another mental health residential center, Casa Pacific in South County. This next fiscal year, the county has proposed a reduction in residential mental health room and board funding from $125 to $75 per client per day. Our room and board costs are $162 per person to operate. Additionally, we will not receive Measure K funding this fiscal year, which is a loss of $471,000. This funding previously helped fill our funding gaps. The only path forward is to close another facility. The 2023 Civil Grand Jury report from Santa Cruz County was clear. Our county lacks step-down capacity and has urgent behavioral health staffing and access challenges. Cutting funding now directly contradicts those findings and will only deepen this crisis. I urge you to please reconsider this reduction. The budget is a reflection of our county's priorities. This reduction does not prioritize our community's behavioral health. If Casa Pacific closes, there is no alternative for this level of care. Closure will further exacerbate bottlenecks at our local emergency rooms, psychiatric hospitals, and other residential behavioral health treatment facilities in our community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Kathy, your microphone's now available.
Hello, this is Kathy Lass. I'm in Aptos, California, and I'm here to echo what's been said by people in public comment about the Health and Services Agency always needing to defend and balance their budget when other departments don't have to. So I really would like us to re-examine how we're spending our general funds and asking other departments to take the hit also in these hard times. We know that we just heard how the reimbursement for mental health beds is going from $125 to $75, and incarceration costs so much more. These are areas we can scrutinize to see where we can save money by looking at how and when we incarcerate people and looking at how we can save money in that arena and shift it to our health and human services. So I just to finish, I'd like to re-examine how we allocate that money and make sure that we have really looked under every rock for every penny by sharing the burden of these times. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
With that, I'll bring back to the board for any comments or questions. I'll start to my right with Supervisor DeSturpa.
Thank you. Somebody brought up something a little earlier that I wanted to follow up on. They said that the psychiatrist position in South County was set for elimination. I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit. So that will leave one, sounds like psychiatric nurse practitioner to manage the entire South County.
Yeah,
population.
so the 77, I'm sorry, let me back up. The cuts that are highlighted also include non-actual FTEs that work in the county, like locums. And so that's what we're talking about. It's a locum position.
And will that leave just one psychiatric provider then?
I will invite the director of clinics, Amy Pillar, to come and discuss that with us. Just for the rest of the board members, locums tend to be twice the expense when you bring them in. And so that's also something for us to kind of look into a little bit more.
Sure. So we have an integrated behavioral health department that has four psychiatric nurse practitioners and a psychiatric medical director, and then therapists under that. So what will end up happening is we will try to serve the entire county with a little bit less. Finding bilingual clinicians is not easy, but we will continue to try to do that. And we do have some, so it will be less. And like Director Morales said, it is not cutting an FTE, it's actually cutting a contractor.
Okay. Do we know what our panel is of psychiatric patients needing medication management in South County?
We do. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but
okay,
certainly I could get it for you.
And the the young woman that spoke earlier, who's the psychiatric nurse practitioner, is she working in the clinic or she's working in the integrated side?
The integrated behavioral health is part of the health centers.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
she does work in the health centers. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to bring her extra relief. It sounds like it's probably too much for South County. And if we're not serving, I've been down there, I've been in the clinic there. The need is great.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay, that was one question. The next question I did have was I was going to ask do we have any per diem help, which is locums? But in terms of maybe not the psychiatry, but in terms of providing extra help, bringing people in that way without benefits.
Yeah, so something that we always try to walk and be very conscious about is we do partner with our unions, and we really try to honor our agreements with them. And so one of the agreements for the board to keep in mind is if you bring in locums and you're laying people off, it also creates an inequity for us in terms of prioritizing our current staff. So part of the dance for us is how do you propose cuts and then also bring locums that are twice as expensive, for example. So financially doesn't make sense. I think in terms of our partnership with the unions, it doesn't also make sense. So it's a fine dance. And when we can, though, when we do see the other category, just bringing in folks that are not locums, extra help, they do tend to be cheaper. You don't pay for benefits. But for the clinical work that we have to do, it's hard to bring in part-time staff that are not locums.
Okay. And then another question I had was regarding people who may be losing their Medi-Cal. And I understand about MediCruise, but do we have any, are we doing any planning around how we're going to get people their medications that they might need? Because that's like typically a separate benefit.
Yeah, in health centers, we do have a program that ensures that we get medication at a low rate or depending on a sliding scale of income for folks. So if my advice would be, right, strengthen the MediCruise, if in fact the May revise leans in that direction in the federal administration, and leverage the current medication kind of models that the clinic currently has. I will also, you know, as I mentioned, Director Peeler is here. She can talk to you guys a little bit more about what was done prior to ACA, but that was a similar concept that was in place.
Okay. And then finally, regarding the rate cut for residential, 75 is really not enough to cover the costs. And I'm wondering if you could just speak a little bit about why that is happening and if there's any resolution that could be brought in front of us later.
So our staff did an assessment statewide, trying to understand what other counties were doing with room on board, and they were averaging about $50. And so when we looked at what our, obviously it's more expensive in Santa Cruz, right? So we knew we had to curtail that cost. And so what we were trying to do is now go to 50, what the average is in the state, but be more realistic about what it costs here in our county. And we landed on 75. We have other providers also that are moving forward with this. And they seem, at least the feedback that we receive from them, that they will be able to actually make the rate work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot and seen a lot about the budget and how challenging it is for HSA. And I appreciate the recommendation on a sales tax measure or some type of revenue measure because it would help a lot to maintain some of these services. I'm going to keep I have a few questions and then I have some comments. And then when the time comes, I did have some additional direction to provide. I know we're not going to approve the budget today, but I think that there's some concerns that I have and maybe there's some opportunities to help support certain programs. So the first was I was just curious with the litter, the syringe litter disposal slide. It was really great to see that the amount of syringes being collected on the ground versus those being disposed have that kind of inverse relationship where as we've had more receptacles, it seems like it's gone, the syringe litter has gone down. So I'm just wondering what has led to that success because it was a really big contrast.
Yes, well, one of the other things that happened during this time frame is our mobile pilot. So we did have an increased participation and engagement with people out in the field. That increased engagement, which was presented to this board a few board meetings ago, shows that we had those engagements meant that there were more opportunities for safe disposal, whether disposing over with our program staff, our SWAP staff, or even being provided a personal syringe, a safe syringe receptacle for them to use.
That's great. It's just, I know there's a lot of concern about having those kind of mobile programs, but as you know, data shows, and now as data here shows, those programs are really helpful and effective at not only reaching those clients, but also reducing syringe litter. So it's just great to see that positive response from that program. When the slide came up about the 24/7 mental health crisis response. I was just curious, where are the majority of those calls taking place? Or do you all have that information?
I don't have that information with me. I don't think but yeah, we don't have that, but we will get that for you, Supervisor.
Yeah, it'd just be great to see where in the county those calls are taking place.
Track them, so we'll be able to report back to you on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And then I guess I have a couple comments and then I'll come back with at the end, I guess, or when it's appropriate with some additional direction. But I do really have some concerns around the elimination of MHCAN. And we had a meeting with the City of Santa Cruz last week, as we normally do, on issues related to homelessness, and they share concerns around the loss of MHCAN, the loss of Gemma House, syringe services, and we think there might be an opportunity to partner with the City of Santa Cruz, and I'm obviously speaking specifically in my district, to maintain those services in some capacity. And so when the time comes, I'm going to have a little bit of extra direction to consider. And how this has worked for the new members is that, since we're not passing the budget today, these are just options for consideration for when we do have the budget come to us. And so, and again, with I share similar concerns that Supervisor DeSerpa said around psychiatric services. Also concerned, I met with the lab and radiology folks and share some of the concerns around that and how how the services will be maintained so that people don't fall through the system. And so I'll end my comments for now, and then when the time comes, I have some language that I'd like to propose.
I'm gonna go to my far left over here with Supervisor Koenig and bring it in.
Thank you, Chair. First, just want to point out that, it was brought up by members of the public that we should be looking at general fund monies to supplement the department in order to avoid cuts. But what I'm seeing here is that actually, that's precisely what we're doing, right? We're seeing an 11% increase in the budget for HSA, at least as far as the general fund contribution. So, we are actually adding $2.75 million of general fund money for the department's funding. And these cuts are being driven by, as you explained, the CalAIM rates and changes to, particularly behavioral health reimbursement. Is that right?
Well, just to clarify, we're getting $2 million from general fund, more than last year, but that's to cover the salaries and benefits. So you do that across all departments for that fund. It's not an additional boost to, in essence, it does cover salaries, but it's not an additional boost to programming. We're getting $400,000 from Measure K, and that is for behavioral health, especially for the room on board aspect of the gap that we had. I would say when you look at the general fund as a whole, I think you know where I'm going. It's about $250 million, and we're getting $20 million. So.
Sure. Yeah. The Sheriff's Department is increasing, I think, 2% versus 11%. So, in terms of trying to support all departments, I don't see doesn't seem to me like that we're shorting HSA as far as our general fund contribution. That's my opinion. One big question is, why weren't we able to fill the 74 vacant positions that we're getting rid of today?
What? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So we're eliminating a bunch of unfilled vacant positions, right? And I seem to recall when these were essentially created, largely due to some of the COVID response revenues and just basically investment in our healthcare system at that time. And we haven't been able to fill them, and therefore they never generated revenue. They never paid for themselves, and we never kind of created that self-perpetuating system. Why weren't we able to fill these positions?
So for some of the positions, particularly in public health, where we had limited term and some other vacancies, a lot of those were actually planned over. We've had multi-year grants, and so we were planning to have some sort of true up once we knew what our sustainable funding picture looked like for public health. And a lot of those positions aren't revenue generating. So that's just one snapshot of those positions. Yeah.
I will also add, in some of these areas, so the behavioral health positions, it's very difficult to recruit. You guys have heard the stories. You've made investments in, methods to try to increase recruitment. So that also has something to do with it. And as sometimes it's when you don't have the flexibility, not necessarily the funding, you want to keep those positions because when you get new grants, it's just easier to fill them in and instead of coming to you and requesting them and it takes 8 months. So yes, we've had multiple kind of strategy behind it, but a lot of it is recruitment, that it's hard to fill these positions. I think especially right now, what I'm sensing is folks are a little scared also to come to government just because of everything that's happening at the federal and now with the cuts in counties. It's a multifaceted issue we're facing.
Does the math still work, particularly on the behavioral health side? I mean, with the CalAIM reimbursement rates being what they are, I mean, if we were able to hire another psychiatrist, would they be revenue generating or would it be a net county cost?
Yeah, I can share with you high level and then definitely want to invite our new director, Marty, to kind of share with you. When it comes to psych, yes, we believe that the revenue is high enough for us to generate, the rate is high enough to generate revenue. With some other positions, it makes it a little bit hard. So with CalAIM, you get paid also by your license. So if you are a psychiatrist, you're going to get different than like someone that's not licensed who gets paid at a lower rate. And so it does create this perpetual unfortunate system where you're rewarding for the positions that are licensed, but it's just harder to recruit for them. And so we're stuck with unlicensed positions with less revenue. And so it's a dance that I think all counties are faced with and we kind of try to play with, but I'm not sure if Dr. Sommer wants to add any additional comments.
Hi, good afternoon. I think Director Morales did a pretty good job of sharing with you some of the challenges with payment reform. Here in Santa Cruz County, the medical providers within our behavioral health specialty mental health system actually do fall under the federally qualified health center. So we're actually not even able to leverage through the CalAIM system for Medi-Cal reimbursement for our medical providers because we're leveraging that through the FQs. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to doing that. Psychiatry providers are under Medi-Cal for specialty mental health, the highest provider reimbursement type. So there's something that we could look at there, but we have been able, I think, historically to really benefit by utilizing the federally qualified health centers for our medical services. There is challenge around the other provider types with folks who are unlicensed. And you may know within the behavioral health system, it's very, very hard. We're at a national crisis for recruiting mental health workers. And really, we want to grow our workforce. And so that means really having internships and bringing people that aren't yet licensed into the fold, but they really do have many more demands on their time for supervision, for training, which reduces the number of hours that are available for direct billable services. So the reimbursement model under payment reform doesn't really factor out when you actually look at the reality of a system that has to be a training organization. So there's some challenges there. We're not alone in this. This is an issue in every county. Certainly our state association is working with the Department of Healthcare Services to kind of reevaluate and advocate for the reality that the reimbursement model that really did come out is not helping any county at this point to be whole. So more information to come, but it's a challenging landscape right now.
Got it. That kind of answered my next question, or I can guess, which is, I mean, what we're hearing from, we heard from the president of NAMI that we're sending people out of county because of a lack of beds that we then lose about 50% of the reimbursement dollars when this happens. Is that in fact the case just because we have a shortage of care options locally?
So being slightly new, right, a few weeks in, what I have noticed is that there is a very big gap in the full continuum of care for our specialty mental health services. And there's a very low number of beds for our high needs clients. And so I really want to dig in with the team and understand what have been the local challenges around that. Some of that certainly must be fiscal. I mean, our partners at Encompass came to us yesterday and really shared the dilemma that they're struggling with. And so for me to have a really
clear answer for you. I need to dig into what the current contracts looks like, what their budget looks like, what kind of expenditures are they dealing with? Like, what's the reality of the cost to operate the facility, and how does that factor into what we actually have available to reimburse providers for, and then figure out what's going to be a model that makes sense to start to effectively grow that continuum here locally. So that's not a quick or easy answer, but I feel like it's an honest and realistic one.
Okay. Dr. Morales, you have anything you want to add to that, or?
It's what we learned with the children's facility that is scheduled to open is that it takes a lot more for us to pencil out than just building that facility. It costs us $27 million. And the contractor we're going to be working with, I think, is about $8 million. So we're going to be, the estimates right now, even if we have a regional model, which means we bring other, youth from our neighboring counties, we will still be in the hole about $4 to $5 million. So we do definitely need to pencil out. We thought like, okay, building it locally, having the kids here locally, it's still benefit to the community. We know that. Absolutely. There's no question about that. But financially, we also need to think as a system, what are going to be the maintenance plans for these buildings? Because they do every year, they go up. Facilities just increase. And so it's, I think, something for us to contemplate as well as we're thinking about additional facilities. We have a lot of facilities for such a tiny county. And my stress has been, how are we going to maintain these? Because as CEO Palacio said, they pay us to build them, but they're not paying us to sustain them. And then we're going to get dinged for not having, that continuity of care. So it's a triple-edged sword. It's not even a double-edged sword what we're faced with right now.
Okay, thank you. You talked about MediCruise a little bit as sort of a last best option if we see these major cuts to Medi-Cal. Do I understand correctly that's pretty much just 100% locally funded option, or how does that work?
It works through what we call realignment dollars that come into the county. And so we get about, I want to say $3 million of realignment right now to support these services. And those are your registration to your car vehicle fees that you pay. And there's another one that I'm forgetting. I think it's some kind of, I don't have it all memorized, but it's basically state dollars that we use to support the indigent care in our community. It's just not what we know from just the previous model is that the $2 to $3 million we have now is not enough. It used to be larger. And I anticipate with right now being able to serve about 350 with that amount. And the changes of about 7,000 people not being now covered through Medi-Cal, you're going to have to consider growing that fund if you choose to continue on that path.
Right. So if we were going to grow it, I assume the realignment dollars are limited.
Yes.
Growing it would require 100% local.
That's correct.
Money. Right. Okay. If we were able to find an additional, I don't know, $2 to $5 million for the department, how would you invest it?
That's a great question. I have to put my hat on and think about what we think will pay dividends in the long run or what's going to be the ROI. I think, unfortunately, we're in a situation where we do have to think about cuts. And so I would try, to ensure that the current services are fully covered, that we have currently in place. What I anticipate is you're going to see more cuts. So I would still consider moving forward with what we shared with you, that using that funding, so I don't have to come to you, or Ms. Herrera won't have to come to you in 6 months and share with you that there's additional cuts for you guys to consider. I don't think you're going to get out of this. I really don't. I've looked at it every shape, way, and form. What we're trying to do is what is the least painful. You can definitely, choose not to. And kind of postpone it, but it wouldn't be wise of us, just like we don't encourage people to max out their credit cards and not pay their mortgage, right? Or their rent or so forth. You will have to make really bold changes, unfortunately. So if you have money, let's keep it for next year to make sure that we don't have to come back to you in a few months.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question. First of all, I want to say I'm really sorry that we're losing you. And I think you've done an incredible job with your short time with the county and made a huge impact. I think YOLO is really lucky that they're going to be getting you. I also understand that YOLO actually has a combined Health and Human Services department, as do a number of other counties that are relatively close in size to Santa Cruz. Butte County is about 200,000, Shasta close to 200,000, Placer is more like 400,000, but these are just a few examples of counties that combine Health and Human Services. Now, I understand there might not be like a huge amount of cost savings in a combined department, but do you think that there's opportunities for at least improved service delivery where, there's less silos between the two departments?
Thank you for putting me on the spot. That's a good question. I would say, like anything, it should be explored. I think the level of acuteness that we have in our community, though, is pretty high. We have higher homelessness, rates compared to those counties that you've outlined. We have higher suicide. We have higher crisis. And so to all fall under one director might be too much in this county. But I will say, like anything, it should be explored because we just don't know if there's ways that we can increase integration. I will say, though, my motto has always been, and this is me personally, like you can integrate no matter what part of the corner of the building you're in, right? It's about leadership and it's about wanting to partner. And we have that partnership in this county, which is really nice between the H's. But, I think it should be explored.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for the presentation and for answering my colleagues' questions. I made a number of comments earlier during my opening statement about my commitment to supporting the safety net and supporting those, particularly those who are at risk of losing their healthcare benefits, both for their health and quality of life and the quality of life of our community, and also just frankly for revenue in our clinics and with our CBOs, because I anticipate there will be harder decisions to make and some pretty difficult, if not devastating, conversations to have in the coming months, unfortunately. And it isn't lost on me that each decision does impact human lives, right? I think that's what makes this budget hearing harder than maybe others might be, because we're talking about people. And so I take it very seriously, and I'm trying to hold my values of compassion and equity, and also being responsible and planful for what's coming, and so we can be as strong as we can facing the next coming years. I appreciate what I appreciate about what you're bringing to us is that I hear you trying to do some right sizing, right? That there's some structural deficits, despite what's happening at the state and federal level, that need to be adjusted, especially because of what's happening at the federal and state level. And that, there are some unfortunate runaway costs, a lot of things that are outside of our control, our reimbursement rates, our cost of living, challenges of recruitment, right? A lot of things outside of our control, but have contributed to some runaway costs in some of our departments. And in order to be responsible, we have to make some difficult decisions and right size those programs. One thing that I haven't quite wrap my head around yet, and some of it's coming from the feedback that we're hearing from the public today, was that a lot of the right sizing that we talked about prior to today's hearing was around FTE and kind of the number of FTEs that'd be changed. But now I'm hearing folks talk about the closure of beds and sort of Yeah, like closing of beds at Telos, perhaps Casa Pacific, and I haven't put it in my mind in the context of the cuts that we're proposing will lead to a reduction of beds, and so I'm just wondering if maybe it's Dr. Sandoval or it's you, Director Morales, who come and just talk to us about the impact of this budget in the net number of beds available in our community.
Karen or Marty?
Oh, thank you for the question. First, I do want to bring it to the attention of the board that as of yesterday was the first that we were informed of Encompass's proposed closure of the facility. So this is very brand new information for us. So I think that's very important that you know that. So we're definitely going to try to look at that. Telos closed. Right now, our hope is that we don't have to close Casa Pacific, but we're having to dig into that. That's brand new. As far as the number of beds, Karen can provide the detailed information on the number of beds in the facilities.
Yeah, so for mental health, we've only ever had 38 available, operating around 36, depending on whether or not each facility filled every bed. Encompass operates all of the mental health residential in our community. El Dorado Center, which is in unincorporated Midtown with Live Oak, is a 16-bed facility. Casa Pacific is 12, and Telos was 10, operating around 8. So that is it for mental health residential at the non-inpatient or locked care level. In our SUD continuum, we have currently 94 beds with the new investments from the Bond Beach HIP round 1. All of those facilities were SUD facilities. So 30 million went to the city to build a campus at Coral Street. Almost 4 million went to Encompass to expand their currently expanding Si Se Puede, which is really great, in Watsonville to add much needed withdrawal management services. And then Janus won a $44 million award to build a recovery campus at the site of the Roadway Inn in Watsonville. So really great to have that infusion of services in Watsonville, also something that we've been working on in behavioral health. However, that will expand our SUD continuum. As you've heard today, our mental health continuum is shrinking. Part of the reason that our inpatient costs are so high or that we rely on the inpatient unit more so is that we do not have a broad continuum of care for mental health services in our county. The typical continuum of care would allow for enough residential beds to be able to step people into, for example, El Dorado Center as a crisis residential versus sending somebody to the hospital. If that interim level of residential is not available, then the only thing left is for people to present at the CSP in crisis, because basically we haven't been able to serve them before the crisis, and so they end up in the crisis. Also, just for education's sake, about 46% of the people going into our mental health residential are experiencing homelessness at the time they enter, and I want to say it's about 52% for SUD. So a lot of the individuals that we serve at the residential level for both SUDs and mental health don't have anywhere to go. Once they gain some stability and some healing, they end up going right back to the street because we aren't able to solve for the housing. So it's a very complicated picture. However, there has been a lack of investment in our mental health system of care. And when I got here, we had the 3 mental health res. I'm not exactly sure how that came to be or whether I understand there was more before that closed down. We also had River Street Shelter that closed down. So we have seen a shrink over the years. I think that we have been, since Dr. Sandoval got here, really thinking about creative ways to solve that problem. One of the issues with mental health residential that doesn't exist for SUD residential is that mental health residential is subject to the IMD rule, which means that you cannot have more than 16 beds in any mental health residential facility. That does not include facilities that are like, for example, our Front Street facilities, which are more of a board and care. They're licensed as adult residential facility. So it's a different type of longer term, usually care. For that social rehab or crisis residential, we are limited to that 16 bed per facility. With the rates that we have, especially for the social rehab, it doesn't pencil out for operators to really be able to invest in the clinical programming that is required for the level of care that's providing. So social rehab, which is how Casa Pacific is licensed. Again, only 12 beds there. The rate is 200 and something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Crisis residential, on the other hand, is 400 and something. So you're getting a much higher rate, but the responsibility is to provide a much more robust clinical programming at that rate. So I don't know, this is just, I don't have an answer for you as to why, but these are some of the things that we face when we're trying to really expand the mental health residential sort of level of care, as well as, honestly, day treatment, which is also lacking in our county. That would provide like 5 hours a day of treatment, 5 days a week, or even 3 hours with a less intensive level. We don't have that either. So we're having people basically leave residential and have programs like MHCAN, which is honestly why MHCAN is so valuable to us, because people have a place to go and get support during the day. So anyway, it's a mess.
Well, we really just need to take this next year and really figure out how do we actually solve the dilemma of the gaps in the community care. And we're not going to be able to solve that by ourselves. We need to actually bring in the community and really talk to the community providers. There's probably going to be some RFPs in our future, right?
Yes.
There's a lot that we need to do that can't happen overnight, but this is a glaring issue for us. So your questions are relevant. They're important. We will have more conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you for that overview. I'm sorry, it's a mess.
Maybe that's the wrong word to use. Probably,
I would say it's an opportunity to really shift how we tackle things.
Yeah.
Right.
The thing that I would ask, we're not adopting this budget today. It's going to come to the last day. Is that if it appears that the budget that's proposed will reduce the number of residential beds that exist today, to please communicate that or let us know that is on the table for last day budget hearings. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see, moving on just a little bit. I've heard that there may be some support from my colleagues on the board to restore funding for MHCAN and GEMA program. That is something that I would be supportive of. I have when I go back to what I was originally saying, which is we really need to preserve the safety net. We need to make sure that there's space that doesn't allow people to fall through the cracks, right? We need to catch folks before they fall through the cracks. I believe and know that MHCAN is one of those options. And so I would be supportive of a motion that was in support of that. Moving on to a couple of other less maybe loaded items on the agenda. Thank you for bringing back the item to align our exchange practices of syringe service program with the recommended practices of the Center for Disease Control. That's something that I support, and so I was really glad to see it on the agenda today. So thank you for that. And finally, there are two other parts of your department that are really important and really mean a lot to my district in particular. And that's they're both under environmental health. Environmental health has been doing a lot of work to support my office in some of the more complex disaster rebuilds, particularly as it relates to septic issues. I know you're struggling with some staffing challenges, and I really appreciate your effort to help us streamline the process for people who do interact with your department through their rebuilds. And please keep me in touch if there's something else that my office can do to support that. And then finally, in the same part of your department, the Water Resources Division. You have some leadership under that division that's really been helping us on some of the water quality issues in the San Lorenzo Valley, particularly in Big Basin area, and been a big struggle. So I want to thank you for dedicating some resources to helping ensure that our residents have access to clean and reliable water, which is a basic human right in my opinion. So thank you very much. And I'm going to reserve any comments related to the lab and radiology for the time you bring back a more thorough report on that, which will be a week from today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all the staff. I think that some of the things I want to mention, staff kind of hit the nail on there about looking at RFPs, different strategies. But it's also an opportunity to explore different funding sources. What I really mean is to facilitate with other agencies or cities that would be willing to adopt some of these programs, services like MHCAN, GEMA. Supervisor Cummings mentioned his meeting with City of Santa Cruz. If I heard rumors of Janus having some interest. So it's a good opportunity for us to also explore that as well. I am going to mention some stuff about labs and X-ray because I had the opportunity to meet with them, and it was a fairly long meeting with them. But I did the South County Center, the Freedom Center, sorry. And so, I had a lot of input from staff there, from labs, X-ray, from nursing, psychiatric practitioner. Several doctors came in to speak with us, but they were talking about how they could possibly look at ways to better streamline productivity and adding additional, things they ain't billed that they should be billing. So I don't know if it's training with the billing system, but they're saying that number one, they could be more profitable and more productive, is what they're saying. Some of the other things that they mentioned is, well, I'll leave it like that first, right? I want to ask, can we ask billing, what is, have an audit of what could be billable there to make it more, if not profitable, at least to sustain itself, right? Is that a possibility that we've looked into, some sort of audit and what is billable and training for them how to bill on certain things?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Hernandez. Yes, in fact, over the past probably 1.5 to 2 years, we've spent a lot of time looking at the productivity levels and billing and how things are going. I will say over the past year, we've seen an improvement. You're right. There's opportunities still for us to do better. And yes, it's already in the motions in terms of to ensure that, our physicians and our clinical staff do a lot when they see patients. And so are we maximizing all the potential billing codes? Are we making sure that they're getting trained on that? Are we making sure that it's also getting entered into the system that needs to get entered? All of that work has started. Obviously, we can strengthen that. I will definitely lean on the chief of clinics, Amy Peeler, to come back and report to you guys on how that's going. That also includes our productivity levels. There's a lot of room in our productivity levels. We've seen improvements about 20% over the past couple of months, but I believe depending on the business unit that there's still opportunity for us to, increase productivity. It does require partnership with the union. So we have been meeting with the union, for example, on IBH to talk about productivity. And then on our side, right, making sure that we have proper procedures and protocols, making sure that we have cancellation policies or no-show policies, making sure that we have drop-in hours. So all of these different factors is part of the work that we've been doing with the leadership in clinics.
Because, I've worked in unions before, but this productivity discussion is coming from the workers themselves and finding ways that they can streamline their process and, add more billable, services. The other thing they mentioned was about there's certain insurance that's not taken, like Blue Shield. And I know that a lot of the canneries there are Blue Shield. I think the school district is Blue Shield. But they're saying that it's not billable there, that they can't take that money or bill it, right? Is there a reason why that?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that, and then I welcome Amy Peeler to kind of do a more detailed follow-up. So we're not a Kaiser, right? We're not Anthem. We are a clinic that our whole mission is to provide care for the indigent, right? And so it definitely has a different model than we don't just take kind of anyone. Our priority is folks that are Medi-Cal or don't have any other health home. Because of that, about 85% of our patients are Medi-Cal. The remaining like 10% or 11% are indigent. And then there's a tiny amount, I would, lean on Amy to correct me, about 3% that fall outside of that. But that's a lot of the reason why, we have a very focused mission on who we serve. Amy?
Sure. So we are sort of the opposite of the private sector. So when we see patients who have Medi-Cal, we get a higher rate than private providers in the community. And we get that rate because it is our federal mandate to see people regardless of their ability to pay. So for us, Medi-Cal is our biggest funder. That is the per visit, we get the most money from people who have Medi-Cal. Other insurers are much lower than that for us. And we focus our efforts on those who are uninsured, underinsured, and like Director Morales said, the majority of our patients are either Medi-Cal or Medicare and Medi-Cal both.
So the reason I bring this up is because I mentioned that we should look at this and triage it, right? And I think taking care of our staff is probably one of my highest priorities. One of the other things they did mention, though, is bringing in the possibility of bringing in community partners like Salud para la Gente, Clínica del Valle, Clínica Placita, and sort of bring in whatever services that they might need from these clinics to the Freedom Center, to the labs and X-ray, because most of them are billable. There'll be Medicare, Medicruz, Medi-Cal. Is that a possibility?
Amy, I'll lean on Amy on this one. I don't recall if there's specific parameters, so I'll lean on.
State, many years ago, looked at all of our costs to provide the services, and then they assign us a rate, and that rate is inclusive of all of the services that we can provide. So if a patient comes into our clinic and they have stomach pain and they get an X-ray ordered and a lab ordered and they get a referral, we get the same amount for that. We don't get to bill extra for lab or for X-ray. So those are two departments where we don't have revenue regardless of how we bill. We could bill those for the state and the state would say, no, we're not paying you for that. So it is awful. It is awful to bring this forward because we know it's not the best for our patients, but they are two areas when we are looking at even more cuts coming with how our state will treat undocumented folks that are high cost and very low income.
Amy, can you discuss if other FQs can use our lab and X-ray facilities?
That our other FQHCs do not have in-house lab or X-ray either. And so they have ways to get their patients those services. Those services are for our rate for our patients. And we don't have the bandwidth or the people to be able to create more and more of those visits, but we could certainly look at that.
Thank you. And that kind of segues into this equity component that they brought in. First, I want to go back that when I did my onboarding tour of all the Freedom Center, they were telling me, like, a lot of the discussion was about that Freedom Center was their most profitable clinic and they helped sustain Emmeline. So I heard a lot of that discussion on my onboarding when I went to the Freedom Center. And it came up again when I went to go tour with, by that time SCIU was gone. This is just workers about this equity piece that the Freedom Clinic is more profitable, that why can't, that Freedom helps Emmeline sustain itself. And that if we look at it through the lens of equity, we'd allow Freedom Clinic to fund themselves and fund the X-ray and labs there in South County where they're at. Is that I mean, I guess what I would want to know is like, do we know how profitable these labs and X-ray are in the different locations? Is that available? That information is available?
A little bit of that information now, and then we can run a thorough analysis. And oh, good, Amy's still here. So what I have right now in terms of the cost for lab at Emmeline, it's about $800,000. The cost for lab in Watsonville is about $500,000. The cost for X-ray at Emmeline, it's about $226,000. And the cost for X-ray in Watsonville is about $210,000. It is also true that Freedom Campus is a high generator of revenue for clinics, and we do lean on them for balancing the rest of the entire budget as a whole. But that is something that we've done. We just kind of treat it as an enterprise versus individually.
It's hard when you're making these specific cuts, right? When everybody takes the brunt, and I guess as an entire agency, health services is also taking a big hit of the brunt. But going in these specific departments, it really feels inequitable to them, and that's what they expressed to me. All of them, from doctors, nurse practitioners, staff, office staff, they all express the same thing.
We can come back, Supervisor Hernandez, on the 10th with an analysis for you on these numbers, so you kind of have them, so you guys can, make the decisions that you need to based on the data in terms of the expenditures and the revenue and for each of the clinics, and then you can basically, I just want to make sure we are fully transparent with you guys because we know these are very difficult decisions for you guys to make. At that point, you can direct, obviously, us in different directions.
That'd be helpful to, see all those income levels, how short they are. One of the most interesting things that I think came up of that tour with them is that they wanted to form a committee with billing, and they're all excited to do this. To find out where they can find, places where they can streamline processes, build more stuff. And, is that something that we could still explore with them? I'm saying this because if we can, we're waiting for the federal government to see some change in the federal government in the next 2 years or a year and a half, 2 years. If it's sustainable, if we're able to make it sustainable or profitable, sustainable for the next 2 years.
So your first question,
the committee, yeah.
Yeah, your question on the committee, yeah, absolutely. That can still for us. I believe in transparency. We've done this in behavioral health, right? 3 years ago, it was a whole different leadership. The new leadership in there was really transparent about budgets. It's something that I know that clinics is striving to also do. We're starting right now with creating monthly kind of financial reports for each of the clinic leadership, right? But I don't see any reason why we can't also make sure that the managers in each clinic are sharing some of this information. So we are noting this and we'll make sure to report back on that.
Thank you. And, going back to my first comment, it was more of a comment, not a question, but the idea of exploring different cities or agencies that can adopt some of these programs that like MHCAN and GEMA, is that a possibility?
Yeah, I will share with you because I've been doing a lot of research with other counties. A lot of counties, they're focused on providing the clinical reimbursable care. And a lot of kind of the community, what they call it, the community support is done by CBOs through their own kind of foundation work grants that they apply for, or endowments that they are able to create. So unfortunately, yes, it can be done, right? I think it's a model that we should explore. I did meet with some of the local foundations in the county to kind of pitch and put a seed that, it would be great for us to consider starting some form of endowment around behavioral health in the county, in addition, obviously, to a potential measure, because I think it's going to take multiple, funding sources for us to sustain these very important CBOs. I will say, and sorry, just one last thought is that this state also has been leaning on this, right? Where they were moving to what used to be funded before through grants. And really, they were even pushing public health. Find anything that you can do that it's reimbursed. I'm sorry, the services that you're doing that can be reimbursed, and figure out a way to get reimbursement through Medi-Cal. So it's not just something that for us to explore, is that the state has actually been pushing for this when I worked there. And so it's definitely, it's catching up to us now.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for.
And before we move on, I did have one last thing I just wanted to bring up since.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one last comment because of Brown Act issues and just and so when we come back on June 10th, I have received some concern from the farmers market director. They had, in the past, their rates have been pretty low in terms of what they've been charged, and now those rates are increasing, and they're being charged for the same operator who operates the 5 different ones are being charged at each of the markets where they hold farmers markets, and so there's going to be a proposed fee change for certified farmers market increasing from $905 annually to $941 annually. And the proposed fee for temporary food facilities at farmers markets increasing from $528 to $549 annually, which would mean that the fee would be with the 5 markets going up to $7,450 a year. And that's up from about $2,000 that they've been paying in the past. And so I think it'd be good for us to consider some kind of middle ground, and I'd be happy to bring forward some like a recommendation for that. But having the operator pay the same fees at each of the different market when it's the same operator just seems a little redundant in terms of the fees that they're paying, and really expensive for the operators, because ultimately what that's going to do is just drive the cost of food at the farmers markets up, and the ratepayers end up absorbing those costs. So just wanted to bring that up because it's come to my attention from the farmers market director. That being said, we can have more discussion about that at the June 10th meeting, unless you all want to respond.
Supervisor, I would recommend, if you haven't, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you have, that you've talked to our staff as well, so you can get background on this. And if you have, I'm obviously not behind.
I believe that we have at some point, but we're happy to talk to them.
Yeah, I think it's just important for you to get the background on just the history with the farmers market. We've had similar feedback by other board of supervisors, and for me, it's just more to make a decision that's based on the current facts and the cost and inflation and CPI and all that good stuff. But having that information, I think, available to you, you can make the proper recommendation or decision.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation with the following additions. First, direct the CEO to work with MHCAN and the city of Santa Cruz on a plan to maintain day services and return with recommendations on the final day of budget hearings. 2, direct the CEO to work with the city of Santa Cruz on a plan to either maintain the downtown outreach worker program or identify an alternative that can maintain similar services, and to explore options to maintain syringe litter collection services with the downtown streets team and return with recommendations on the final day of budget hearings. 3, direct the CEO to maintain funding for Gemma House services until a contract with an alternative service model is entered into. If an alternative service contract is not entered into, return to the board for additional direction. And then 4, direct the CEO to return with the options for lab, radiology, and psychiatric services in consultation with stakeholders. I'm happy to explain some of those.
So that last line includes some of the stuff I mentioned. Okay, perfect.
Can I just, I'm so sorry, can I clarify something before you, okay.
Yes.
I completely forgot to bring this up because I just want to make sure it's on record. We did speak to Janice, the CEO there, Amber Williams, and it's my understanding that in fact they are working with New Life to ensure that there's a smooth transition between the organizations, with Janice taking over the program. I just want to make sure it's on record so our community also knows.
Which program?
Gemma.
Gemma.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a motion.
Can I make a comment? MHCAN, super important. It is completely only serving North County residents. We have people Mid and South County who need similar services, right? So if there's any way we could take the model that they have delivered so beautifully in North County and somehow emulate it down in South County, I think that would make me feel better about approving continuing funding for services that are not just serving the north part of our county.
You just
No, you can't. I'm sorry. No.
In case I missed something, I just want to make sure before you continue discussion, was there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a second on the motion. So what I'm understanding the motion to be is basically you're asking staff to come back with more information on the 4 categories of topics that you laid out there for continuing discussion at the June 10th meeting. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I can explain if it's necessary. So like, this will be helpful for the board.
Go ahead.
Could you
briefly?
I think I understood everything, but can you explain
I
the
understood
your fourth, just about options for maintaining phlebotomy? And X-ray?
I just know that, and I was going to elaborate on that one a little bit in particular, but I know we've heard some concerns about psychiatric services and the loss of those. The lab and radiology, if those were to come to an abrupt stop, I think it could have disruption with delivery of services. And so is there an opportunity to extend some of those services even longer? Or maybe if it's, if we somehow find some pot of gold, can we keep radiology and maybe get rid of lab or keep lab versus radiology? I mean, I just want to make sure that we've explored all opportunities because, sometimes as we start digging into different funding sources, it turns out that there might be some funding left over from one program versus another that can be cobbled together to help provide, additional services in the next year budget. So I just want to make sure that we're exploring all options.
Right. So on that topic, you're going to have a full hearing under the Bielenson Act on the morning of June 10th. And then in the afternoon, you're going to have continuing actions on the budget. So there's going to be 2 opportunities to receive information on that.
Great.
Comments?
I have a question, which I may add, see if I can add a friendly amendment. Just for clarity on the existing MediCruise program, does it need any infrastructure today to be used as a contingency fund if throughout the rest of the budget hearings we identify sources for that?
Off top of my head, I'm going to say yes, because right now we are about 350 clients that we're serving. So I anticipate any increase is going to demand more billing for us, right? More management, addressing the referrals, screening, all that good stuff. So yes.
So just for the board, what I'm thinking about is how to start preparing that MediCruise may become an option, assuming that come fall, when we have an update about the state and federal budget, we're going to need to do more to support that population. So I would like to add a friendly amendment to come back with options come back with a proposal to strengthen the infrastructure of MediCruise so that we will be ready to roll it out if needed in the middle of this fiscal year.
Just for clarification, does that mean by Tuesday of next week? No, right?
Ideas, any ideas would be appreciated. I would just like to add in support of what you're saying is that one day in an ICU could cost upwards of $1 million. And if there's only $3 million in that account right now to support people in the community, I mean, healthcare is so expensive.
So what I think I said this in our one-on-one rounds, what I was proposing that the staff come back and give you background, because it's only for specialty. It's not for any primary or inpatient, outpatient, or even medication. This is just for specialty, for emergencies. So what I would propose is that we come back and give you an overview of the program, the criteria, how it was used, where we're at, what we anticipate. And if that can be done after the 10th, that'll be easier for us to better prepare you.
So if somebody needs chemotherapy, for example, that's a specialty. That's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it's not the spectrum. That's why I think a background on what this is and what it covers would be very beneficial to you guys. Yeah.
I think so. Sort of what a preliminary plan would look like too. Right. Very basic, right?
Yes.
I'd accept that.
I just want to pull it separate from the deadline of June 10th, because that would be a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I think so you hear what I'm going for is if we identify we got $2 to $5 million to fund a gap, as Supervisor Koenig suggested, that might be a good fund to put that in, right? So whatever work needs to happen to ensure that we'd be ready for that if we can identify it before June 10th or after.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. If I win the super lottery, Supervisor Cummings, we accept the friendly amendment. Okay, me too.
All right, and just so there's sort of a general deadline for that. I mean, when after June 10th?
After June 10th. We can come back in August.
Okay, does August work for you? Okay, great, thanks.
That's perfect. Thank you.
All right, totally supportive of everything that's been suggested so far. I'd like to offer one additional friendly amendment at the risk of making this too much of a grab bag, but it would be to add additional direction for HSA, HSD, and CEO staff to explore opportunities to improve service delivery and enhance efficiency by combining HSA and HSD functions, and to return with a report no later than the mid-year budget review. So we have plenty of time on this one with opportunities.
Good. Sure. All right, so we got a motion and a second. The motion from Supervisor Cummings, second from Supervisor Hernandez.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number.
Chair, before you move on, I think that we were hoping to spend a moment to say thank you to Director Morales, since what I understand is this might be her last day. So I'm going to kick it off with Supervisor DeSerpa.
So Monica, so many people have already said today what I was going to say, which is that you've made Watsonville proud. Like, there are so many people in the community that reached out to me and talked about what an amazing, powerful, collaborative leader you've been, and that you growing up in Watsonville and sort of like rising up and becoming the director that you are was very meaningful for the population in South County. And so Monica and I wanted to take this moment to really thank you for your service. We really, like Supervisor Koenig said, we're really going to miss you and wish you all the best in your new job in Yolo County. I have some flowers for you from my garden. So maybe we could take a moment and have like a picture.
Well, if you could continue the comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just really honored to be able to work with you, which has been so impressed over the years of all the presentations you've been able to give to my office and my staff, and the questions that we've been able to answer, which has really prepared us with background knowledge as we're coming into these meetings and making whether difficult decisions on budgets or just learning about new programs that are going to roll out and using best practices, which may be different than what most communities have done in the past, or maybe it make some people nervous, but really trying to be proactive at staying on top of, what is the best recommendations coming out of the field to provide the best services has been just so impressive. And when I heard that you were leaving, I was really bummed out, but totally understand, that Santa Cruz is also really financially challenging place to live. And there's, and this is what we worry about a lot, is that we have really good staff and they get a better opportunity somewhere else and they get pulled away. But, I think we're just fortunate to have had you all these years, and totally support you moving on to your next endeavor, and just wish you the best. And don't forget about us down here in Santa Cruz.
Monica, I just want to say that, not only do we all appreciate all the work that you've done here at the county, but it seems like the entire community, and it showed today, right? You got kudos from the nonprofits and, the different folks in the different agencies. But not only that, I've heard those kudos come from people that we normally don't interact with, or at least departments, with like City of Watsonville, the school district. Everybody was just, so excited with all the work that you're doing. And, I know it's going to continue wherever you go. And hopefully one day you'll find your path back to Watsonville, Santa Cruz County.
Yeah. Monica, it takes a really special person to, dedicate your brilliance and your talents to serving the health of our community. And we've been so fortunate that you've given that to our community for the time that you've been here. I'm also putting out energy that maybe someday you'll find your way back here, and just truly have appreciated the opportunity to work with you. Good luck in Yolo County.
Yeah, Monica, as I've already said, it's been a pleasure working with you. I mean, I understand that you're maybe not necessarily moving on to a better opportunity, but just kind of keeping a better house. So it seems like if we're going to get you back someday, it's a great incentive to build better housing here in our county. And I'll keep that as a guiding light that this is what's going to bring Monica back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to thank you guys for letting me grow here, and I love my county. I love it. It's a hard decision, but I got to think about my babies, and I do have a 8-year-old and 11-year-old that are waiting for me. So appreciate your patience with me and everything that we're doing together. You are on the right path, and I will continue to keep an eye on all the great work that's happening here, and I will continue to call you guys and advocate for health. So thank you. Thank you.
What were you thinking?
One more time. Hey, the camera thing was no. Yeah.
Should we take a 2-minute bio break? 2 minutes.
I think
5.
35.
Recording stopped.
Oh.
Recording in progress.
We're ready? Okay, we'll continue this meeting with item number 9. Consider the approval of proposed 2025-2026 budget for Human Services Department, including any supplemental materials, and take all related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county CEO.
My cue?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I'm Randy Morris, the county's Human Services Department Director, and good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. I'm joined by Kimberly Peterson, who is the Deputy Director of our department. She will be co-presenting with me, and also with Kimberly is Trish Daniels. I want to take a minute to recognize Trish. She is the Director of our Admin Services Department, which oversees our budget office. This has been an extraordinary year. We have been asked almost every day for analysis of impacts to proposed cuts to our budget, and Trish and her fiscal office have been managing everything that we brought up in front of you today without our lead chief fiscal officer who retired and our number 2 who got a well-deserved promotion. So Trish and her entire fiscal team did a lot of work, and I wanted to thank her for her. And she is also here for any super difficult questions you ask us about the budget. She's our expert. So if we could pull up the PowerPoint, I'll just say on the heels of going after the healthcare agency, I think I want to not only recognize how wonderful it has been for me. I've been here 5 years working with Mimi Hall and then Monica. We have a relationship here in Santa Cruz County because I talk with all my peers across the state that is unique. It's very special. It's not always been this way. I understand a decade or more ago it was not, but we are very close. We work together all the time. We have recurring meetings. And I could not be happier to have to continue working with Jen Herrera, who we've worked with and did wonderful work during COVID. So just please know, board and community, we will continue to be really close partners and work really well together with our healthcare partners. So I will give a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. Just remind your board and the community what our mission is, give a quick summary of how we are organized and how the services we provide achieve that mission. I'm going to then turn it over to Kimberly, who's going to give a bit of a budget overview and what is actually in front of you today, which, unlike our colleagues in healthcare, is actually pending future state and federal cuts, a pretty status quo budget. We don't have anything major that's changed until the future. So it's really a status quo ask of your board to approve what's in front of you. And then I will close it out with a summary of the risks that we are tracking at both the federal state level and also some other emerging issues that are very significant that sort of overlay with all the activities happening at the federal and state level, and then close with any questions you have for us. So as a reminder, our department, our mission is to strengthen the community by protecting the vulnerable. We have another number of protective services programs, promoting self-sufficiency, alleviating poverty, and improving quality of life for all. And this is a quick look at the 4 direct service divisions that we administer. And I want to take a minute to just highlight the scope and the reach of our department. If you look at the banner at the bottom, our department serves 1 in 3 county residents. That's a very wide reach. I want to summarize what that looks like. In our adult and long-term care division, the Veterans Service Office has helped 2,374 veterans and their survivors secure $8.9 million of benefits to which they are entitled. Arguably, without the support of this office, would not be secured. We also provide 3,900 plus services to age, blind, and disabled residents of our community who, without in-home care providers, would arguably not be able to stay in home. And as we look at a growing population, our adult protective services department is growing with a growing number of referrals, and we received over almost 2,200 referrals to our APS program. And this data is all from a past year look back. In our child welfare division, we refer to as Family and Children's Services. At the top, we received in the child abuse hotline over 2,300 referrals in a 12-month look back. That resulted in 846 investigations. What that means is many of the calls are either not appropriate for us, referred to community-based organizations, or information referral. And of those 846 investigations, there were 182 children or young adults. There is a program based on federal and state law that young adults 18 to 21 can voluntarily stay in care up to 21 if they choose, who we served in the last year. In our largest division, and this is the one that, of course, we will talk about more because this is the one facing the largest federal and state proposed cuts, our Employment and Benefits Services Division, sometimes referred to as Public Assistance or Self-Sufficiency. The single largest program, which got much discussion by our healthcare agency, is our Medi-Cal program. 85,000 plus Santa Cruz County residents on Medi-Cal. Just to take a minute to explain the interconnectedness with the healthcare agency. Federal law mandates that only a public servant can determine eligibility for Medicaid. California law has an overlay. It's not unique to California, but not all states have this, that only a county human services eligibility employee can determine eligibility and renewal for Medi-Cal. That means we are lock and step connected to the healthcare agency and the health safety net. So much of what we are going to be doing this next year as changes come forward is continue to work lock and step with the health agency and their partners, because everything we do impacts our partners. So I just wanted to give that, and that's why I gave my preamble at the beginning. We have a great working relationship with health. The second largest program, half the size, also under tight scrutiny by the federal government, is at the federal level SNAP or CalFresh, formerly food stamps, 44,000+ people who are eligible for food stamps. And can I please recognize our partnership with the food bank, longstanding partnership there, and they are getting federal cuts. So together, the food bank cuts and our cuts are a significant issue around food insecurity. And then last, between two programs in this division, both the Workforce Development Board and the CalWorks program, we have served over 1,600 people getting employment services to help them retain gainful employment. And last, the Housing for Health division. We have two new board members here, so I just want to make sure the full board and the community knows we had been giving full reports to the board every 6 months. The last direction we got was to shift that to once a year, and we will be up in front of your board in September with the next yearly reporting. But I want to highlight some, I think, very impressive statistics. We includes the whole county, community, city partners, and your board for support growing this division. The Housing for Health division, its staff and our CBO partners have touched over 4,600 people in a 12-month look back. Some of that are soft touches, some of our deep case management touches. And then this is particularly significant, 1,384 people housed through a multitude of different programs, but the grand total is this is a very large number of people, some of whom were unsheltered, some of whom we came in with rental assistance and kept them housed, but that's a large number of people who arguably could have been unhoused or stayed unhoused without the support. This last one, I want to pause and make sure this is very clear. This number is our partnership with the local Santa Cruz Housing Authority. The Housing Authority receives almost 5,200 federal housing vouchers. We use directly in an MOU with the Housing Authority about 20% of those. And the 80% balance are people who otherwise would not be able to afford their rental market rate costs. So they are helping a lot of people who do not have to fall in the safety net. So we wanted to sort of grand total recognize the great work and the partnership we have with the Housing Authority and their reach. And when you get to proposed federal cuts, why we're so worried about some of the proposed cuts. So by extension, I want to take a minute to talk about some of our accomplishments this past year. This is, we have the 4 direct service divisions and we have 2 administrative divisions. So we just selected one that we're particularly proud of. We wanted to, mindful of the gloom and doom and the anxiety of what's coming, take a minute to say we have done some really important things. In our self-sufficiency division, there's been a lot of discussion about Medi-Cal eligibility for the undocumented immigrant population. My understanding is we are just 6 months behind Oregon in being the second, almost first state in the nation that made all undocumented immigrants eligible for Medi-Cal and sort of cohort rollout. We have a very close partnership with community-based organizations broadly and Community Action Board specifically, that your board has approved a contract to have community do outreach to the undocumented immigrants, to have that very difficult conversation about do you want to consider putting your name in a government database to get the benefit of healthcare, which under the current federal administration is very tricky, given a lot of the fear mongering around immigrants. We have successfully in partnership got over 8,000 people enrolled in Medi-Cal, which means they have a payment source for all the services. And this we'll talk about later is at risk. In the Housing for Health division, I particularly want to share this with the board because this board literally is 5 new people from my first year. And there were decisions that were made each successive budget year. When you look back over the 5-year period, this program moved when it was 2 analysts in the CEO and then CAO office to human services, it is now 20 people. That is only because this board and the CEO has supported building up this program. I want to tell you our success pays off. We have 20 staff. That has been about $3 million of general fund over those 5 years you've given to us. We leverage that through claiming. So we're getting federal and state money to almost double that money. In the last 4 fiscal years, we've secured $67.5 million in federal and state grants. If you do the math, we are getting a over 9-time return on investment from building up this program and securing as much money as we can. Now, let me pause for a minute. I think if our auditor is listening or with Trish, this has been a big lift on our shoulders. It's a lot of work for our contracts, our auditor, our fiscal team, but we're doing it. And I just want to highlight and thank the board and the community for investing in us. It has brought great returns. Next, father engagement. Some of you on this board are very familiar with public child welfare. If you don't know, based on state law, all public child welfare systems have to have a system improvement plan. And that is a partnership with community partners. And we look at what we want to do to improve our work. And 5 years ago, when we started the next 5-year cycle of our system improvement plan, we focused on father engagement. It is unfortunately, I think, a mother-centric program. That makes sense because some of the data, but unfortunately, the public system often misses the very important role of fathers and their extended family. So there is real intent to focus on fathers. And we see in our data that we have a 10% increase in the number of our case plans that have fathers built into the work we do. So to the fathers in the room, and I'm one myself, I think this is good work that we're doing in the division. The next in our aging and long-term care division, want to recognize that our governor in California mandated through an executive order that all communities in California develop a master plan for aging to prepare for a rapidly aging population. That has landed here over 3 years ago with a committee that involves all 4 cities, multiple county departments. We play a lead role in partnership with the CEO. And then, of course, our nonprofit partners that administer the Older Americans Act, Federal Older Americans Act, Area Agency on Aging, and that Seniors Council. And we are working together on a regular basis, trying to find a way to work together to prepare for an aging population. And now to the 2 administrative divisions. I want to highlight, and this is also under Tricia's leadership. She not only oversees the finance office, but she oversees the contracts office. We have 346 contracts and purchase orders in HSD, totaling $46.8 million. So there is a lot of work we do in contract and partnership with vendors and community-based organizations. And when you add health partnerships, we have a very broad reach of community partners that we work in the safety net together with partners. And then finally, what is all this doing? I want to disclose to this board, my first month in the job, every board member I met with, who was your predecessors, said, please keep those amazing data dashboards going that your department runs. My predecessor gets the credit, but we have an amazing data team, and we even refreshed our data dashboards recently. We did a press release on it. We are trying, as we gear up for complicated times, to have as much transparent data as possible and have it really accessible to the public. So very proud of that work as well. So now I turn it over to Kimberly, who walked through some of the details of the budget that's in front of you.
Good afternoon, board. So what you're looking at here is our proposed budget compared to last year's adopted budget. And while it may seem like there's large decreases in revenues and expenses, this is really a status quo budget, because the shifts that you see are mostly in our Housing for Health division, and I'll walk you through those in just a moment. I will also note, you're probably noting the change in staffing from 583 to 580 employees. And what this is really an administrative shift. There were 3 FTEs with personnel classifications that's HSD pays for, and that have sat in HSD's budget. For administrative cleanup, we're still paying for the positions, but they will now sit in personnel's staffing budget for future years. So it's not really a change of overall staff, just where they're going to sit in the county. And then I will note, as it relates to the general fund, as that's been talked about in prior portions of this meeting, the increase in general fund contribution to our budget that you see is partially for salary and benefits, as Director Morales described earlier, as well as about $1 million in Measure K funding, as well as about $2 million tied to a state pass-through that I'll talk through in the next couple slides. So here are major revenue changes. You'll notice the prior slide had a decrease of about 13 million in revenue. And here you can see what's behind that. Almost 500,000 in is a decrease from CDSS grants. And that represents the ending of 2 programs, Bring Families Home and Home Safe grant programs. And they're phasing out at the end of the year. And then $8 million was really a one-time state funding pass-through for a permanent supportive housing project on the Housing Matters campus near Harvey West Park in Santa Cruz. And then we also had some time-limited HDAP targeted strategic investment funds from the state that needed to be encumbered by the end of June of 2025. And those could be used for investments in rental subsidies. Next slide, please. So when we look at the major expense changes, you'll see some overlap between the revenues that were called out in the prior slide and the expenses. That $8 million pass-through from the state, it will support Harvey West Studios construction. And then the $4.2 million HDAP TSI investment that you saw from the prior slide will largely support ongoing rental subsidies at the permanent supportive housing site. And then you see $1 million in increased housing support from Measure K. Those funds will be used to support 2 of the low barrier navigation centers that the county is developing, as well as support encampment street outreach. And then you'll see $1.5 million for navigation centers and South County prevention services. That's an increase from the $1.5 million of core funding that you supported to go towards Housing for Health services. And then lastly, the board's support of a $1.25 negotiated IHSS provider wage increase is reflected here, which when you combine the board's wage increase with the state minimum wage increase, this year IHSS providers received an almost 10% pay increase, which is pretty great for them.
Now I share a little bit of the gloom and doom. This is a crosswalk of what is in the governor's state May revision to his January proposed budget. That would impact human services if the legislature chooses to pass this. And this again is before they have a special session in the fall. And then I will end with the federal proposed cuts, because that's everything we'll be talking through, which will lead up to when we return to it, depending on what cuts are effectuated, that we then have to absorb and come back to you. So the state may revise for human services 2 areas in Medi-Cal that impact us. First, this is a little bit of a niche issue for those who are close to this. You will hear about this from constituents. So I want to just take a minute to explain this. California, as often California does, wanted to help make Medi-Cal helpful to the most vulnerable in our community. Those who are deemed aged, blind, or disabled, that's a Medi-Cal aid code, over two successive legislative actions had an elimination of what the federal law mandates, which is an asset test. And what that means is if somebody aged, blind, and disabled has income below the federal poverty level, but they have assets over $2,000, that's it, they're ineligible for Medi-Cal. The state paid for the balance of removing that asset test, and that meant everybody who was age, blind, and disabled in California who had low enough income could get on Medi-Cal without, and they could keep their assets. The state may revise, proposes to reinstate that. And what that means is people will not be able to stay on Medi-Cal anymore, or they will have to spend down their assets. And that will be very significant for this population. So it's a niche issue, but it's very significant for a very vulnerable population. And then the second, which has been discussed about at great length, is undocumented immigrants. There's multiple actions in the proposed May revise. The main one is effective January 2026 to freeze eligibility for 19-year and older undocumented immigrants. We believe there could be 1,000 or more people in the community. So we will have that delicate conversation in partnership with the community. We have a meeting next week about it with community-based partners about how to talk to families to make an informed choice about signing up for Medi-Cal, knowing their name gets in a government database, given the fears of ICE. And that's a tricky issue, but we want to give and empower families to make their own decisions. And there's some other issues that are in the May revise, which I could talk about if you have questions. In the bottom left, the in-home supportive services programs, there was a couple of cuts to providers' ability to get overtime and travel costs reimbursed. Undocumented immigrants lose eligibility. We have about 55 undocumented immigrants getting IHSS. They would lose eligibility for this program if this May revise goes forward. And this last one, it's very, very niche for what we do, but I want to share it with you as an example of counties having to absorb a lot of federal and state decisions. Over 40% of our caseload in IHSS is this program called Community First Choice Option. It has a richer reimbursement rate from the federal government, 56% on the dollar instead of 50. That 6% translates to millions and millions of dollars. The state of California is out of compliance. Counties are out of compliance with our mandates in this program. And the May revise proposes the counties have to absorb those costs, those fees. So we are looking at having to absorb penalties in the future if this goes forward, which could impact our staffing levels. In the child welfare space, 2 programs are proposed for almost 50% reduction. These are both programs that support caregivers. FERS is an acronym for an urgent response system that has a 24-hour phone line for families who need some support with the child they're caring for, and a mobile response as well. And there's also emergency child care for caregivers of our foster children that would be reduced significantly. And then last, on the state May revise in the housing for health space, Kimberly mentioned it. It's actually in the budget. There's a proposal to, what's in front of you, a reduction of this, but looking for a complete elimination in the state budget of 2 grants. And that's in the APS space and the child welfare space. Our CEO, Mr. Palacios, mentioned in his presentation, still everything continues to be one-time funding, which is almost impossible to braid together a long-term solution to keep these programs operating that are being successful. And unfortunately, our governor continues with a narrative that the problem with homelessness is a county not being responsible, and he is adding more and more administrative burden to us that we are having to track and report, saying we are not being accountable to do our job well. And I disagree with that, by the way, for the record. Okay, federal funding risks. It was said in the CEO's presentation, 1/3 of the state budget is federal. So that's why the cascading effect of what happens in the federal budget after the state budget's adopted has a ripple effect. And in our department, Human Services, 43% of our budget is federal. So the impact of federal cuts could be significant, which leads to us coming back to you in the fall. You've heard a lot about Medicaid. In addition to adding work requirements, I want to remind the board and the community, most people on Medi-Cal in California work. They have part-time jobs. Their jobs don't pay enough to be, they're still under the federal poverty level. This is a action to try to discourage and keep people off of Medi-Cal at the federal level. California is facing a 10% penalty of federal funds if California continues to provide any Medi-Cal to any undocumented immigrant. We would lose reimbursement from the feds as a penalty. And they're also adding renewal responsibilities in our Medi-Cal program, which would be a significant workload for us and a significant burden on people on Medi-Cal to have twice a year to go through the onerous process of renewing their eligibility. In the housing space, this was mentioned earlier, and I link it to the huge volume of housing vouchers we have. The president has proposed an almost 50% reduction in spending in HUD, a lot of which is rental assistance programs. And last but not least, the state does not propose any cuts or changes to the CalFresh program, which at the federal level is SNAP, but the federal government is proposing dramatic cuts to SNAP, which basically shift cost burden to the state. And as I said to you on May 20th, it is estimated that if these federal changes go forward, the state will have a $3 to $6 billion hole to fill by having to absorb a state share of cost for the SNAP program. I'm going to end with a couple of emerging issues that are not tied to all these state and federal proposed changes. One is, it was mentioned in the CEO's budget presentation, and it certainly translates in human services. We have a growing number of partially and completely unfunded mandates that we're mandated to deliver, but we have no funding stream from the state. And it's just the cumulative effect of this over the years is sort of breaking our backs. And this is an issue we need to work on in California politics because these things need to be funded. It was said earlier, it was even said in the goodbye to Monica Morales and the levity from Supervisor Koenig. Housing costs are unaffordable even for directors. But the unsustainable housing costs, as a reminder, there's a yearly report that comes out. And I think 3 years ago, we eclipsed San Francisco as the most expensive rental market in the United States of America. And this has impacts on workforce, and this certainly has impacts on our work in the safety net to help people who are low income and who are unsheltered. A little bit of a bright light. This was mentioned, CalAIM. This is a federal waiver that the state has, and we are working closely with healthcare on this. I just want to highlight for us, going into effect in January is a 6-month transitional rent subsidy for people on Medi-Cal who are behavioral health clients that would help them with 6 months of bridge rent on the CalAIM program. So we're really excited about that, and that's something we'll be rolling out next year. I already mentioned the second to last bullet is the rapidly aging demographic. California is projected to have 1 in 4 residents be over 60 in calendar year 2030. Santa Cruz is 1 in 3. We have a much older population than the average. And I want to end with transparency and communication. A lot of the direction I heard your board after health spoke is about working in partnership as public systems with community partners. I heard some of our community partners call in and say, can we work in committees with everybody? We are committed to working with everybody, being really open. This is complex stuff. And I think half the challenge is just explaining it so people understand what it is and know what to react to. And we are committed to double down in the next 3-4 months to work in partnership with public systems, city partners, and our nonprofits to work together to find common solutions. And this is something we do have some control over and we are committed to. This leads me to the closing slide, which is, I hope, to you board members, so much less dramatic than health's. That is no byproduct of our work, just the dumb luck of our programs. As Kimberly said, this is a status quo budget. We are asking for you to approve the proposed budget, and the details are listed in the bullet points. And with that, Chair Hernandez, I close. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and we are here for any questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the public first, see if anybody would like to comment on this item. Seeing none. Anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comments, questions, or motion? Supervisor De Silva?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question about the HDAP money that is, I guess, encumbered or embargoed. I don't know. I can't remember what you said exactly for the Harvey West build out. So that program typically serves people with disabilities. So everyone who will get the rental subsidy there is somebody that is on Social Security and disabled.
To be eligible for HDAP, you would have to be disabled. I don't want to say absolutely they would get Social Security, but I'm guessing most likely so.
Okay. And do we know about how long that 4,250,000 will last in terms of the subsidy?
It's anticipated that that fund will last a minimum of 15 years.
Oh, that's great. Okay. That's great news. Okay. Another question I had was about long-term care reduction or elimination for Medi-Cal for people that are undocumented. I'm wondering, does that include Elder Day services?
So just to back up, this is, and the state may revise it, has a number of proposed impacts to undocumented immigrants. And for those who are on Medi-Cal, an elimination of long-term care services and IHSS. For HSD, we administer IHSS, so I know for sure they're ineligible. I don't know the specific answer of the spectrum of long-term care services, if that includes Elder Day or other under that umbrella, but we can track that. And when we come back to you or meet with your office, let you know, because that will be part of what comes out in the state's final budget, June 15th.
I just can't tell you how many people that I've placed into Elder Day that had no other option. And it was hugely helpful because they got to see a nurse every day, get their medications dispensed, have 2 meals, socialization. It really made a huge difference for people that were undocumented that I couldn't get into assisted, couldn't really get into a SNF because they didn't qualify, but they were on the street.
I think usually for Medi-Cal, long-term care services has meant skilled nursing facility services, but we'll confirm as Randy said.
Okay. And then on the child welfare area, so I did the math, I think I did it right, that we got 2,334 referrals. Of those, 846 investigated. So that's like 36.2% were investigated. So some were diverted right into differential response or whatever we're calling it now, and did get some services, I'm guessing. And then do we know about how many were evaluated out, or?
So
And is that, okay, my real question is that number follow sort of a benchmark statewide, or how do we?
Without even looking back, Gloria Carroll, our child welfare director, is here. She could, and maybe you can say something about FFPSA and differential response, because that's inside baseball that only Supervisor DeSerpa might know.
Sure. I'm Gloria Carroll, Child Welfare Director. And no, it doesn't really track the statewide average. We're still getting over reports of abuse and neglect, which kind of speak to some additional education we need to do in the community about not always calling the hotline because there's a perception of abuse, but truly knowing what abuse is and what it isn't, so that we can use some of our community providers to provide support to the families who may have needs, but that literally don't meet the definition of abuse and neglect. So that work is still undergoing. We have a number of other community agencies in our Child, Youth, and Family Wellbeing Cabinet that are sort of working with us to kind of create a community referral pathway so that we can serve the families, but not always have them be system involved.
Great. So the 36.2%, is that above the state average in terms of investigation rate?
I think we're about in the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah, depending on the county. Some counties just tend to over-report. Sometimes it's smaller counties, sometimes it's the larger counties, because there's a fear in the public that the children will kind of fall through the cracks. But it's something that we're all kind of, child welfare agencies are struggling with, that lens of education about what abuse is and it isn't, because people still have a bit of a liability lens. When in doubt, call the hotline. But literally the message is now changing from mandated reporting to community supporting. So instead of calling child welfare, call a community agency.
Thank you very much. And then one final question, the CFCO, the penalties, what does CFCO stand for again?
It is a community first choice option. It is the highest needs IHSS clients. The state of California about 10 years ago applied to the federal government for a waiver. The federal government made this an option for states that had in-home care programs. The waiver allows Medicaid to pay for in-home care providers. For clients that have particularly high needs, they were willing to pay a higher reimbursement rate. Cases that aren't this higher level are 50% federally funded. CFCO is 56%. But what's happening in California is not all cases are getting renewed on an annual basis to redetermine their eligibility. So the federal government is dinging the state and not paying their reimbursement rate if the case has not been renewed. The state has been eating that cost for the 10 years this has been running. And for reasons I have to say I understand, the state is saying this is on you. And it's a little bit of a fight because we don't think we're funded adequately, et cetera, et cetera. But so what this will mean if it passes is every single one of our cases that is overdue for renewal, we will incur the penalty. And that directly impacts our administrative budget, which directly impacts our staffing levels. So it doubles down our need to talk about productivity with our workforce, because we have to be in compliance with the yearly renewals or we will face fiscal sanctions for it.
Okay, well, we can talk about it offline. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Cutler.
And I just wanted to thank you all for that presentation. Looks like you guys are lucky for now with just having a status quo budget, but it's just really depressing to hear, about the state and federal cuts and what that's going to likely mean to all the amazing work that you all are doing in our community. And I just want to call out in particular the Housing for Health Division. I mean, this is something that people in the city, well, in the community as a whole, especially when I was on city council, that were demanding we need to do more. We need to do more. And I think the county has heard that loud and clear, along with, I'll speak to the city of Santa Cruz since that's my district and the amount of investments that they're putting into homelessness. But seeing, the department grow from just 2 staff analysts to 20 members and, the amount of return we get on our dollars, it's definitely worth the investment in our community. So just hope we can continue to share the stories of the amazing work that's being done and how we've invested in this, in homelessness as something that's, really important to us, along with the other services that we provide in the community. And so I'll leave my comments there because I know it's been a long day. Thank you.
Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you for the presentation. And I'm going to be a little bit of a broken record in that in hearing your report, I continue to have a lot of concern about the impacts that we'll be seeing at the federal and state level. We don't have enough information today to adjust, right? Because the final decisions haven't been made yet. And we can hope that the decisions that are made will be more supportive of those who are most vulnerable. But without that, I'm going to be approaching this budget hearing and future conversations with caution, because we're going to be needing to look at our contingency and our ability to support folks who are no longer eligible for things like CalFresh or for, other just basic safety net services that we've been taking. I mean, we've been fortunate to have and maybe taken for granted for some time. So that's my overall perspective. I do, maybe this is just coming off of Supervisor Cummings' comments that housing for health is an area that is very important to our county's values and to our investments. And I'm not very clear on how some of the proposed cuts or changes may impact the work of Housing for Health, particularly when we're partnering with cities or other jurisdictions to accomplish some goals. So do you have any sense of what we might be thinking about or planning for as it relates to our commitments to our partners or our services?
Broadly, yes. I feel like I want to repeat what I said earlier, which is myself and Dr. Ratner will be in front of you pending any changes from the board or the chair September 30th to give a yearly overview where we can go deeper on this. And I think we'll have a lot more information then. I want to pick up on something our CEO said earlier. We actually have a lot of things in motion that have short-term funding streams. We're building up things. We have ways to fund the operations of it. The issue is what to do in about 1 or 2 or 3 years from now. So I think we're taking some thoughtful risk because we must. It's critical. And I think we've done a really great job. We collectively, that includes cities, to really start rowing in the same direction, not react to crisis only, but have a strategic plan, which this board has approved. And we're seeing the benefits. You haven't seen the point in time count that's going to be released relatively soon, but we are moving in the right direction. But that is based on everything we've been building over the last 5 years. So Supervisor Martinez, the big picture concern is regression. So I think we're going to have to come forward as creative as we can to try to figure out how to hold everything together as much as we can, literally probably pending midterm elections at the federal level to see if any cuts can get restored. So I think we're really tracking big picture issues. But we're very anxious as well. And I don't want to have that eclipse the celebration, and appreciate the comment. Because, oh my gosh, when I first got here, it was just nonstop. Every board meeting was a directive this, everyone's mad, pointing finger. I mean, we're meeting, we're talking, we're going in the right direction. We have a lot more to do, but yes, it could get worse if these cuts land hard.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And thank you for your presentation today.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Morris and team. Of the 5,198, well, I should say, yeah, I mean, great, fantastic work, right? And particularly the Housing for Health Division, we've seen, I mean, thanks to that work, we've seen the largest drop in homelessness in our, county's recorded history. Relatively short. I think 2011 was the first year we started measuring, but the number of folks experiencing homelessness in our community. And a lot of that was thanks to the emergency housing vouchers that we saw. I want to say it was in the neighborhood of like 300 to 500. I know we were kind of got re-upped a couple of times because we were so good at getting them out. Is that, first of all, if you know the right number, please correct me. And is that included in the 5,198 vouchers you mentioned, or are those separate?
Kimberly has that.
So yes, Supervisor Koenig, emergency housing vouchers are included in the number that Randy provided earlier. And we currently have 276 emergency housing vouchers being utilized.
Mm-hmm. And my understanding is that program has actually already been cut, or the housing authority has received notice that it's basically ending, and they're trying to get people onto kind of the remaining vouchers as they open up.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The emergency housing vouchers are ending in the December 2026. And so they are trying to move people to other more permanent solutions.
Right. I mean, isn't it like 5 years earlier than they were supposed to end or something like that? I mean,
That part I admit, I'm not sure at the
And we can speak to this in September.
Sure.
Because this is, and I do want to just to connect it up for people. We were one of the highest per capita successes in California and nationally in helping people who are in Project Room Key hotels, not exclusively, but predominantly formerly unsheltered. And we're able to move them out because of this partnership. Vouchers, services, and we helped a lot of people not have to go back to the streets. Very proud of that. And what's at risk is if this terms and we don't have a backup, the worst case scenario back unsheltered.
do you see that? I mean, the Cal AIM 6 months of transitional housing subsidy seems like it's maybe can help bridge the gap for some people. I mean, are we, what do you see as the potential of that program?
Yes, and I think our behavioral health leadership is here, and this is an example of the partnership with health, particularly behavioral health. This is a absolute partnership with Housing for Health and Behavioral Health, who's still here, and it is behavioral health clients on Medi-Cal. And yes, and as you know, this is sometimes the most complicated population for us to help get housing, and this is the target population. So we'll be working very closely with health, behavioral health in particular, on the rollout of this.
Okay, great. You mentioned the unfunded mandates. Are there a few that are top of mind for you as the most expensive or problematic?
Well, let me just give you just what's top of mind, and it's because of Supervisor DeSerpa asked me a question about IHSS, and she knows the program so well. Our state association was effective in not getting our program fully funded, but getting state legislation that every year the state had to put out a report of what the full costs of running a county IHSS program are. And in the state May revise, it came out that we are underfunded across California by over $200 million. Yet we still have to run the program, even though it's public information inside baseball that most people don't track, that it's on record that we are underfunded. We don't have enough funding. We don't have enough staff to comply with the mandates, yet the state doesn't have the money. So that's like an example. And most of our programs are like this. Our wait lines at the call centers and our lobbies and our social workers have too many cases to do the best job they'd like to do. And that's all a byproduct of kind of not fully funded services. And some of the unfunded mandates are things in the Housing for Health space that overlap with our partners in behavioral health. And the one that's quite concerning to me is SB 43. And as I've talked with some board members, it is a understandable good program to help people who are unsheltered, who have significant issues. If you have to conserve them to get them treatment, but there's zero new funding for the administration of it, and more importantly, zero new funding for new services. So it's a little bit of a new doorway to an unfunded nothing, with a lot of hope that gets raised and a lot of rhetoric from our governor. I've solved the problem. It's talk, but there's no funding behind it, and we have to administer it and then deal with the reaction and kind of explain this stuff. So from small underfunded to completely unfunded, Prop 36 was mentioned earlier, that will overlap with our Housing for Health work. So it's just the cumulative effect of all these things.
Got it. Let me ask you a tough question. We could, and this is not something we have to answer today definitively, but sort of a something to start thinking through. Particularly if we're coming back in September or October and we're facing some of the massive cuts you've talked about, and we're trying to figure out ways to just feed people or make sure they have some basic health services. It's quite likely that we could start going to all departments and say, hey, how would you absorb a 1%, 2% cut, 3% cut? How do you see you would manage that in the department? I'm assuming you're already not buying premium paper. And we're not going to say it's something as easy as that. But can you just talk to me a little bit about some of the trade-offs that you might think about? And if that you were talking about a cut like that, are we,
Well, yeah, I think I understand. And I heard your preamble, this hard question. I think it's the right question for Health and Human Services. My answer is a process answer, which is our budgets are really complicated. So I think the first answer is to be really clear and transparent about what the implications are of a cut. So for example, some programs, if you cut general fund, you're leaving 90% federal and state money on the table. We need to be very clear about that. Other programs you cut, there's no federal and state money. So I think just kind of explaining what the implications are. I think that's the starting point. I think if I'm tracking what your question is, if the federal government effectuates many of their impacts on our safety net, the ripple effect to the state, it'll be a direct line to us. And then we'll have to explain to the board and the community, what does that mean? I think for human services, most of what we do is federally and state funded and regulated. So the wiggle room for a county is really on the margins to just hold together or cut a little bit. So that all leads to my main recommendation would be to not cut any general fund that would leave federal and state money on the table. And then what's left, figure out what to do and just have to explain the menu so that the board can make an informed decision. So I hope that's on point. It's a process comment.
Yeah.
But our funding is not like one big bucket of money where we up here as the leadership get to ask you as our electeds, pick what you want to cut, because it's all based on these like 67 different revenue streams. And we have to kind of unpack what the implications of each one are.
All right. Well, thankfully not a choice in front of us today. And I'm happy to approve the status quo budget.
I have no questions, but thank you for the presentation. I'll turn it to my board for a motion.
Move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. If we can please take roll call.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have capital projects. Item number 10, consider approval of the proposed 2025-2026 budget for capital projects, including any supplemental materials and the 2025-2030 capital improvement plan as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the county CEO.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Last item of the day. Our final item is an overview of the proposed capital projects budget for the next fiscal year. Joining Ryan and I are leadership from our key capital building departments, GSD, Parks, and CDI. So Rebecca, Michael, and Matt will all be part of this conversation. Let me see. You've got the clicker, right? Oh, I do. Thank you, sir. So in our presentation today, we will provide an overview of our approach to capital budgeting. And we'll talk about the actual this proposed capital budget recommendation for your consideration and the capital improvement program. We're bringing that back. It's not been in place for quite a while. We'll provide a preview of our project portfolios, and then we'll close with emerging issues and recommended actions. So very briefly, the mission of our capital budgeting program is really to preserve and enhance the county's public infrastructure, facilities, parks, and really do so in a way that makes them resilient, cost-effective, and responsive to community needs. What you see on this slide is county facilities. That's like our buildings, like this building right here, as well as parks and open space. And there's a piece that's missing. That's really the public works piece. And I want to describe why. We will talk about that, but why it's not on this slide. These are the program areas in the capital budget that sit in the plant fund. Most of the CDI related infrastructure, whether it's sanitation, roads, or solid waste, that sits within the CDI budget, but it is certainly part of the capital program. So that's why there's a little bit of a nuance here. And it's quite frankly, the largest part of the capital program. So I'm going to go to the next slide. In key innovation of CEO Palacios was the establishment of the Capital Projects Review Committee in 2021, and I chair that committee. This is a cross-departmental team that meets generally twice a month to provide broad oversight and review of the county's capital project program, from project conception through project delivery and closeout. We provide oversight for real property transactions, including acquisitions and major leases.
the cross-departmental membership and the diverse expertise that we bring together really provides cross-discipline expertise and perspective to guide project delivery and selection. So we have, our folks that do project delivery, we have Marcus, we have Nicole, we have a group of people who can all come together to talk about what are we doing, why are we doing it, and how do we do it more efficiently and effectively. So I know there's some curiosity about how do we pick capital projects to propose to you all. And as part of the budget development process, we have what's basically called a project concept application that we ask departments to fill out, describing what their business need is. And then we score those, they answer a bunch of questions, and then we score those utilizing this rubric. I'm happy to go into detail about it, but I know we're really short on time. But so when we have a new project proposal from a department, we ask them to really be able to talk about how is this advancing equity? And we have very specific elements that they need to address. How are they looking at leveraging other funding sources? We've heard a lot today about many of our capital projects are funded through grants. How does this address health and safety in the workplace? What does this do in terms of forward-facing community services? And then how does it align with our vision, whether it's the strategic plan, the CAP, where does it align with the work that we say that's so important in so many of those plans? So we evaluate that, and then that's how we prioritize the very limited capital dollars that we generally have available. We also, in addition to new project concepts, the CPRC reviews what's called the Facility Condition Index. About 18 months ago, I want to say, GSD undertook with funding recommended by the CPRC a comprehensive assessment of county buildings. So we have clarity about what our deferred maintenance options are, our deferred maintenance backlog is, the risks associated with those different kinds of building system problems, when those things need to be addressed. So we have an analytical tool to help us really identify where our largest facility risks are. So that's the other piece when we're looking at the limited dollars that we have. What's new to really address public needs, and how do we actually take care of what we have today? So I want to really briefly, this is not all of our capital project achievements from the last year, but it gives you a nice sample of highlights. You'll notice these investments span parks, public safety facilities, our library system. And I just wanted to highlight a really big piece of work that we all did last year was the project labor agreement pilot. And we expect to be actually testing that out in this coming year. So that is our achievements. And I'm going to now pass it to Ryan to talk about the details and the numbers.
Cool. All right. So before we get into the meat of the capital budget, I think it's important to talk a bit about capital budgeting or capital budget math. Capital budgeting works differently, has different mechanics than the operating budgets that will be presented before you during these budget hearings. So to walk through it at a very high level, we really start with what's going on in the current year. So the current year, there's an $86.2 million project portfolio, which spans county facilities and parks. So that's everything from the new juvenile hall project that's just getting started. That's Children's Crisis Center. That's behavioral health bridge housing. All those projects are here represented as we are currently stands today. As the year progresses through, we spend down those funds, we execute those projects. Any dollars left over that we haven't spent related to those active projects, we roll into the next year until the project is completed. What is before you today and what the board approves every year is our proposed budget, which adds new funds to new projects or augments current projects. So if a project that is currently on the books needs additional funding, this is where it gets proposed here, or if there's new projects that we want to put into the plan, it's here as well. So we'll be focusing mainly today on that yellow dot here within capital budget equation that I like to show here. And then just to round it out, what we do is when the adopted budget is considered by the board in the fall, we mix together both the carryover dollars that are being carried over for active projects, plus the proposed that's being evaluated today. and that's what we use to go forward, and the cycle continues. Okay, so for 25-26, we have a total recommended budget of about $7.6 million. That is offset by $2.7 million in revenues, a $1 million general fund contribution really aimed at county facilities, and some use of prior year fund balances that have been built up over time to begin to activate a few projects that have been planned related to parks of about $3.8 million. So these supports new projects coming forward, as well as augmenting current projects that are currently on the books. And I'll talk a little bit more about what those are. So the schedule here before you, as we zoom in, is a schedule of new and augmented projects that I talked about. This list was vetted by the CPRC and is consistent with the Facilities Condition Index, as well as the Parks Capital and Strategic Plans as well. It includes augmented funding for the main jail administrative unit HVAC system, which has been an ongoing project that needs additional funds. It also includes the final tranches of funding needed for the Bromer Street Park and Simpkins Water Slide upgrades as well. And it also hosts a few critical facility needs, which are some new projects here on this list. Additionally, and I want to call attention to this list also includes some set-asides for some emergent projects or emergent repairs. Things break throughout the year. You can ask Director Beaton all about it. And so we like to keep a little bit of funding off to the side to be able to have immediate rapid response to some of those critical facility systems that do fail throughout the year. Additionally, what's a little bit different this year is because of the volatility at the federal level when it comes to tariff policies and how that impacts material prices for buildings. We're also recommending a set aside of some funding to hedge against potential cost overruns for some of our active projects. We don't want to see delays just because something went up in price. So we're putting money off to the side for that, or recommending to put some dollars off to the side for that. All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit because we talked about the snapshot year of the 25-26 budget, but I want to zoom out and talk about our 25 to 2030 capital improvement plan. So if the proposed budget represents a one-year snapshot of the financial resources needed to move projects forward, it's really part of an ongoing continuum of capital investments. The 5-year CIP is the detail of that continuum of capital investments. We've updated it in partnership between the CEO's office, with CDI Public Works, with General Services, with Parks Department. We've overhauled the document itself. We made it a new online interactive publication. We've also aligned it with our budget, so where these two documents actually have a much stronger relationship between the two. All for better planning and better transparency when it comes to capital planning. The plan itself identifies over $396 million in capital investments over the next 5 years, and is supported by 45 distinct funding sources that we've cataloged. The focus of this iteration of the CIP is on active capital projects, stuff we're working on right now. And as such, what's not in that plan are things that are efforts that are being evaluated for feasibility, for projects that are still in concept, so we're in that pre-project phase and that planning phase. So those projects are not in this plan. And what that results is you see a $396 million number. That's not truly representative of the full capital needs of the county. So I just want to be very clear that this is just a starting place. This is what we call the floor, not the ceiling of where we are in our capital needs. I also want to call attention to that the CIP does outline a lot of project costs. So you'll see a lot of dollars, that $396 million I talked about. When you dive into the plan, you'll see specific project budgets for the life of those projects. But what they are is they are not a budget, they are a plan. And we want to be very, very clear that the CIP represents a multi-year plan, whereas the capital budget that's approved every year, that's the actual spending authority used to execute projects. And there is a difference between the two. Having said that, the CIP plays a critical role in budget development. It also helps us identify funding needs, anticipate funding gaps, looks for opportunities to address those gaps, and then provides for some long-term project coordination across our different capital-intensive departments. And diving in a little bit deeper into the plan is outlined across 3 different project portfolios. As I mentioned, we have public infrastructure, which is managed by CDI Public Works. We have government facilities managed by general services. Then we have parks and open spaces managed by, you probably guessed it, parks and open spaces. With that, there's 126 projects in the plan that we've cataloged, active work that we are working on, 126 projects. About 52% of those are public works projects. And the other third of those are related to parks. And then lastly, last 17 or so % is related to government facilities. So as in tradition, when we present the capital budget every year, we invite our friends from our capital intensive departments up to join us here. As Elisa mentioned, we have our department leaders from CDI, from General Services, and from Parks. And so I'd like to pass the mic over to Matt Machado, who's the Deputy CEO and Director of CDI, to talk a little bit more about public infrastructure.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. And good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors. So as you've heard, the CIP really does reflect a coordinated countywide approach to capital planning. The public infrastructure section, which I'll cover, focuses on maintaining and improving the county's core systems such as roads, bridges, stormwater systems, sanitation, solid waste, and other essential public works. These investments aim to enhance safety, promote climate resilience, protect the environment, and support the efficient movement of people and goods throughout the region. So the public infrastructure section includes 91 projects valued at over $200 million in total planned investment. And the slide before you is a summary of these planned projects. I will add that in future iterations, we will build on this foundation by incorporating emerging needs and future project concepts aligned with long-term community goals. And that wraps up our public infrastructure section. I will hand the baton over to Michael Beaton, who will cover government facilities.
Thank you. To start off with government facilities, I do want to kind of do a little step back and talk about where we've been in talking about capital projects and government facilities through the vision of our CEO, Palacios, and the leadership. It has significantly changed. The development of the CPRC and really investing strategically into our county facilities has been a huge improvement. What you have today is 25 projects for the governmental facilities. A lot of these projects were determined based on our facilities condition assessment that was done, and that has been really our roadmap. That facilities condition assessment we'll do every 5 years and to refresh the data as things come up and reprioritize how we do our strategic investments in the future. With the 25 projects and roughly $68 million that we have here that we're currently working on, some of the major projects obviously are the Juvenile Hall project, which glad to say after 12 years, this was a project prior to my even employment with the County of Santa Cruz. So it's kind of nice to have that off the ground. The Bayhall Bridge project, significant upgrades for safety, code, energy efficiency, and modernization included in the government facilities capital projects component. So I'm glad to say that we are 10 times better than we were 12 years ago, and it just keeps getting better, and honored to be part of the team. I do want to give a big shout out to Eric Friedrich for his work on the CIP. It's really cutting edge. So thank you. With that, I'll toss it over to Rebecca Hurley for Parks and Open Spaces.
Good afternoon, board. So I want to explain a little bit. There's a couple of slides back. There's a graphic and it showed that parks took up about a third of the CIP budget. I just want to explain that that's because Parks is lead on the rail trail project for segments 10 and 11. And that project is budgeted at $111 million. So we don't really have that many park projects for playgrounds and such, just to clarify. As well as since this capital projects budget is included in what is composed of the 5-year CIP, some of the projects that we have included in that we've actually completed. So we closed out Floral Park Playground. We also just did a ribbon cutting for Hidden Beach Restroom. Some of the upcoming projects that we have is we are going to be working on the affordable accommodations project at Greyhound Rock. Really happy to see that coming about, as well as a new replacement restroom at Bromer Street Park. I want to clarify, due to some comments made earlier, the funding for Bromer Street Park for most parks projects is through grants or park dedication fees or impact fees, and they're not interchangeable with salaries for staff. And ultimately, I want to also highlight that we're going to be doing improvements at Aptos Village Park and many other projects to come. So we're really excited to see the CIP launch for the 5-year plan. And I again will echo what Michael said, and thank you to Ryan for taking the lead. Back to you.
Thanks, you guys. Okay, just around our presentation, we did want to be consistent with our other departments and talking about emerging issues that are impacting capital projects. First, as we've heard before, just the deferred maintenance backlog, and that's across all of our portfolios of capital needs, public infrastructure, government facilities, parks as well. One note that came out of the FCI effort was, and this is one of my favorite stats, is that 70% of county facilities were constructed before 1990. It's just I'd just like to sit with that sometimes. We also have other emerging issues around our energy usage and needs and how our facilities impact climate, as well as climate impacts on our public infrastructure. We've talked a lot about that over the past 18 months or since the 2023 storms. And then lastly, the market volatility, inflation, and tariff impacts that we are actively monitoring every day to see how they are impacting potential costs moving forward. So with that, our recommended actions are to approve the proposed budget for capital projects, including the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement plan, any supplemental materials as well. And you can see all the bullets below. I mean, we're happy to take any questions.
With that, I'll open it up to the public, see if anyone would like to comment on this item. Seeing none here, anybody online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
I do.
Supervisor D'Souza?
In the capital projects budget, and I can't find the slide now, I've been looking online, but there was a couple of projects that were incorrectly attributed to D2. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Did those get corrected?
Yeah, we'll be providing an update later this evening when we sort of blast things out sort of in a big tranche of little updates here. So yeah, thank you for your staff for pointing out those two little errors.
Okay, thank you so much.
Supervisor Cummings? No. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you for the presentation. It's just a really good time for the board and also the public to see the type of investment that your department is doing, your departments are doing on our public infrastructure. So I really appreciate that. I would say watch it with your shock on things created before 1990, because I was created before 1990. It's not that old.
I wanted to find before 1986, which was the year I was born.
Okay.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Just one thing, I know we're tacking on the 5-year plan to this agenda item, and just curious how fixed that plan is. So, I looked at it and I think it looks great, but I feel like I haven't had a chance to sort of talk about district priorities or anything like that. And if there's I was just wondering if there's an opportunity to, talk about that or contribute or give feedback before I'm locked into 5 years of projects.
So the way that capital improvement plans work, and they're very common throughout every jurisdiction, county, city, throughout the state, throughout the country, is that they're typically updated annually. So it's a rolling 5 years of planning. So what we have done in past practice is align it with the adopted budget, and in review of the kind of best practices around the state, aligning it with the proposed budget was we felt better aligned so that we can have a better relationship between what we're approving for us for our spending authority every year and our overall plan, how it fits in context of the broader plan. So we're happy to take direction today and bring things back for last day or at a future date. But what we're trying to do is align it with the proposed budget cycle.
So my understanding that then next year it'll be another 5-year plan, but it'll be like the next 5 years.
It'll be
year
2026 through 2031.
Got it.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. Thanks. I didn't understand that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Claire.
If I can add one thing to that, as we talked about in what's before you today in terms of the CIP, those are active projects that have come forward in some shape or form to you already. So it's, as Matt talked about, it's not the wish list, it's what's active. And there's interesting practice conversations around, do you put the not funded but would like to have someday on there? So, I mean, that's definitely a conversation we would welcome having with all of you, but there's just pros and cons of doing that, and happy to do a study session at some point, you know, in the next fiscal year to dig more into that.
Thanks for that clarity. All right, we appreciate the presentation.
If there,
Yeah, I'm just as far as sort of wish list versus what we're actually funding and moving forward with. I mean, like in perusing the larger plan and wish list, I see that like Rockview coastal access improvements is anticipated to have $342,000 in expenses in 2026. I mean, but at the same time, that's obviously not in the budget, right? That's sort of still a wish list project. So it seems like maybe there's some opportunity to go back and still update the plan. I'm assuming that's maybe it has been in there for a little while and not updated.
Yeah, there's definitely an art to this as well, where there's what's truly budgeted, and then there's like future commitments where we've committed funding. Like we work with all of your offices on, you know, district level funds where we're going to commit to a certain project that may take a year or two before it actually happens. And so those are some of those gray area points that we try to keep track of. We do keep track of and allocate them in as needed. And so what this plan does is it allows for that flexibility to say, well, we know professionally speaking that we're going to commit a certain amount of funding to a particular project, but we haven't actually recognized it into the spending authority actual budget yet. That makes sense.
So is there like a possibility that we would receive funding for that project this year? And we just curious.
So we do have funding allocated towards it, and we previously, before the storms that really devastated the coast, we were working on trying to get finalized plans for some sort of access point there. However, we had to prioritize damages before that, and we haven't gone back to that project. There are plans to do so, and it will need additional funding, but we'd like to get something ready so that we could then seek out that funding.
Okay. Well, I'll also just take a moment to celebrate the fact that, I mean, these projects really do move forward and improve the quality of life for all of our residents. I mean, and it's really an impressive number of projects that were completed last year. I mean, certainly the ones that I use every day, like the one I'm looking at here, Floral Park. I'm at that park at least once a week with my daughter. She loves it. And then the library annex, also fantastic at the swim center there. And then, of course, I mean, facilities like the DNA lab, which are just transforming our ability to actually prosecute crimes. So incredible work, and excited that we're continuing to make these investments. Thanks.
Turn to my board for a motion then.
Move the recommended actions.
I'll say. I'll second, but I had one question real quick. And did want to also appreciate not only all the hard work, but with the North Coast, the rail trail that's moving along very quickly. And we've got a bathroom on Panther Beach now. And so we're hoping to see more good stuff like that. But I did have a question for Parks. I was wondering if there's been any update on the $5 million for Greyhound Rock that was negotiated through the Coastal Commission.
I know that we checked with the city and that the permit conditions that will apply that $5 million towards the construction will start once that's actually been completed. So, I mean, turned in, and I hadn't heard that it had been turned in yet.
Okay.
So to me, that timeline hasn't started yet, but we are well aware of it.
I was just curious, 'cause I know back when the developers first talking about moving that project, they were going to pull permits like in March or April. And so it might be worth checking in to see what the status of that is.
Yeah, I appreciate the updates from your office. And the last time we spoke, I think about a month ago, we checked in and it hadn't yet, but we'll check again.
Okay, cool.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Cummings. If we can take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and that was the final agenda item.
We have 10.1. Sorry. Yeah, so 10.1 was item number 15, which is the approve the proposed 25-26 budget for the county executive officer, including any supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents as recommended by the county executive officer. I pulled this item because we've been receiving extensive comments and requests from members of the community to maintain the funding for Susan Green with the Justice and Gender Commission. And I just want to point out that, when I got on this board, and we hear from many commissions, and the Justice and Gender Commission has been really effective at helping us advocate for getting things, that the community wants actually implemented. And they were really instrumental with getting Blaine Street reopened. They were really instrumental working with my office with advocating for in-person visitations after COVID so that people could have face-to-face visitation with their children in the jails. And, her qualifications, as a research associate faculty at UCSC really positions her to help be really effective. And I know that she's been committed to doing this work, and $51,000 is a very small amount of money when we really think of the overall budget. So I really want the board to consider whether we can maintain that funding for that position. And so that's why I pulled this item. So if you want to open up to public comment, or if we want any, did you?
Sure. I'll start. Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, members of the board. So I'm Melody Serino. I'm the Deputy CAO. I construct the budget for the County Executive Office in consultation with all of our staff, of course. As you have heard all day, it's critical for the county to make responsible and equitable budget decisions amongst so many competing priorities and still unknown threats from the federal government. As part of our cost containment efforts in our budget, decisions were made to reduce over $700,000 worth of professional services from the CEO budget. And that's not including the clerk of the board, which is also part of our budget. These cuts included the reduction of some of our standard contracts, such as our administrative hearing officers that hear zoning cases, cannabis cases, et cetera. We also reduced or eliminated several outside consultant services. This included training, research, polling, outside counsel, graphic design, video services, and of course, this contract for the Justice and Gender Commission. The JAG Commission and the stipends for the commissioners are not impacted at all by the elimination of this contract. Support for the commission will continue with internal staff who have always attended these commission meetings, which meets quarterly. There are working subcommittee meetings, as you heard earlier today, as well, and staff have recently been invited to join those so that they can get a better understanding of the working structure of the subcommittees and how work gets done at that level. I just want to say that the staff assigned to this commission includes a female analyst who also staffs the public defender office. And she's well-versed in the holistic approach to serving those involved in the criminal justice system. Internal staff possess the skills, the ability, and the commitment critical to maintaining service continuity and accountability for this commission. It should be noted that the JAG Commission is the only commission with support from an outside consultant with a contract of $51,700, which includes the consultant rate of $195 an hour plus travel costs, and then an additional $1,000 for speaker costs. And while this may not seem like a lot of money in the scope of our overall budget, every dollar saved from the general fund will allow for the restoration of other critical services. Reducing these external expenditures in the CEO budget aligns with our responsibility for cost efficiency, maintaining essential services, and maintaining equity across our boards and commissions. While we recognize the contributions of external partners, these are difficult decisions to make, and to cut outside consultants reflect our commitment to fairness, fiscal responsibility, and the prioritization of long-term organizational resilience. Thank you.
So I'll open it up to the public to see if anybody would like to address us on this item. Seeing none in the chambers, anybody online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments.
Okay, so just to be clear, will there be change? So for the commissioners on the commission with this proposed change, will anything change for them?
No. I mean, they won't have the support of Susan, but they will still have staff just like every other commission has to support them, facilitating their meetings, doing all the administrative work, et cetera, et cetera.
And so the commission isn't going anywhere.
Nope.
And their work can continue.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
they'll still receive their stipends.
Absolutely.
So this is it's a tough one for me, because I want to start by saying that the work that the JAG is doing is amazing. And I've been tracking it for quite some time, and I'm a big fan, and I'm encouraged to hear that the work can continue with these changes. I started my comments today really sharing that I'm focused on safety net services, basic need services, recognizing that we're going to have cuts and prioritizing wants versus needs. And I do feel like an administrative contract for a commission is more of a want than a need, given the environment that we're in. If we were in a different budget year, it wouldn't even, I'm sure we wouldn't be having this conversation. I also recognize that there's other commissions that don't have similar support. You know, the Juvenile Justice Commission is a commission that actually has a mandate to review and audit the juvenile hall every year. They actually have a job, but they don't have hired staff. We have the Seniors Commission, the Mental Health Advisory Board, the Latino Affairs Commission, Housing Advisory Commission, right? There's a bunch of commissions that don't have this type of support. And so that is, weighing on me as far as supporting the recommendation. And then the other thing is, I'm so appreciative of everybody who came to speak today. It's great to hear about the impact and how valuable this commission is. But I also just heard a lot of just personal feelings towards the contractor. And I kind of have the belief that county contracts, they shouldn't be personal. They're business agreements. And I can't imagine it's been RFP'd anytime recently. I just think that if we took kind of the personal side out of it and kind of looked at equity, it feels like this is a reasonable recommendation. So despite the good work, and I just want to thank everybody for their good work, I wouldn't be supporting did you have you made a motion? I don't think you've made a motion. I wouldn't be supporting reinstating the funding, but it may be something to look at when we are in such tight fiscal positions.
If nobody else has comment, I do have a comment. Okay. I thought about this in a different light. I thought about it in the sense of like some of the things that they did, some of their accomplishments, right? I thought they're, really good, and I supported them. And I wondered if they would have been accomplished with staff input or staff leading the group. And, I thought about the recent planning commission votes. And so, if our planning commission led by someone in the planning commission, a technician, goes against the staff recommendation, I'm sure that this committee would also do that if they needed to, with staff running the operation of JAG. So I'm fine with the staff recommendation. Any other comments? Or
I'll just go ahead and make the motion to approve the CEO's budget as recommended, and add the funding for the Justice and Gender consultant at $51,700.
I'm sorry, I'm confused about the motion. Can you tell me what it is? Are you
So the
making a
motion is
to continue with Susan's contract? Okay.
So there's not a second. So if there's no second, do we have an alter?
Well, if the motion dies, I'll offer a new motion to approve the staff recommendation, and echo a lot of Supervisor Martinez's comments. And I mean, I agree that this commission's done incredible work, but in a difficult time like this, I really do think we need to focus on essential services. And if it came down to buying an additional $50,000 worth of food to put in people's mouths, I think I would have to choose that over a contractor, which might be helping the commission do their work, but it's not like any of these passionate people are going to simply go away, and we're still helping them to achieve these things. So we'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
So we have, if there's no further comment, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and, Supervisor Koenig, and a second from Supervisor Martinez.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Regretfully, aye.
Cummings.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes with one no vote from Supervisor Cummings. So it is 3:54, and we're going to adjourn this meeting. Next budget hearing will be at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, June 4th. That's tomorrow. And I got an hour and a half drive home.
Recording stopped.